Hey friends, how are you all? Welcome to Proxima What If. This channel bring you original Harry and Deco What If fan fictions crafted and edited by me purely for storytelling. So don't forget to subscribe and like. Let's begin the story.
Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What If. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was the god of death reincarnated and turned the killing curse back on Voldemort. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Remembered the Dream always started the same way. A river, black as ink, stretching endlessly under a sky with no stars. The water didn't flow so much as breathe, rising and falling in slow, enormous swells that had nothing to do with wind or tide. There was no sound. No current. Just the terrible, patient weight of something that had existed since before the concept of time had been invented. Harry stood at the edge of it, barefoot, the dark water lapping at his toes. It was warm. Not body warm, not bath warm, but warm in a way that went deeper than temperature, the kind of warm that sank through skin and muscle and bone and settled somewhere behind his sternum like a second heartbeat. He knew this place. Not the way you know your bedroom or your school or the street you grew up on. He knew it the way your lungs know air. The way your blood knows iron. A knowledge so deep it predated language, predated thought, predated the very idea of knowing. The river whispered to him. Not words, something older. Impressions. Fragments. The taste of pomegranate dissolving on a tongue he didn't have. The sound of a name spoken in a language that died before Egypt built its first pyramid. The sensation of a crown settling on his brow, heavy as a continent, light as a final breath. Moros. That was the name. His name. A name that meant doom and death and the inevitable conclusion of all things, and it fit him the way a key fits a lock, so perfectly that the act of recognition felt less like discovery and more like remembering. He always woke before the river could speak clearly. Always woke gasping, not from fear but from something worse, homesickness. A bone-deep ache for a place he'd never been and a self he'd never known, and every morning the ache faded a little more, slipping through his fingers like water, like smoke, like the last seconds of a dream you desperately want to hold on to. Harry Potter opened his eyes and stared at the cracked ceiling of the smallest bedroom at number 4, Privet Drive. Summer. Late July. The kind of thick, airless heat that turned the upstairs into an oven and made the Dursleys even more unbearable than usual, which was saying something. Through the thin walls he could hear Dudley's television, some reality show about people screaming at each other over nothing, and the clink of Vernon's whiskey glass downstairs, and the particular quality of silence that meant Petunia was pretending he didn't exist. Standard operating procedure, really. He sat up, swung his legs over the side of the bed, and pressed his palms against his eyes until he saw colors. The dream was already fading. The river. The name. The taste of pomegranate. Gone, mostly. What remained was the feeling, that persistent, nagging sense of wrongness, like wearing shoes on the wrong feet. Like being a left hand shoved into a right hand glove. Like being something enormous crammed into something very, very small. Hedwig hooted softly from her cage. Harry dropped his hands and looked at her. She was watching him with those enormous amber eyes, head tilted, the way she always watched him after the dreams. Like she could see something he couldn't. "I'm fine, girl," he said. She ruffled her feathers in a way that very clearly communicated that she didn't believe him. Fair enough. He didn't believe himself either. Breakfast at the Dursleys was the usual exercise in creative hostility. Harry came downstairs, made toast, ate it standing at the counter because sitting at the table would have required Vernon to acknowledge his presence, and listened to his uncle hold forth on the declining state of the neighborhood. Foreigners, Vernon was saying, jabbing his sausage at the morning paper. That's what's wrong. Can't walk down the street without hearing some language that isn't English. Country's going to the dogs. Harry chewed his toast and said nothing. He'd learned years ago that engaging with Vernon's breakfast monologues was like arguing with weather, pointless and exhausting and likely to result in being locked in a cupboard. But something was different this morning. Had been different for weeks, actually, ever since the dreams started getting more vivid. There was a stillness in Harry that he couldn't quite explain. Not calm, exactly. Calm implied an absence of feeling. This was more like authority. Like the quiet confidence of someone who knows exactly how dangerous they are and doesn't need to prove it. Vernon seemed to feel it too, even if he couldn't name it. His eyes kept sliding toward Harry and then jerking away, like a compass needle that couldn't find north. When Harry reached across the counter for the butter, Vernon actually flinched. "Don't," Vernon started, his voice already climbing toward a bellow. Harry looked at him. That was all. He just looked. Didn't narrow his eyes, didn't clench his jaw, didn't do any of the things that usually preceded one of their confrontations. He simply turned his gaze on his uncle with the same expression you might use to observe an insect that had landed on your arm, mild, disinterested, utterly unhurried. Vernon's mouth opened. Then closed. His face went through an interesting series of colors, red to purple to a sort of waxy gray that Harry had never seen before, and then he looked down at his plate and resumed eating without another word. Petunia stared at her husband. Then at Harry. Then at her husband again. Harry finished his toast, rinsed his plate, and went back upstairs. Behind him, the kitchen was very quiet. He spent the rest of the morning packing. Not because the Dursleys had asked him to leave, they hadn't, which was itself a first, but because the feeling that had been building all summer had finally crystallized into something specific. He needed to go. Not wanted. Needed. The way your body needs to breathe after being held underwater. Something was pulling at him, a gentle but insistent tug behind his ribs, and it was pointing firmly in the direction of London. Specifically, it was pointing toward Grimmauld Place. Sirius's house. His house, now, technically, though thinking about it in those terms still felt like pressing on a bruise. Sirius had been dead for, 2 months? 3. The timeline had gone blurry, which happens sometimes with grief. It wasn't that the pain faded. It was more that your mind started refusing to keep accurate count of the days, because accurate counting meant acknowledging exactly how long the person had been gone, and some part of you wasn't ready for that particular math. He packed everything he owned, which didn't take long. Clothes, books, his firebolt, the mirror Sirius had given him, the photo album Hagrid had assembled. His entire life fit in a single trunk and a birdcage. 15 years of existence, and this was the sum total of what he had to show for it. The thought should have been depressing. Instead, it was liberating, almost. Like he'd been traveling light for a reason. Like some part of him had always known he wouldn't be staying long. He wrote a brief note to Dumbledore, polite, firm, not asking permission, and sent it off with Hedwig. Then he picked up his trunk, walked downstairs, and left. None of the Dursleys tried to stop him. Vernon didn't even look up from his paper. Petunia watched from the kitchen window as he walked down the garden path, and for just a moment, one brief, unguarded moment, something flickered across her face that might have been relief. Harry didn't blame her. Living with something you can't understand is exhausting. And whatever he was becoming, he was fairly certain even he didn't understand it yet. Grimmauld Place hadn't changed. Still dark, still grimy, still haunted by the lingering presence of decades of black family darkness. The house elf head still lined the stairwell. Walburga Black's portrait still screamed bloody murder when he walked through the door. Creature still lurked in the shadows, muttering about mudbloods and blood traders and the general decline of everything. But Harry felt something new when he crossed the threshold. A pulse. Like the house recognized him, not as Sirius's godson, not as the owner by inheritance, but as something else entirely. The dark magic embedded in the walls seemed to shiver and go quiet when he passed, the way a dog stops growling when it recognizes the scent of its master. He dropped his trunk in the hallway and stood still, listening. The house breathed around him. Old wood settling, pipes groaning, the distant scurry of something in the walls. But underneath all of that, faint and nearly imperceptible, he caught something else. A hum. Low and steady and ancient, coming from behind the walls of the drawing room. Harry followed it. Through the hall, past the troll-leg umbrella stand, up the stairs to the first landing where the black family tapestry covered an entire wall. The tapestry itself was enormous, a sprawling, centuries-old record of every witch and wizard born to the House of Black, connected by golden threads that pulsed faintly with residual magic. Burnt spots marked the disowned, Sirius, Andromeda, others whose names had been scrubbed from history by a family that valued purity over love. The hum was coming from behind the tapestry. Harry drew his wand and pressed his free hand against the fabric. It was warm. Not surface warm but deep warm, the same warmth as the river in his dreams, and when his fingers made contact, the golden threads nearest his touch flared bright and then went dark, one by one, as if a circuit was being completed. The tapestry split down the middle. Not tearing, it simply parted, the fabric pulling apart with the slow gravity of curtains being drawn, revealing a door that hadn't been there before. Or maybe it had always been there and nobody alive had been able to see it. It was black wood, unadorned, with no handle and no hinges, and set into its center was a symbol that made Harry's breath catch in his throat. A circle. Inside the circle, a triangle. Inside the triangle, a vertical line. But this wasn't the Deathly Hallows symbol as he'd seen it in books or heard it described. This was older. The lines were cruder, deeper, carved rather than drawn, and they seemed to shift and breathe when he looked at them, the geometry rearranging itself in ways that shouldn't have been possible in 3 dimensions. Harry touched the door. It opened. The room beyond was impossible. Not unlikely, not improbable, impossible. Grimmauld Place was a London townhouse. Its rooms were sized accordingly, narrow, tall, constrained by the physical reality of brick and mortar and load-bearing walls. This room was none of those things. It stretched. That was the only word for it. The ceiling vanished into shadow 30 feet above his head. The walls were lined with shelves, and the shelves held books, but also objects he couldn't identify, crystals that glowed with inner light, bones arranged in patterns that hurt to look at directly, jars of liquids in colors that didn't exist in nature. The air tasted like ozone and old paper and, very faintly, pomegranate. In the center of the room stood a desk. On the desk lay a single book, open to its middle pages, as if someone had been reading it and stepped away only moments ago. Harry crossed the room. His footsteps echoed in a way that suggested the space was even larger than it appeared, that what he was seeing was only the visible fraction of something that extended far beyond the limits of human perception. The closer he got to the desk, the louder the hum became, until it wasn't a hum at all but a chord, deep, resonant, the kind of sound you feel in your chest before you hear it with your ears. The book was bound in leather so dark it looked like compressed night. The pages were vellum, handwritten in an ink that shifted between black and dark green depending on the angle. The text was Greek, ancient, archaic, the kind of Greek that predated the classical period by centuries. Harry shouldn't have been able to read it. He read it perfectly. "He who is Moros shall walk among the mortal," the text said. "He shall shed his crown and his name and his memory, and he shall be born as they are born, and live as they live, and die as they," the text cut off. The page had been damaged, burned, by the look of it, the edges blackened and curled in a pattern that suggested deliberate destruction rather than accident. Someone had tried to erase what came next. But one line survived, written in larger letters near the bottom of the page, underlined 3 times, "He will know himself by the green light that cannot touch him." Harry read the line twice. 3 times. The words settled into him like stones dropping into deep water, each one sending out ripples that traveled to places inside him he hadn't known existed. The green light. The killing curse. The night in Godric's Hollow when a bolt of emerald death struck a 1-year-old baby and did not kill him. Not because of a mother's love. Not because of a sacrificial protection. Not because of any magic a mortal witch or wizard had ever performed. Because you can't kill death. Harry sat down heavily in the chair behind the desk and stared at the ancient text for a very long time. The hum had settled into a steady pulse that matched his heartbeat, or maybe his heartbeat had adjusted to match the hum. The distinction, he realized, might not matter. "Creature," he said. The house elf appeared with a crack, stooped and hostile and radiating resentment. But when he saw the room, when he saw where Harry was sitting and what he was reading, something extraordinary happened. Creature's eyes went wide. His mouth fell open. And then, slowly, with the stiff reluctance of someone performing a gesture they never expected to perform again, Creature bowed. Not the mocking, grudging bow he gave serious. A real one. Deep, formal, the kind of bow a servant makes to a true master. "The old books," Creature whispered. Master Arcturus spoke of them. "The hidden room. He said one day someone would come who could open the door, and when they did, Creature must serve." His voice was trembling. Not with fear, with something closer to reverence. "The Master has returned." "I'm not," Harry started. "The Master has returned," Creature repeated, and this time his voice was firm, almost fierce. "Creature has waited. Creature has been patient. And the Master has returned." Harry looked at the book. Then at Creature. Then at his own hands, which were perfectly steady despite the fact that his entire understanding of himself had just been detonated like a bomb. "Right," he said quietly. Then, I think. And bring me everything else in this room that's written in Greek." He spent 3 days in the hidden room. The collection was extensive, not just the one book but dozens, stacked on shelves and tucked into drawers and hidden inside compartments that opened only when Harry touched them. The Black family, it turned out, had been collecting references to death gods and divine reincarnation for generations. Not out of devotion or worship, but out of the cold, calculated hunger that defined pure-blood ambition, they wanted the power. They believed that if they could identify the mortal vessel of a death god, they could bind it to their bloodline. They hadn't managed it. The texts were fragmentary, contradictory, written in half a dozen dead languages by people who were working from memory and rumor rather than direct knowledge. But Harry could read them all. Every word, every language, as easily as if they were written in English, and the cumulative picture they painted was both exhilarating and terrifying. Moros. The eldest of the death gods. Not a grim reaper, not a psychopomp, not a judge of souls. Something more fundamental than any of those things. Moros was death itself, not the act of dying, but the concept. The boundary. The line between is and was, between living and gone. He existed before the Greek pantheon gave him a name, before humans had language to describe him, before there were humans at all. He was the first god and, in some tellings, the last. And 10,000 years ago, give or take a millennium, the texts disagreed on specifics. Moros had done something unprecedented. He'd stepped down. Shed his divinity like a snake shedding its skin. Entered the mortal cycle of birth and death and rebirth, sealing his own memories in the process, because the whole point was to experience mortality as mortals experienced it, blind, fragile, and terrified of the dark. Why? The texts were vague on this point, but the most consistent explanation was curiosity. Moros had watched billions of souls cross the threshold he governed, and he'd never understood why they fought so hard to stay on the other side. Why they clung. Why they wept. Why a mother would throw herself in front of a green light to save a child she'd known for barely a year. He wanted to understand, and the only way to understand was to become what they were. The texts also mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that Moros's departure had left a vacancy. A throne without a king. A duty without a god. And nature, divine nature, abhors a vacuum. Something else had taken his place. Harry made a note of that. It felt important. On the 4th day, Dumbledore came to Grimmauld Place. Harry was in the kitchen, eating a sandwich Creature had made him, properly made, with fresh bread and actual ingredients, because Creature had undergone a personality transplant since discovering the hidden room. The house elf was currently reorganizing the pantry while humming what sounded like a funeral dirge, which Harry suspected was his version of a cheerful work song. Dumbledore arrived by flu, stepping out of the fireplace with the careful precision of a man who'd long since mastered the art of not stumbling on the dismount. He looked old. Older than Harry remembered. The hand he extended in greeting was blackened and withered, tucked into his sleeve in a way that suggested he'd rather not discuss it. "Harry. You left Privet Drive early." "I did. The blood wards, don't need them anymore." Harry said it with a certainty that surprised both of them. But it was true. He could feel it. Whatever protection the wards had provided was insignificant compared to what was waking up inside him. Like comparing a nightlight to the sun. Dumbledore studied him over his half-moon spectacles. Those blue eyes, usually twinkling with carefully performed warmth, were sharp and searching. "Something has changed," Dumbledore said. It wasn't a question. "Found a room. Behind the tapestry. Greek texts about," Harry paused, trying to find the right words. "About what I am." A flicker. Brief, controlled, but unmistakable, something moved behind Dumbledore's eyes that looked very much like recognition. Not surprise. Recognition. "You knew," Harry said. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. He sat down at the kitchen table, accepted the tea Creature brought with a gracious nod, and wrapped his good hand around the cup. "I suspected," he said carefully. "The night you survived the killing curse, I performed every diagnostic charm I knew. Every analysis, every test, every obscure magical assessment that might explain how a baby could survive the unsurvivable. The results were inconsistent with any known magical phenomenon." Meaning that what protected you was not your mother's sacrifice, although Lily's love was real and powerful, and I do not diminish it. Meaning that the killing curse did not bounce off a shield or a ward or any form of magical defense. It simply. Dumbledore hesitated. Stopped. As if it had encountered something it recognized as a higher authority. As if the spell knew its master. The kitchen was very quiet. Creature had stopped humming. "Why didn't you tell me?" Harry's voice was level. Not angry, not yet. But the potential for anger was there, banked like coals. "Because I wasn't certain. Because I hoped I was wrong. Because the implications, Harry," Dumbledore set down his cup. "If I was right, then the prophecy, the war, Voldemort himself, all of it becomes a footnote. A dark wizard who accidentally knocked on death's door and woke the god sleeping behind it. The stakes become considerably larger than one man's quest for immortality." "What stakes?" Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Then he said, very quietly, "The last time a death god walked among mortals was in ancient Sumeria, approximately 4,000 years ago. The resulting conflict killed an estimated 2 million people and ended a civilization. And that was a lesser deity, Harry. If the texts I've studied are correct, Moros was not lesser. Moros was the first. The original. The god from whom all other death entities derive their authority." Harry absorbed this. "So you kept me ignorant to keep me small," he said. "I kept you safe. I kept you human. I gave you time to develop the connections and values and, yes, the love, that might anchor you when the truth finally came. Because a god without human attachments is a terrifying thing, Harry. And a death god without compassion is the end of everything." Harry wanted to be angry. Part of him was. But a larger part, the part that remembered the river, the warmth, the bone-deep sense of coming home, understood. Dumbledore had been afraid. Not of Harry, but for him. For what happens when an infinite being wakes up inside a finite body and has no reason to stay? "I have reasons," Harry said. Dumbledore blinked. "I beg your pardon." "Reasons to stay human." "Ron." Hermione. Hogwarts. Everything Sirius died to protect. I have reasons. He met Dumbledore's eyes. So stop keeping secrets. Whatever you know, whatever you've found, I need it. All of it. Because Voldemort is out there, and he's not the biggest problem anymore, and we both know it. Something in Dumbledore's expression shifted. The carefully maintained grandfatherly warmth fell away like a mask being lowered, and what was behind it was sharper, rawer, more real. An old man who had been carrying an impossible weight for too long, looking at the one person who might be able to carry it with him. No, Dumbledore said. He is not the biggest problem. Not anymore. He glanced at his blackened hand. But he is the most immediate one. I have information about his Horcruxes, the objects in which he's hidden fragments of his soul. I was going to share this with you this year, at Hogwarts. Private lessons. But perhaps, he looked around the kitchen, at the hidden room's door visible through the hallway, at Creature watching from the shadows, perhaps the timeline has accelerated. Tell me about the Horcruxes, Harry said. And then I'll tell you what I found in the Greek texts. And then we'll figure out the rest together. Dumbledore studied him for another long moment, and then he smiled. It was a small, tired, genuine smile, the first one Harry had seen from him that didn't feel rehearsed. Together, he said. Yes. I think that's rather the point. The intelligence about Voldemort's Horcruxes was both more and less alarming than Harry expected. More, because the scope of it was staggering. Voldemort hadn't split his soul once or twice but 6 times, creating 7 fragments total, scattering them across objects of significance and hiding them behind layers of protection that were as creative as they were vicious. The diary Harry had destroyed in second year was one. Dumbledore had recently found and destroyed another, a ring, the source of his blackened hand, a piece of dark magic so potent that it had nearly killed him in the process. Less alarming, because Harry could feel them. Not precisely, not like a compass pointing north. More like a vibration, a wrongness at the edges of his awareness, the same way you can feel a sour note in a piece of music even if you can't name the frequency. Voldemort's soul fragments were abominations. They were violations of the natural order, knots tied in threads that were meant to run straight, and some part of Harry, the part that was waking up, the part that governed the boundary between life and death, found them deeply, profoundly offensive. I can find them, Harry said, and the certainty in his own voice startled him. Not today, not from here. But if I get close enough, I'll know. Dumbledore nodded slowly. That is, considerably more efficient than the method I had in mind, which involved a great deal of detective work and a pensieve. We should still do that. I want to understand Voldemort, not just hunt him. Knowing where the Horcruxes are means nothing if we don't understand why he chose what he chose. A strategic mind, Dumbledore said, and there was something almost wistful in his tone. You've changed, Harry. I'm changing, Harry corrected. Not sure I'm done yet. They talked for hours. About the Horcruxes. About Voldemort's history. About the Order of the Phoenix and its struggling war effort and the Ministry's ongoing campaign of denial and incompetence. About the blackened hand, which Dumbledore admitted was a death sentence, the ring's curse was eating him slowly, and Snape's intervention had only bought time, not salvation. Harry listened to that last part and felt something shift inside him. A door opening. A capability he hadn't known he possessed, sliding into his awareness like a word you've forgotten suddenly returning to you mid-sentence. Give me your hand, he said. Dumbledore hesitated. Albus. Give me your hand. There was a quality in Harry's voice that hadn't been there before. Not command, exactly, something quieter, deeper. The voice of someone accustomed to being obeyed not because they demanded it but because obedience was the natural response to their authority. Dumbledore, who had not taken orders from anyone in half a century, extended his blackened hand without another word. Harry took it. The skin was papery and cold, the fingers swollen, the veins dark with corrupted magic. He could see it, Not with his eyes but with something else, a sense he didn't have a name for yet. The curse was a black vine wrapped around the bones of Dumbledore's hand, growing slowly, sending tendrils up his arm toward his heart. Left unchecked, it would reach him in less than a year. Harry couldn't remove it. That realization arrived with clinical clarity. The curse was too deeply rooted, too entangled with Dumbledore's own life force. Pulling it out would kill him faster than leaving it in. But he could slow it down. He pressed his thumb against the center of Dumbledore's palm and pushed. Not physically, there was no force involved, no spell, no incantation. He simply exerted his will on the boundary between the living tissue and the dead tissue flinched. The black vine recoiled. It didn't disappear, it retreated, pulling back from Dumbledore's wrist to his fingers, condensing, compressing. The swelling reduced. The dark veins faded. By the time Harry released his grip, the damage was still visible but contained, limited to the hand itself, the tendrils cut off from their advance. Dumbledore stared at his hand. Flexed his fingers. Looked up at Harry with an expression that was, for once, completely unguarded. That should have been impossible, he whispered. Probably, Harry agreed. He was sweating. Whatever he'd done had cost something, energy, maybe, or something more fundamental. His vision was slightly blurred and his hands were shaking. How much time did that buy you? Dumbledore tested his hand again. Color was returning to the skin, the papery gray warming to something closer to normal. If I'm any judge, years. Perhaps many years. His voice was unsteady. Harry, what you just did, no healer, no magic I've ever encountered, I didn't heal it. I told it to stop. There's a difference. Yes, Dumbledore said softly. There rather is. Ron's letter arrived by owl the next morning, characteristically blunt and profoundly Ron, heard you left the Dursleys. Mum's having kittens. Dad says you can come to the Burrow whenever. Hermione's already here. She's been reading about something she won't tell us about and she's got that look, you know the one. Also Fred and George say if you're doing anything illegal they want in. Come soon, yeah. Harry smiled, a real smile, the kind that starts in your chest before it reaches your mouth. Ron's letters always did that. They were so aggressively normal, so stubbornly ordinary, that they acted as a kind of gravitational anchor. No matter how strange things got, Ron was still Ron, loyal, funny, slightly obsessed with the Chudley canons, and absolutely incapable of writing a letter longer than one paragraph. He wrote back, coming to the Burrow soon. Tell Hermione I have something she needs to see. Tell Fred and George nothing is illegal yet but the night is young. H. Hedwig took the letter with a dignified hoot and departed through the kitchen window. Harry watched her go, a white speck against the grey London sky, and felt the pull again, that tug behind his ribs, gentle but insistent. Not toward the Burrow. Toward something else. Somewhere close. Somewhere that smelled like smoke and old gold and fear. He ignored it. Went back to the Greek texts. Tried to focus. The pull grew stronger. Hermione's letter arrived that afternoon, and it was, predictably, 7 times longer than Ron's. She'd been researching Patronus theory, specifically the conditions under which a Patronus could change form. Most of what she'd found was standard textbook material, emotional trauma, significant life changes, deep romantic attachment. But she'd dug deeper than the textbooks, because she was Hermione and digging deeper was what she did, and she'd found a reference in an obscure 18th century text to something called essence manifestation. The author argues, Hermione wrote, that in extremely rare cases, a Patronus doesn't reflect the caster's emotional state but their fundamental nature. Their magical identity, if you will. There are only 3 documented cases in magical history, and in each one, the change preceded a significant transformation in the caster's abilities. Harry, I don't want to alarm you, but I've been thinking about what happened at the Department of Mysteries, about how you survived the killing curse again, and I have some questions I'd rather ask in person. Please come soon. H. Under that, in smaller handwriting, she'd added, P.S. I've also been looking into ancient Greek death cults. I know that sounds odd. I'll explain when you're here. Harry set the letter down and stared at it for a long moment. Hermione, brilliant, relentless Hermione, was already circling the truth from the outside. She didn't have the pieces he had, the hidden room, the Greek texts, the dreams, but she had her instincts, and Hermione's instincts were essentially a superpower in their own right. He needed to tell them. Both of them. Soon. Because whatever was happening to him was accelerating, and he was going to need his friends before the end of it. But first, the pull. It was sharper now. More urgent. Not painful, but impossible to ignore, like a phone ringing in an empty house. Something bad was about to happen. And it needed him there when it did. 3 days later, Diagon Alley burned. Not literally, there were no flames, no fire. But the destruction was systematic and thorough in a way that spoke of military precision rather than chaos. Death Eaters operated at noon, timing it for maximum civilian presence. They hit Gringotts first, sealing the doors to trap anyone inside. Then the shops, systematically, starting from both ends of the alley and working inward. Curses flew like rain. People screamed and ran and fell. Harry felt it happen. He was at Grimmauld Place, reading another of the Greek texts, and the sensation hit him like a wave, a sudden spike of death and fear and pain that cut through his concentration like a knife through silk. Not Voldemort's mind pressing against his. Something different. Something that lived in his own bones. People were dying. He could feel each one. A candle going out. A thread being cut. And underneath the individual deaths, a pattern, a shape to the violence that was deliberate and directional, designed to funnel the chaos toward a single point. It was a trap. For him. He went anyway. Apparition was supposed to feel like being squeezed through a rubber tube. For Harry, it felt like stepping sideways, a brief moment of displacement, barely noticeable, and then he was standing in the middle of Diagon Alley with his wand in his hand and death all around him. The scene was worse than he'd felt from a distance. Florian Fortescue's was rubble. Ollivander's was on fire, actual fire, this time, dark flames that ate through the ancient wood with malicious hunger. Bodies lay in the street. Not many, but enough. A witch in purple robes crumpled near the fountain. An old wizard face down outside Flourish and Blots. A child, no. Harry shut that thought down hard. Later. Grieve later. Act now. There were at least 20 Death Eaters visible, moving in teams of 3 and 4, their masks gleaming white against the smoke. They were organized, disciplined, casting with purpose rather than panic. This wasn't a raid. It was an operation. Harry moved. He didn't announce himself. Didn't shout or challenge or do any of the things that heroes were supposed to do in the stories. He simply started casting, and his spells hit with a precision that was almost mechanical. Stunners that connected before the targets could react. Disarming charms that stripped wands from grips like plucking feathers. A shield charm cast not around himself but around a cluster of civilians huddling behind an overturned cart, and the shield held against 3 simultaneous curses without wavering. The Death Eaters noticed him. Of course they did. The famous scar, the glasses, the sheer audacity of a 16-year-old walking into a war zone like he owned the place. They adjusted, redirecting fire, converging on his position with the practiced coordination of soldiers. Harry didn't retreat. He walked forward, casting as he moved, and something about the way he moved made the nearest Death Eater hesitate. It wasn't speed, though he was fast. It wasn't power, though his spells hit harder than they should have. It was confidence. An absolute, bone-deep certainty that he belonged here, that this was exactly where he was supposed to be, and that the people trying to kill him were making a catastrophic error in judgment. A killing curse screamed toward him from the left. Harry didn't dodge. He turned his head, tracked it with his eyes the way you'd watch a bird cross a window, and at the last possible moment he stepped sideways. The curse missed by inches, close enough to ruffle his hair, and Harry responded with a stunner that hit the caster square in the chest and launched her backward through a shop window. 2 more killing curses. He sidestepped both. Not barely, not desperately, smoothly, like a dancer who'd rehearsed the choreography. Because some part of him knew the green light intimately. Knew its speed, its trajectory, its behavior. Knew it the way a musician knows their instrument, the way a painter knows their colors. The killing curse was death made manifest, and death was his native language. Then everything changed. The order arrived, Lupin, Tonks, Moody, Kingsley, a dozen others, and the battle expanded into something sprawling and desperate. The Death Eaters had numbers and preparation, the Order had experience and fury. The alley became a maze of curses and counter-curses, of running battles and desperate last stands, of small kindnesses and enormous cruelties happening simultaneously within the space of a single city block. Harry fought alongside Kingsley for a stretch, the two of them covering each other's flanks as they pushed toward Gringotts where the trapped civilians were running out of air. Kingsley cast with the efficient brutality of a career auror, every spell designed to disable as quickly as possible. Harry matched his pace and then exceeded it, and he saw Kingsley glance at him with an expression that was equal parts admiration and unease. "When did you get this good, Potter?" Kingsley shouted over the noise. Harry didn't have an answer for that. He was operating on something beyond skill, an awareness of the battlefield that bordered on precognition, a sense of where the danger was and where it wasn't, of which threats were real and which were feints. Every Death Eater who felt like a note being struck in a chord only he could hear. They reached Gringotts. Harry blasted the sealed doors open with a spell he didn't remember learning and was halfway certain he'd invented on the spot, and the trapped civilians streamed out, coughing and crying and stumbling into the light. That's when they brought in the Dementors. A wall of cold. Not the mild chill of their usual presence but something arctic, overwhelming, the kind of cold that freezes thought and memory and hope. 30 Dementors at least, gliding over the rooftops, their ragged cloaks trailing shadow, and the effect was immediate. Order members faltered. Civilians screamed. Even Moody, who feared nothing living, took a step back. Harry raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. He said it quietly. Almost conversationally. And the Patronus that erupted from his wand was not a stag. It had been a stag. For years, it had been a stag, his father's form, his father's legacy, a shield made of happy memories and desperate hope. But Harry's internal landscape had shifted, and the shape of his soul had shifted with it, and what burst from his wand now was something that made every person in the alley stop and stare. A thestral. Enormous, skeletal, beautiful in the way that a storm is beautiful, all dark energy and impossible grace. It spread its wings and the wingspan was 30 feet at least, a canopy of silver-white light that drove the cold back like dawn breaking through a winter night. The Dementors scattered. Not retreated, scattered, breaking formation, fleeing in every direction, because whatever the Patronus was radiating was not just the absence of despair but the presence of something they couldn't process. Authority. Dominion. The fundamental assertion of a power that predated their existence by eons. The entire alley fell silent. Harry lowered his wand. The Thestral Patronus circled once, twice, 3 times above the battlefield, and then dissolved into motes of light that drifted down like snow. Where each mote touched a person, the cold retreated. Where each mote touched a wound, the bleeding slowed. For a long moment, nobody moved. Death Eaters and Order members alike stood frozen, staring at the boy in the middle of the alley who had just done something that shouldn't have been possible. Then the screaming started again, because Voldemort's people were disciplined but not stupid, and they used the moment of shock to fall back. Apparition cracks echoed through the smoke as the Death Eaters retreated, taking their wounded, leaving their dead. The battle was over. But the real damage had already been done. Not to the alley. To secrecy. The immediate aftermath was a masterclass in chaos theory, every individual reaction spawning 3 more, every attempt at containment creating new breaches. Kingsley pulled Harry aside near the ruins of Ollivanders, his dark face unreadable. "I need you to understand something, Potter. I've been an Auror for 20 years. I've fought dark wizards, dueled dark creatures, and I was there the night Voldemort fell the first time. I have never seen anyone do what you did today. I'm not finished." Kingsley's voice was low, urgent, the voice of a man who knew that walls had ears and some ears were connected to mouths that reported to very dangerous people. "There are going to be questions. From the ministry, from the press, from people you've never heard of. My advice? Don't answer them. Don't explain. Don't demonstrate. Do you understand? Why? Because there are things in this world that people aren't ready to know about. Things that scare them. And scared people do desperate things." He held Harry's gaze. "I'm on your side. Remember that. But not everyone will be." He clapped Harry on the shoulder, a firm, grounding gesture that said more than words could, and walked away to coordinate with the arriving Auror teams. Moody found him next. The old Auror stumped over through the rubble, his magical eye spinning wildly, his scarred face arranged in an expression that might have been a smile if you were feeling generous. "Thestral Patronus," he growled. "Haven't seen one of those since." He stopped. His magical eye fixed on Harry, and for the first time in Harry's experience, it went completely still. "Since ever, actually. Never seen one. Didn't think it was possible. Apparently it is. Apparently." Moody's normal eye narrowed. "You're not what you were, Potter. 6 months ago you were a talented kid with more guts than sense. Now you're something else. I don't know what yet, and I don't much like not knowing things, so I'm going to be watching you." "Is that a threat?" "It's a professional assessment. Threats come with more shouting." He stumped away, wooden leg clacking on the cobblestones, his magical eye rotating back to its usual paranoid surveillance pattern. Harry stood alone in the ruined street and breathed. In. Out. The adrenaline was fading, and in its place came something heavier, the weight of what had happened, the people who died, the injuries he couldn't heal because he hadn't been fast enough or close enough or aware enough. Survivor's guilt, layered on top of the usual post-battle crash, layered on top of the existential vertigo of learning that you might be an ancient deity in a teenager's body. It was a lot. Even for him. There was a child. Harry found her in the wreckage of Fortescue's, hidden under a collapsed table, clutching a stuffed hippogriff that was singed but intact. She was maybe 5 years old, with dark curly hair and enormous brown eyes and a gash on her forehead that was bleeding freely. She wasn't crying. She was past crying, in that hollow-eyed space where terror had burned through every available emotion and left only a blank, animal numbness. Harry knelt beside her. "Hey. It's okay. You're safe now." She stared at him. No recognition, no relief. Just the flat, unreactive gaze of a child in shock. He reached out and touched her forehead, gently, right at the edge of the wound. The same sense that had let him see Dumbledore's curse activated without his asking, he could see the injury, the broken capillaries, the swelling tissue, the pain signals firing uselessly along nerve pathways. It was a simple wound. Not cursed, not dark magic. Just a piece of falling masonry meeting fragile skin. He pushed. Gently, so gently, the lightest possible exertion of whatever force lived inside him. And the wound closed. The bleeding stopped. The skin knitted together, not instantly but quickly, the body's own healing processes accelerated by a factor of 100. In 3 seconds, the gash was gone. Not even a scar. The girl blinked. Reached up and touched her forehead. Looked at her clean fingers. Then looked at Harry with an expression that was no longer blank but wide open, wondering, the way children look at magic before they learn to take it for granted. "Are you an angel?" she asked. Harry smiled. "No. Just Harry." Someone gasped behind him. He turned. A woman was standing in the rubble, young, blonde, with the kind of sharp, aristocratic features that spoke of old wizarding blood. She was holding a smaller girl against her hip, a girl of maybe 13 who was clutching her arm where a nasty hex had left a wound that was refusing to close, the edges blackened with dark magic. But that wasn't why the woman had gasped. She'd seen the healing. The wound closing under his touch. And she was looking at Harry with an expression that was equal parts hope and terror, because she recognized what she'd seen and she knew, that it was impossible. "My sister," the woman said. Her voice was tight, controlled, the voice of someone who would not fall apart in public no matter what it cost her privately. "She was hit by a dark curse. The wound won't close." Harry stood. He walked over. Up close, he could see the resemblance between the two, same cheekbones, same gray-green eyes, same straight posture even in the middle of a disaster. The younger girl was trying very hard to be brave, her jaw clenched, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "May I?" Harry asked, directing the question to the younger girl, not the older. She was the one in pain. Her consent was the one that mattered. The girl nodded. He took her arm carefully. The wound was ugly, a curse he recognized as a variation of Dolahov's specialty, designed to resist magical healing. The dark magic clung to the edges of the wound like tar, preventing the tissue from reconnecting. For a healer, this would have been a nightmare. Days of treatment, specialized counter-curses, the risk of permanent scarring. Harry looked at the dark magic. It looked back. And then it retreated, not slowly, not grudgingly, but immediately, the way shadows retreat from light. Because the dark magic in the curse was, at its fundamental level, a derivative of death magic, and death magic answered to Harry the way a soldier answers to a general. The wound closed in seconds. Clean, complete, without a mark. The younger girl exhaled. A long, shuddering breath that carried weeks of tension out of her body. It doesn't hurt anymore. Astoria. The older girl, woman, really, though she couldn't have been more than 17, pulled her sister into a tight embrace. Over Astoria's shoulder, she met Harry's eyes. "Thank you," she said. Just that. No gushing, no tears, no dramatic declarations. 2 words, delivered with a quiet intensity that made them sound like a vow. "You're welcome, Daphne. Daphne Greengrass." She extended her hand. Her grip was firm, her gaze direct. "And I know who you are, Potter. Everyone knows who you are. But I don't think anyone knows what you are. Including you." Harry shook her hand. There was something in her eyes that he recognized, the sharp, assessing intelligence of someone who had learned early that the world was dangerous and had decided to be dangerous back. Not aggressive. Not cruel. Just prepared. Armed with observation and strategy the way others were armed with wands. "Working on it," he said. "Work faster." She glanced at Astoria, who was flexing her healed arm with wide-eyed wonder. "My sister has a blood curse. She's had it since birth. Every healer we've consulted says it's terminal." She looked back at Harry, and her eyes were very steady. "What you just did shouldn't be possible. If you can do the impossible, I need to know about it." She needs to know about it. There was no begging in her voice. No desperation. Just a clear, level statement of fact from a person who had spent years searching for a solution and had just watched one walk into her life wearing glasses and covered in dust. "I don't know what I can do yet," Harry said honestly. "Then find out. And when you do, find me." She took Astoria's hand and walked away, straight-backed, composed, navigating the rubble with the ease of someone who'd been walking through wreckage her whole life. Harry watched her go and felt something he couldn't quite name. Not attraction, not yet, something more fundamental. Recognition. The sense of meeting someone who was going to matter. The aftermath was chaos. Aurors arrived too late to help and too early to avoid getting in the way. Reporters swarmed in behind them, vultures in press badges, shouting questions at anyone who'd hold still long enough to answer. The dead were carried out on conjured stretchers. The wounded were triaged in the street. And everyone was talking about Harry. Not just the fighting, though that was part of it. Not just the Patronus, though that was most of it. It was the killing curses. Multiple people had seen Death Eaters fire killing curses directly at Harry Potter, and Harry Potter had simply stepped aside each time with the casual ease of someone avoiding puddles on a sidewalk. That wasn't skill. That wasn't luck. That was something else entirely, and the wizarding world was collectively trying to figure out what. Harry avoided the reporters. Avoided the Aurors. Avoided everyone, really, until a hand caught his arm and he turned to find Nymphadora Tonks grinning at him with soot on her face and blood on her robes. That was absolutely mental, she said cheerfully. The Thestral Patronus? 30 Dementors running like they'd seen a ghost. Which, I mean, technically they are ghosts, sort of, but, you get the point. Harry, what the bloody hell was that? I'm not sure yet. Well, when you figure it out, let me know, because Moody's been muttering about power signatures and anomalous magical profiles for the last 20 minutes and I think he might actually be impressed, which as far as I know has never happened before in the history of Alastair Moody. Harry almost smiled. Tonks had that effect, the ability to make even the aftermath of a battle feel manageable, human, survivable. But then he saw something over her shoulder that wiped the smile away before it could fully form. A woman on a rooftop. Grey cloak, hood pulled low, standing at the edge of a building across the alley. She was holding something, a camera or something shaped like a camera. And she was pointing it directly at Harry. He blinked. Looked again. She was gone. Dumbledore arrived at Grimmauld Place that evening. He didn't look old anymore. He looked worried, which was considerably worse. 3 killing curses, he said, settling into the kitchen chair that was rapidly becoming his. In full view of approximately 200 witnesses. I dodged them. You did not dodge them, Harry. I've spoken to 6 separate eyewitnesses, including Kingsley. You stepped aside. There is a meaningful difference between dodging, which implies effort and urgency, and stepping aside, which implies foreknowledge and contempt. Harry considered this. I wouldn't call it contempt. I just wasn't afraid of them. I knew they wouldn't hit me. Not couldn't. Wouldn't. Like they were choosing to miss. Dumbledore was quiet for a very long time. The green light that cannot touch him, he murmured. Yeah. That. Harry, what happened today has set in motion something I cannot control. The magical world now knows that you are, at minimum, immune to the killing curse. The implications of that will ripple outward in ways we cannot predict. Voldemort will hear of it. The Ministry will hear of it. And there are other parties who monitor such things. Other parties? Dumbledore's gaze was distant, focused on something Harry couldn't see. There are organizations older than the Ministry, older than Hogwarts, older than the wizarding world as we know it. Organizations that exist for one purpose, to ensure that certain powers remain dormant. Powers like yours. You're saying people are going to come after me. Not Voldemort. Someone else. I'm saying that what happened in Diagon Alley today was the equivalent of lighting a signal fire on a mountain peak. Everyone will see it. Not everyone who comes to investigate will be friendly. Harry leaned back in his chair. He should have been afraid. Some part of him knew that fear was the appropriate response to learning that unknown, ancient organizations might be targeting you. But the fear wouldn't come. What came instead was clarity, the clean, cold certainty that he'd felt in the battle, the sense of being exactly where he was supposed to be, doing exactly what he was supposed to do. Death wasn't destruction. Death was transition. And transition required a steady hand. "Let them come," he said. Dumbledore studied him. "That," he said, "is precisely what concerns me." Harry understood the concern. He even respected it. Dumbledore had spent his entire life managing threats, calibrating responses, playing the long game with the patience of a man who knew that most problems could be solved by the careful application of time and wisdom. And here was Harry, a boy with an awakening god's power and a teenager's impatience, saying, "Let them come," with the casual confidence of someone who genuinely didn't understand what fear was anymore. But Harry also knew something Dumbledore didn't. Something he couldn't articulate yet, not in words, not in any language he currently spoke. He knew that whatever was waking up inside him wasn't chaos. It wasn't rage or hunger or the mindless destructive force that Dumbledore feared. It was order. Structure. The deep, fundamental architecture of the universe asserting itself through him, using him as a conduit, a vessel, a point of contact between the abstract and the real. Death wasn't destruction. Death was transition. And transition required a steady hand. "I'm not going to lose myself, Albus," Harry said quietly. "That's what you're afraid of, isn't it? That I'll wake up one day and I won't be Harry anymore. That the god will eat the boy." Dumbledore said nothing, but his silence was confirmation enough. "I won't let that happen. I've got too many people counting on me to stay human. And honestly," he paused, searching for the right words. "The parts of me that are waking up. They're not separate from who I am. They're not some alien intelligence taking over. They feel like pieces of a puzzle that were always missing, clicking into place. Like I'm becoming more myself, not less." "That," Dumbledore said softly, "is either the most reassuring thing you could have said, or the most terrifying. I have not yet decided which." Harry grinned. It was a very human grin, lopsided, slightly reckless, the grin of a 16-year-old who just fought a battle and survived and was still running on adrenaline and the wild joy of being alive. Whatever else was changing, that hadn't changed yet. "Get back to me when you figure it out," he said. He pulled a folded piece of parchment from his robes and set it on the table. "I think it's time we discussed what I know about the being who took your place. The texts call him Kairos. He has been ruling the space between life and death for 10,000 years, and he is not going to surrender it willingly." Harry looked at the parchment. Then at Dumbledore. Then out the window, where the London skyline was backlit by the last light of a summer sunset, the whole city going gold and amber and shadow. "One problem at a time," he said. "Voldemort first. Then the people watching me. Then," he paused, and in that pause something flickered behind his eyes, something ancient and vast and briefly, brilliantly aware. "Then the pretender on my throne." Dumbledore's teacup rattled in its saucer. Harry blinked. The flicker was gone, and he was just a 16-year-old again, tired and hungry and slightly overwhelmed. "Sorry. I don't know where that came from." "I do," Dumbledore said quietly. "And I think, Harry, that we have been asking the wrong questions about you for a very long time." Outside, the sun went down. In the Department of Mysteries, 5 floors below the streets of London, the veil between life and death shuddered. A pulse rippled through it, the first in 10,000 years, and the whispering voices behind the ancient stone archway fell silent for exactly 3 seconds. Then they began to chant a name. A name that meant doom, and death, and the inevitable conclusion of all things. A name that had finally come home. Harry couldn't sleep that night. Not because of the dreams, for once, the river was quiet, the darkness still. He couldn't sleep because his mind wouldn't stop turning, cataloging, sorting through everything that had happened in a single impossible day. The battle. The killing curses. The Patronus. Daphne Greengrass and her sister and the quiet steel in her voice when she said, "Work faster." He wandered through Grimmauld Place in the dark. The house was different at night. The oppressive gloom of the Black family's legacy felt less like a threat and more like a cocoon. Shadows pooled in the corners and shifted when he passed, not menacing but deferential, parting for him the way crowds part for someone important. He found himself in the drawing room, standing before the repaired tapestry. The names of the Black family glinted in the moonlight. Sirius's name, unburned. Harry had restored it during his first day here, a simple act of will that the house had accepted without resistance. His godfather's name now shone as brightly as any other, connected by golden threads to parents and cousins and the long, tangled lineage of a family that had confused darkness for strength. "I miss you," Harry said to the empty room. "I know that's normal. I know grief is normal. But I can feel where you went, Sirius. I can feel the path you took. And it's not bad. Wherever you are, it's not bad." He pressed his hand against the tapestry, over Sirius's name. The golden threads warmed beneath his touch. "I'm going to fix this. All of it. The war, Voldemort, whatever's coming after. I'm going to fix it, and I'm going to do it without becoming something you'd be ashamed of. That's my promise." The room was quiet. But something in the quality of the quiet changed, from absence to presence, from emptiness to peace. As if the house itself was acknowledging his words. As if the dead were listening. Harry stayed there for a long time, his hand on the tapestry, feeling the warmth of connections that death couldn't sever. Then he went upstairs, lay down on the bed in the room he'd claimed as his, and closed his eyes. The dreams, when they came, were gentle. The river was still there, dark and infinite and warm. But for the first time, Harry didn't stand at its edge. He waded in. The water rose to his ankles, his knees, his waist. It wasn't cold. It wasn't frightening. It was welcoming, the embrace of something that had been waiting for him to come home. In the dream, he looked down at his reflection. The face looking back was his own, not older, not crowned, not wearing the robes of a god. Just Harry. Just a boy standing in the water, with green eyes that held something vast and ancient and kind. The reflection smiled. And Harry smiled back. He slept without nightmares for the first time in months. Somewhere far from London, in a room that smelled of old paper and older magic, a woman in a grey cloak pinned a photograph to a corkboard already crowded with clippings, diagrams, and maps connected by colored string. The photograph showed a teenage boy standing in a ruined street, green light dissolving against his skin like mist. His expression was calm. His eyes were wrong. She stepped back and studied the board. Decades of research. Centuries of institutional knowledge. The last time they'd identified a divine incarnation, it had taken 7 years to confirm and 3 minutes to execute. This one was different. This one had already manifested publicly. This one was already accelerating. She picked up a quill and wrote a short message on a piece of parchment that would burn itself after delivery. Erasmus, Morrow's Protocol. Subject is a minor, currently enrolled at Hogwarts School. Public manifestation confirmed, killing curse immunity, anomalous Patronus, healing abilities inconsistent with known magic. Recommend immediate classification as Priority Alpha. We are out of time. She sealed the letter, attached it to a bird that was not quite an owl and not quite anything else, and sent it into the night. Then she looked at the photograph one more time. The boy with the wrong eyes. The boy who couldn't die. God help us, she whispered. But she knew, better than most, that the gods were exactly the problem. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, What Kings Fear. The Hogwarts Express looked exactly the same as it always did, which Harry found oddly comforting. The scarlet engine belching white steam into the grey September morning. The chaos of platform 9 3/4, parents fussing, owls hooting, first years looking terrified and excited in roughly equal measure. The familiar, beautiful mundanity of it all, as if the wizarding world hadn't been rocked to its foundations 2 weeks ago by the sight of a 16-year-old boy holding the killing curse's attention like it was a mildly interesting party trick. Harry stepped through the barrier and immediately felt the shift. Not in the air, not in the magic, in the people. Every head on the platform turned. Not the usual double takes he'd grown up with, the quick glance at the scar followed by the whispered, "Is that really him?" This was different. This was staring. Open, unblinking, the way people stare at something they can't categorize, something that sits in the uncanny valley between familiar and impossible. A mother pulled her child behind her as Harry walked past. Not aggressively, instinctively, the way you'd step back from the edge of a cliff. The child peered around her legs with wide eyes. "Mum, is that Harry Potter?" "The one who, hush, dear." Harry kept walking. He could feel every eye on him like pinpricks of heat on his skin, and underneath the attention, something else, a low hum of emotion that he was becoming increasingly able to read. Fear. Awe. Hope. Suspicion. The cocktail was different for every person he passed, but the base ingredients were always the same. Nobody knew what to make of him anymore, and that uncertainty was driving them quietly insane. Ron and Hermione were waiting by the last carriage. Ron was leaning against the door frame eating a pasty, because Ron's approach to emotional complexity was to ensure he was never hungry while processing it. Hermione was standing very straight with her arms crossed and her, "I have 17 questions and I'm going to ask all of them," face on. "Mate," Ron said through a mouthful of pastry. "You look different." "Different how?" "Dunno." "Taller?" "No, that's not it. You just look." He squinted, searching for the word. "More. Like there's more of you than there used to be." Hermione's eyes were sharp. "You've been reading the Greek texts." "How did you?" "Because you're standing differently. Your posture's changed. You're not hunching anymore, and you always hunch, Harry, it's been driving me mad for years. Whatever you found in those texts, it's changed something fundamental about how you carry yourself." She paused. "Also, Creature sent me a letter. An actual, coherent, polite letter. In calligraphy. Asking me to ensure you were eating properly. I nearly had a stroke." Harry laughed. It came out easier than he expected, warm and genuine, and he saw both of them relax fractionally. Whatever else was changing, his laugh was still the same. He was still their Harry, still the boy who'd shared a train compartment with them 5 years ago and started an adventure none of them had signed up for. "I need to tell you both something," he said. "Something big. But not here. Not with," he gestured at the platform full of staring faces. "The compartment," Ron said, already moving. "Back corner. I'll hex anyone who tries to sit with us." "Ron, you can't hex other students. Watch me." They boarded the train. Behind them, on the platform, a man in nondescript robes watched them go. He had a forgettable face, the kind of face that slid out of memory like water off glass. He was carrying a briefcase and wearing a ministry badge that identified him as Aldrich Marsh, Department of Magical Education, Observer Program. He was none of those things. The compartment door locked behind them with a click that had nothing to do with the latch. Harry felt it happen, a pulse of something that wasn't quite magic and wasn't quite will, sealing the space around them like a bubble. The sounds of the corridor faded. The rattle of the train softened. It was as if the world had agreed to give them privacy, and Harry realized with a start that he'd done it unconsciously. He'd wanted to not be overheard, and reality had accommodated. Hermione noticed. Of course she did. "Harry. Did you just ward this compartment without a wand?" "I think so." "Yeah." She sat down very slowly. "Right. Start talking." So he did. He told them everything, the dreams, the river, the hidden room behind the black family tapestry, the Greek texts, the name Moros, the conversation with Dumbledore, the healing of the cursed hand. He told them about the Diagon Alley battle, about feeling the deaths, about the killing curses that swerved around him like water around a stone. He told them about the Horcruxes and the thing called Kairos that had taken his place on a throne he didn't remember sitting on. He talked for nearly an hour. When he finished, the compartment was very quiet except for the rhythmic clatter of the train and the distant sound of the food trolley making its rounds. Ron spoke first. "So you're a god?" It's more complicated than that. You're a god who's also my best mate who's also rubbish at chess." "Yes." Ron nodded slowly. Then he reached into his bag, pulled out another pasty, and offered it to Harry. "Pasty?" Harry stared at him. "I just told you I might be the primordial embodiment of death, and your response is to offer me a pasty. You look hungry. Gods probably still need to eat, right? And even if they don't, it's a good pasty. Cornish. Mum made them." Something in Harry's chest loosened. A knot he hadn't known was there, the fear that telling them would change things, would make them treat him differently, would add distance to the one relationship in his life that had never had any. And here was Ron, being so aggressively, stubbornly Ron that the revelation of divine identity couldn't even compete with a Cornish pasty. Harry took the pasty. "Thanks, mate. Don't mention it." Hermione had been quiet throughout, her eyes distant in the way that meant she was processing at roughly 10 times the speed of a normal human brain. Now she leaned forward, her expression intent. "The texts you found, the ones about Moros entering the mortal cycle. Did they mention any mechanism? Any specific magical signature associated with the transition from divine to mortal?" "Not exactly. They talked about shedding divinity, sealing memories. But the specific process was vague. Because that's the key, isn't it? If you sealed your own memories, then there's a seal. And seals can be examined, understood, potentially accelerated or controlled. You're not just randomly remembering, something is unlocking those memories in a specific sequence, triggered by specific events." She was gaining speed now, her words tumbling over each other the way they always did when she was on the trail of something. The killing curse at Godric's Hollow, that was the first trigger. It cracked the seal. Then Sirius's death, which involved the veil, another crack. Now Voldemort's Horcruxes are acting as irritants, wrongnesses that your divine nature can't ignore, which is accelerating the process. Harry stared at her. "You've been thinking about this." "I've been thinking about this since the Department of Mysteries, Harry. I just didn't have the framework until now." She pulled a thick notebook from her bag, already half full of notes, he noticed. "The death cult research I mentioned in my letter. I found references to a group that's been tracking divine reincarnations for centuries. They call themselves the Covenant of Eternity. Most scholars dismiss them as mythological, but the references are too consistent across too many independent sources to be fabricated." Harry and Ron exchanged a look. "Dumbledore mentioned something like that," Harry said carefully. "Organizations that monitor powers like mine. Then he knows about them. And he didn't tell you everything, which is very Dumbledore and very irritating." She tapped her notebook with her quill. "I need access to those Greek texts. I need to see the hidden room. And I need you to tell me exactly what you felt when you healed Dumbledore's hand, every sensation, every instinct, everything. Because if we can map the relationship between your growing abilities and the unsealing of your memories, we can predict what's coming next instead of being blindsided by it." "You want to reverse engineer a god," Ron said. "I want to understand the process so we can manage it safely. There's a difference." "Is there?" Hermione fixed him with a look. "Yes, Ronald. Because if Harry's powers keep accelerating without any structure or understanding, he could hurt someone. Or himself. Or accidentally rip a hole in reality. I prefer to avoid all three." "Fair point." Harry looked between his two best friends, Hermione already deep in research mode, Ron already committed to treating the situation with the same unshakable loyalty he brought to everything. They weren't afraid of him. They weren't awed. They were just, there. Exactly the way they'd always been. Hermione, he said, when we get to Hogwarts, I'll take you to Grimmauld Place through the Floo. You can have full access to the room. Thank you. And Ron? Yeah. It is a really good pasty. Ron grinned. Told you. Hogwarts rose out of the Scottish twilight like a promise, all towers and turrets and glowing windows, and for a moment Harry felt the simple, uncomplicated joy of coming home. Not the deep, cosmic home of the river in his dreams, the smaller, warmer home of a place where he'd learned to be himself, where he'd found friends and purpose and the first real happiness he'd ever known. Then the Thestrals pulling the carriages turned to look at him, and the joy got complicated. They'd always acknowledged him before, a glance, a tilt of the skeletal head, the recognition of someone who'd seen death. But this was different. Every Thestral in the line stopped moving simultaneously. 40 dark, leathery heads swiveled toward Harry with mechanical precision, empty white eyes fixing on him with an intensity that made the students in the nearest carriages gasp and shuffle backward. One of the Thestrals broke from its harness. It walked toward Harry with slow, deliberate steps, its bony flanks catching the last light, and when it reached him it lowered its head and pressed its muzzle against his chest, right over his heart. The gesture was unmistakable. It wasn't affection. It was fealty. Harry, Hermione whispered. Everyone is watching. He was aware. Painfully, acutely aware. Students on the path, professors at the gates, even the suits of armor visible through the castle windows seemed to have turned their heads. And the Thestral was still pressed against him, radiating a skeletal warmth that shouldn't have been possible, making a sound deep in its throat that was halfway between a purr and a dirge. Harry placed his hand on the Thestral's neck. The skin was cool and papery, stretched tight over bones that felt as old as the earth. Not here, he murmured. Not now. The Thestral raised its head. Looked at him with those blank white eyes. Then it turned, walked back to its harness, and the entire line resumed moving as if nothing had happened. The students did not resume so easily. Harry could hear the whispers spreading like fire through dry grass. The word Thestral repeated over and over, mixed with Patronus and Diagon Alley and Killing Curse and Did you see, did you see, did you see? Ron moved closer, positioning himself at Harry's right shoulder in a gesture that was half protective, half territorial. Let them stare, he muttered. They'll get bored eventually. They wouldn't. Harry knew that with the same certainty he knew the Killing Curse wouldn't touch him. The world had changed, and he was the reason, and there was no going back to Anonymous. But he could still go to dinner. The Great Hall was a masterpiece of controlled chaos. Candles floating overhead, the enchanted ceiling showing a sky full of early autumn stars, for long tables buzzing with the particular energy of a new term, half excitement, half anxiety, seasoned with the underlying dread that came from living in a world at war. Dumbledore stood at the head table looking considerably healthier than the last time Harry had seen him in public, his formerly blackened hand hidden discreetly beneath his robes, his blue eyes twinkling with an energy that hadn't been there in months. Harry caught his eye as he walked to the Gryffindor table. Dumbledore gave him the slightest of nods, acknowledgement, gratitude, and a warning, all wrapped in a single economical gesture. He sat between Ron and Neville, directly across from Hermione. Neville looked different. Not physically, though he'd grown over the summer and his shoulders had broadened. It was something in his bearing, a quiet steel that hadn't been there before, forged in the fires of the Department of Mysteries where he'd fought Death Eaters alongside Harry and held his ground when older, more experienced wizards would have run. All right, Harry. Neville said it casually, the way you'd greet any friend, and Harry appreciated the normalcy of it more than Neville could know. All right, Nevada, good summer. Gran tried to teach me ballroom dancing. I broke 2 vases and a footstool. That's progress. Last year it was 3 vases and a window. Neville grinned. Then his expression shifted, something more serious moving behind his eyes. I've been reading about what happened in Diagon Alley. What you did with the Patronus. Some people are scared, Harry. I know. I'm not. Neville said it simply, without bravado. Just wanted you to know that. Before Harry could respond, the sorting began, and the Great Hall turned its attention to the parade of terrified 11-year-olds marching toward a talking hat. Normal. Beautifully, blessedly normal. Except that Harry could feel something new underneath the normalcy. A presence. Not hostile, not magical in the conventional sense, just a consciousness focused on him with the quiet, relentless attention of a surveillance camera. Someone in the Great Hall was watching him, and they were very good at it. His eyes swept the room. Students, all familiar faces, all exactly where they should be. The head table, professors he'd known for years, a few new additions. His gaze snagged on a figure at the far end of the staff table, seated between Professor Vector and the empty chair that would eventually be filled by whoever was brave or foolish enough to take the defense against the dark arts position this year. A man. Middle-aged, unremarkable, with thinning brown hair and the kind of face you'd forget 5 minutes after meeting. He wore simple robes and a pleasant expression and was watching the sorting with the appearance of mild interest. Harry looked at him and felt nothing. That was wrong. Everyone in the room had an emotional signature, a flavor of feeling that Harry's growing senses could pick up the way a radio picks up frequencies. Fear, excitement, boredom, hunger, the specific anxiety of first years and the specific cynicism of seventh years. Everyone had something. This man had nothing. He was a blank space, a void in the emotional landscape, and that absence was more alarming than any threat would have been. Harry leaned toward Hermione. Who's the new face at the staff table? Far end, next to Vector. She followed his gaze. The Ministry Observer. Dumbledore mentioned it in his letter, the Ministry's insisting on placing someone at Hogwarts this year. Officially he's from the Department of Magical Education. His name is Aldrich Marsh. He feels wrong. Hermione looked at him sharply. Wrong how? Empty. Everyone else in this room has a presence. An emotional signature. He has nothing. Like he's been scooped out. That could be a clemency. Advanced practitioners can mask their emotional states. It could be. But Snape's an occlumens and I can still feel his general contempt for the universe. This isn't masking. It's absence. They both looked at the man called Aldrich Marsh. He was buttering a roll with the precise, economical movements of someone who did everything with minimal waste. As if sensing their attention, he glanced up and met Harry's eyes across the length of the Great Hall. He smiled. A polite, professional, completely empty smile. Harry didn't smile back. Classes began the next morning with the particular cruelty of a Monday schedule that started with double potions. Slughorn, the new potions master, Dumbledore's prize recruit, a man whose enthusiasm for talent was matched only by his enthusiasm for lunch, bustled around the dungeon classroom with the manic energy of a collector who'd just discovered a new exhibition. Today will be a tempting draft of Living Death. Very advanced, very tricky, the instructions are on the board. Let's see what you're made of, Harry looked at the board. Then at the ingredients laid out on his bench. Then at the cauldron, which was already humming faintly in a way that only he could hear, a vibration at the edge of perception, like a tuning fork struck in an empty room. He didn't need the instructions. He knew that with the same bone-deep certainty that had guided him through the Diagon Alley battle. The draught of living death was a potion that straddled the boundary between life and death, holding the drinker in a state of suspended animation, technically alive, functionally dead. It was, in a very real sense, a potion about him. About what he governed. About the border he patrolled. Harry began brewing. He didn't follow the board. His hands moved with a precision that wasn't skill but knowledge, older and deeper than any textbook. He crushed the saprophyros bean with the flat of his silver knife instead of cutting it, releasing twice the juice. He stirred counterclockwise when the recipe said clockwise, because he could feel the potion's internal dynamics and knew the way you know how to breathe, that the standard recipe was wrong. The liquid in his cauldron shifted from a muddy purple to a clear, pale lilac to something that wasn't quite a color at all, a luminous, shimmering absence of color, like looking at liquid moonlight. It was perfect. Not student perfect, not even master perfect. It was the platonic ideal of the draft of living death, the version that existed in theory and had never been achieved in practice. Slughorn appeared at his shoulder. Looked into the cauldron. Went very still. My word, he breathed. My absolute word. I've been teaching potions for 40 years, Mr. Potter, and I have never, seen a draft of living death this pure. Snape himself couldn't have. He caught himself, glanced around at the other students, and lowered his voice. Where did you learn this? I didn't learn it, Harry said honestly. I just knew. Slughorn stared at him. Then at the potion. Then back at him. 10 points to Gryffindor, he said faintly, and moved away looking like a man who'd just seen something he couldn't explain and wasn't sure he wanted to. Across the dungeon, Hermione was watching with her quill frozen mid-note and her eyes very wide. Ron was watching too, but his expression was less analytical and more, my best friend just casually shattered the laws of potions and I'm honestly just vibing about it. But someone else was watching. From the back of the classroom, where the Slytherins clustered in their usual defensive formation, Draco Malfoy stood rigid at his workstation with his hands flat on the bench and his face the color of old paper. He wasn't looking at Harry's potion. He was looking at Harry, and the expression on his face wasn't jealousy or contempt or any of the emotions Harry had come to expect from him. It was fear. Real, genuine, animal fear. The kind of fear that comes from recognizing a predator. Harry found him that evening. Not deliberately, or maybe deliberately, in the unconscious way that a river finds the sea. Harry was walking the 7th floor corridor after dinner, not heading anywhere in particular, just moving. His body needed motion the way his lungs needed air. The castle felt different this year, more aware of him, more responsive. Suits of armor turned their helmed heads as he passed. Paintings straightened in their frames. Even the staircases seemed to move with unusual purpose, delivering him to his destinations with none of the usual capricious rerouting. He turned a corner and there was Malfoy, leaning against the wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, looking like he hadn't slept in weeks. His robes were immaculate. Malfoy would sooner die than appear unkempt, but the boy inside them was fraying at the edges. Dark circles under his eyes. A tremor in his wand hand that he was trying very hard to control. The particular hollow-eyed desperation of someone carrying a burden that was slowly crushing them. Harry stopped. Malfoy looked up. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Malfoy. Potter. The old scripts. The familiar antagonism. But the words were hollow, performed out of habit rather than feeling, and both of them knew it. Harry looked at Malfoy, really looked, with the sense that was growing stronger every day. And he saw it. The dark mark on Malfoy's left forearm, hidden under his sleeve, invisible to normal sight. But Harry didn't have normal sight anymore. He could see the mark the way he could see Dumbledore's curse, as a corruption, a wrongness, a parasitic magic that had been grafted onto Malfoy's soul with all the delicacy of a branding iron. It was eating him. Not quickly, not dramatically. Slowly, insidiously, the way rot eats wood. The mark was a tether, a leash, a chain. It connected Malfoy's life force directly to Voldemort's will, and Voldemort was drawing on it constantly, a low-level drain that was aging Malfoy from the inside out. In 6 months, maybe less, the damage would start showing physically. In a year, it would be irreversible. He's killing you, Harry said quietly. You know that, right? Malfoy flinched like he'd been slapped. I don't know what you're, the mark, Malfoy. I can see it. Not just the tattoo, the magic behind it. It's connected to your life force. He's feeding on you. Every time he uses power, some of it comes from you. From all of you, every Death Eater he's marked, but especially the newer ones. You're batteries to him. Resources. Harry paused. You're dying. The silence that followed was absolute. Somewhere in the castle, a clock struck 9. The sound was distant, muffled, as if the castle itself was holding its breath. Malfoy's face went through a series of expressions: denial, anger, fear, and then something raw and terrible that Harry recognized instantly because he'd felt it himself. Recognition. The moment when a truth you've been avoiding catches up with you and you can't outrun it anymore. How do you know that? Malfoy's voice was barely a whisper. How can you possibly know that? I can see things now. Things I couldn't see before. The Diagon Alley stuff. The killing curses. The Patronus. Malfoy's eyes were wide, searching. What happened to you, Potter? What are you? I'm still working that out. But I know what's happening to you, and I know he sent you here to do something. Something you don't want to do. Malfoy's jaw clenched. The tremor in his wand hand intensified. You don't know anything about, he wants you to kill Dumbledore. The words landed like a physical blow. Malfoy actually staggered, catching himself against the wall, his composure shattering into pieces. How? Who told you? Nobody told me. I can feel the shape of the task. It's carved into the mark, the compulsion, the deadline, the punishment for failure. He gave you an impossible assignment because he expects you to fail. This isn't about killing Dumbledore. It's about punishing your father through you. Malfoy was breathing hard. His hand was on his wand, but it was a reflex, not a threat. The fight had gone out of him the way air goes out of a punctured balloon, not all at once, but in a slow, irreversible deflation. If I don't do it, he said, and his voice was the voice of a boy, not a rival, not an enemy, just a scared 17-year-old in over his head. If I don't do it, he'll kill my mother. I know. You don't, you can't understand what it's like. Having him inside your head. Knowing that every time you close your eyes, he can see what you see, feel what you feel. I understand better than you think. Malfoy looked at him. Really looked, the way he hadn't in 6 years of hostility and competition and the small, vicious cruelties of adolescent tribalism. And something shifted between them. Not friendship, they were a long way from that, and might never get there. But a recognition of shared suffering. Of being used by forces larger than yourself and having no good options, only differently terrible ones. What do you want, Potter? Malfoy asked, and for the first time, the question was genuine. Information. What's he planning? Troop movements, targets, timeline. The location of objects important to him, things he's hidden, things he values. You want me to spy? I want you to survive. Spying is how you do it. You feed me information, I keep you and your mother alive. That's the deal. And you can actually do that? Keep us alive? Against him? Harry held Malfoy's gaze. Yes. There was no arrogance in the word. No bravado. Just the simple, absolute certainty of someone who had looked the killing curse in the face and watched it flinch. Malfoy stared at him for a long moment, reading something in Harry's eyes that he'd never seen before, something that went beyond the usual Gryffindor bravery, beyond teenage recklessness, into a territory that was older and vaster and more terrifying than anything Voldemort could offer. You're not just Potter anymore, are you? Malfoy said softly. You're something else. I'm both. And right now, both of me are offering you a way out. Take it or don't, but decide fast. The mark is eating you alive, and I don't know how long it'll be before I can't help you even if I want to. Malfoy closed his eyes. When he opened them, the decision had been made, not bravely, not nobly, but with the desperate pragmatism of a drowning man accepting a rope from someone he'd spent years throwing stones at. The vanishing cabinet, he said. In the room of requirement. He wants me to repair it. There's a twin in Borgin and Burke's. When both are working, it'll create a passage into the castle. He's planning to send Death Eaters through. Harry absorbed this. When? He hasn't set a date. But he's been impatient. The Diagon Alley attack was supposed to draw you out and capture you. It didn't work, and he's not handling that well. What does he know about what happened there? He knows the killing curse didn't work on you. Again. He knows about the Patronus. Malfoy hesitated. He's obsessed, Potter. Not just with killing you anymore. He wants to understand what you are. He's been researching ancient texts, old rituals, things even his inner circle doesn't know about. He thinks you're the key to true immortality. He's not wrong. Just not in the way he thinks. Malfoy gave him a look that was half bewildered, half exasperated. That's the kind of cryptic nonsense Dumbledore says. I'm learning from the best. Harry held out his hand. Do we have a deal? Malfoy stared at the hand. The same hand he'd refused to shake 6 years ago on this very floor, when they'd been children and the world had been simple and the lines between good and evil had seemed clear enough to sort everyone into houses. He shook it. His grip was cold, his palm was sweating, and the look on his face suggested he was roughly 50% certain he'd just made the worst decision of his life. But he shook it. If you get me killed, Potter, he said, I'll haunt you. You'd have to get in line, Harry said. There's a queue. Despite everything, despite the fear and the danger and the impossible situation they were both trapped in, Malfoy almost smiled. Almost. The days settled into a rhythm that was deceptively normal. Classes, meals, homework, the familiar structures of Hogwarts life wrapping around Harry like armor. But underneath the routine, currents were running that nobody could see. The ghosts were the most obvious sign. Hogwarts had always been haunted, it was part of the castle's charm, a feature rather than a bug. But since Harry's return, the ghosts had changed. Not their personalities or their habits, but their behavior around him. They went quiet when he entered a room. Not the nervous, uncomfortable quiet of people trying not to stare. The reverent quiet of subjects in the presence of a sovereign. Nearly headless Nick was the first to do it openly. Harry was walking through the second-floor corridor on a Tuesday afternoon when Nick drifted through the wall beside him, translucent ruff fluttering, and instead of his usual cheerful greeting, he stopped. Hovered. And bowed. A deep, formal, courtly bow, the kind of bow that involved a sweep of the hat and a bend at the waist that would have been impossible for a fully headed person and was merely dramatic for a mostly headed ghost. Sir Nicholas, my lord, Nick said, and the words carried a weight that had nothing to do with volume. Other ghosts were appearing, the fat friar drifting through the floor, the grey lady emerging from a nearby wall, even the bloody baron materializing at the far end of the corridor, chains clinking softly. One by one, they bowed. Stop, Harry said, more sharply than he intended. Don't do that. I'm just Harry. You are never just anything, my lord, Nick said gently. We are the dead. We know our sovereign when we see him. The word hung in the air like smoke. Sovereign. The dead, bowing to their king. Students were starting to gather at the edges of the corridor, drawn by the spectacle, and Harry could feel the situation spiraling toward exactly the kind of public display that Kingsley had warned him about. Nick. Please. Not here. The ghost studied him with ancient, knowing eyes. Then he straightened, replaced his hat, and said in a lighter tone, of course, Mr. Potter. My apologies for the theatrics. You know how we ghosts love a good entrance. He winked, an oddly human gesture from someone who hadn't been alive in 500 years, and drifted away. The other ghosts followed, dissolving back into walls and floors, and within seconds the corridor was back to normal. Except for the students who'd witnessed it. They were staring at Harry with expressions that ranged from confused to frightened to something dangerously close to worship. Harry walked away quickly. Behind him, the whispers started again. He found Peeves in the next corridor. The poltergeist was floating upside down, juggling chalk erasers, and when he saw Harry, he did something unprecedented. He dropped the erasers. Righted himself. And backed away, pressing against the ceiling, his usually manic eyes wide and oddly sober. "Peevesy doesn't bother you, Mr. Potter, sir," the poltergeist said, and his voice was missing its usual sing-song malice. "Peevesy stays out of the way." "Yes, he does. Peeves, you don't have to, Peevesy knows what you are." The poltergeist's voice dropped to a whisper. "Peevesy has been here 1,000 years. Peevesy has seen wizards and witches and even a dark lord or two. But Peevesy has never seen what you are. No, no, no." He shuddered, a full-body ripple that sent chalk dust cascading from his hat. "Peevesy will be good. Very good. The very best." He vanished through the ceiling with a soft pop, leaving Harry alone in an empty corridor that smelled faintly of chalk and fear. The library became Harry's second home. Not for studying, he could absorb textbook material now with a single reading, the information flowing into his mind like water into a sponge. He went to the library because Daphne Greengrass went to the library, and their growing connection was becoming the most interesting subplot of his increasingly complicated life. She was there every evening, same table, back corner, surrounded by a fortress of books that seemed designed as much for privacy as for research. The first time Harry approached her, she looked up with an expression that dared him to waste her time. "Potter. Greengrass. If you're here about Astoria, I should tell you she's written 4 letters this week alone about the boy who fixed my arm. My mother is confused. My father is suspicious. Astoria herself is in danger of developing a hero worship complex that will take years of therapy to undo. I'm not here about Astoria." He sat down across from her, uninvited. She didn't protest. "I'm here because you asked me to figure out what I can do. I've been figuring." Daphne set down her quill. She had ink on her fingers and a smudge on her right cheekbone, and she was wearing reading glasses that she clearly despised because she took them off immediately, as if being caught with them was a vulnerability she couldn't afford. "And your sister's blood curse. I've been thinking about it. Researching. The Greek texts I found, they talk about the nature of curses. All curses. Dark magic, at its fundamental level, is a corruption of the boundary between life and death. It works by introducing disorder into ordered systems, making living tissue act like dead tissue, making healthy cells decay, making the body's own defenses turn against it." Daphne was very still. "That's consistent with what the healers have told us. The curse is attacking Astoria's blood at the cellular level. Her body is slowly losing the ability to distinguish between healthy cells and damaged ones." "Right. And conventional healing can't fix it because conventional healing works within the same system the curse is attacking. It's like trying to use a broken tool to fix itself. So it's hopeless." "No. It's not." Harry leaned forward. "The curse operates within the boundary between life and death. If someone had authority over that boundary, not just magical skill, but actual dominion, they could reach into the system the curse is corrupting and rewrite the rules. Not healing the damage. Resetting the definitions. Telling Astoria's blood what healthy means at a level the curse can't touch." Daphne's eyes were very wide. She was a Slytherin, which meant she was calculating even when she was feeling, but the calculation happening behind those gray-green eyes wasn't cold. It was the frantic, desperate math of hope, the kind of hope that a person who's been told terminal for years learns to distrust on principle. "You're saying you could cure her." "I'm saying I think I can. Not today, I'm not strong enough yet, and if I do it wrong, I could make it worse. But I'm getting closer. Every day, I'm getting closer." Daphne was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was carefully controlled, each word placed with surgical precision to keep the emotion underneath from breaking through. "Do you know what it's like, Potter? Growing up knowing your sister is dying. Watching her get weaker every year, watching the light go out a little more each time, and knowing that every healer, every specialist, every ancient remedy and experimental treatment is just buying time. I know what it's like to lose someone you love. I know what it's like to feel helpless. Then you know that hope is the cruelest thing you can give someone who's been living without it. She met his eyes, and hers were bright, too bright, the sheen of tears that she would not, under any circumstances, allow to fall. If you tell me you can save her and then you can't, it will be worse than if you'd never said anything. Do you understand that? I understand. Then don't promise me. Don't give me hope as a gift and take it back later. Either you can do it or you can't, and if you don't know yet, say that. I don't know yet, Harry said. But I will. She studied him. The calculation was still happening, but something else was happening too, a reassessment, a recalibration. She was seeing him not as the famous Harry Potter, not as the boy who lived, not even as the mysterious figure from Diagon Alley. She was seeing him as a person who looked her in the eyes and told her the truth even when the truth was, I don't know, and that honesty was worth more to Daphne Greengrass than 1,000 false promises. Okay, she said. Okay. They sat in silence for a while. Not uncomfortable, the silence of two people who didn't need words to fill the space between them. Daphne picked up her quill and went back to her book. Harry pulled one of her discarded texts toward him and started reading. Potter. Yeah. That smudge on your glasses has been bothering me for 20 minutes. Clean them. Harry grinned and cleaned his glasses. And something between them, something fragile and cautious and new, settled a little deeper into the foundation of whatever they were building. The room of requirement found him on a Thursday. He hadn't been looking for it. He'd been walking the 7th-floor corridor after an evening spent poring over dark arts defense manuals with Neville, who had taken to combat training with a quiet intensity that surprised everyone except Harry. Neville Longbottom was becoming something, not a hero in the dramatic, spotlight-grabbing sense, but something potentially more valuable, a steady, reliable, unshakable presence who could be counted on when everything went sideways. Harry was thinking about that, about the different kinds of strength, about how Neville's courage was in some ways more impressive than his own because Neville chose bravery while Harry's was increasingly hardwired, when the corridor shifted. It was subtle. A change in the quality of the air, a deepening of the shadows, a sense of vast spaces opening just beyond the edge of perception. The wall to his right shimmered, and a door appeared, not the usual room of requirement door, not the practical brass and wood portal that had served the DA so well. This door was black stone, seamless, as if it had grown from the castle itself. And carved into its surface, glowing with a faint green light, was the same symbol he'd seen in Grimmauld Place. The circle. The triangle. The line. Harry put his hand on the door. The room of requirement had always been responsive to need. You walked past it thinking about what you wanted, and it provided. A training room, a hiding place, a bathroom. But Harry hadn't been thinking about anything specific. He'd been thinking about himself. About what he was becoming. About the gap between who he'd been and who he was turning into. The room had heard him. And it had responded with something it had never shown anyone before. He stepped through the door and the world fell away. The space beyond was not a room. It was a temple. Vast, dark, the ceiling lost in shadow hundreds of feet above. The floor was black marble, smooth as still water, and running through the center of the space was a river. His river. The river from his dreams, dark and warm and ancient, flowing silently through the heart of Hogwarts Castle as if it had always been there, hidden beneath layers of architecture and enchantment, waiting. The air tasted like pomegranate. Harry walked to the river's edge. His footsteps echoed in the infinite space, each one a small declaration of presence. The water pulsed when he approached, a slow, rhythmic surge that matched his heartbeat. He knelt at the bank and looked down. His reflection looked back. But it wasn't his face, not exactly. The features were the same, the green eyes, the dark hair, the scar. But behind those features, shining through them like light through a lampshade, was something else. Something older and vaster and more real than the flesh and bone body it inhabited. His reflection wore robes the color of deep space, and its eyes held the light of dying stars, and on its brow sat a crown that was made of nothing and weighed more than worlds. "You're almost ready to remember," the reflection said. Harry's throat was dry. "Remember what?" "Everything." The reflection smiled, and the smile was kind and terrible in equal measure. "The weight of every soul that ever crossed the threshold. The sound of every final breath. The taste of every ending since the universe began." The smile faded. "It will hurt, Harry. Not physically. Worse than that. You'll remember what it's like to be infinite, and then you'll have to keep living in a body that isn't. It's like, imagine spending a day as the ocean and then going back to being a glass of water. I can handle it. You'll have to. Because the pretender knows you're waking up. He's been building his power for 10,000 years, and he won't give it up without a fight. And there are others, mortals who've dedicated centuries to ensuring that gods like us never return. They have tools. Weapons. Things that can hurt you in ways you haven't imagined yet. The Covenant." The reflection's eyes sharpened. "You've heard of them. Good. They're more dangerous than Voldemort. Not in power, in conviction. A fanatic with a purpose is more dangerous than a madman with a wand. Remember that." The river surged. The reflection began to fade, dissolving into the dark water like ink. "Wait," Harry reached out, and his fingers broke the surface. The water was warm. It knew him. It welcomed him. And for one brief, shattering moment, he felt it, the totality of what he was. Not glimpses, not fragments, but the full, overwhelming, incomprehensible vastness of a consciousness that had existed since before matter and energy had separated into distinct concepts. It lasted less than a second. It was the longest moment of his life. Harry pulled his hand from the water and sat back, gasping. The temple was fading, the room of requirement reasserting itself, the black marble dissolving into the familiar stone and wood of Hogwarts. Within moments, he was kneeling on the floor of a normal room, empty, unremarkable, just four walls and a ceiling and a boy who'd just glimpsed infinity and was trying very hard to remember how to breathe. He sat there for a long time. When he finally stood, his legs were shaking and his vision was blurred and there was a taste in his mouth that was definitely pomegranate. He left the room. The door vanished behind him. And the corridor was just a corridor again, and the castle was just a castle, and Harry was just a boy walking through a school at night, except that nothing was just anything anymore and he wasn't sure it ever would be again. The lake at midnight was silver and black, the surface broken only by the occasional ripple of something large moving in the depths. Harry sat at the water's edge, his back against the old beech tree, staring at nothing and trying to process everything. He heard her footsteps before he saw her. Light, deliberate, the footsteps of someone who'd made a conscious decision to approach and wanted him to know it. Daphne Greengrass emerged from the darkness, wrapped in a dark cloak, her breath misting in the autumn air. "Curfew was 2 hours ago," Harry said. "I'm aware. I'm a prefect. I can give myself detention if it bothers you." She sat down beside him, not too close, but close enough to share the warmth of the moment. "You weren't at dinner. Or in the library. Or anywhere anyone could find you. I checked. You were looking for me. I was observing that you were absent. There's a difference." She paused. "It's a very subtle difference, but I'm a Slytherin, so subtlety is kind of our thing." Harry almost smiled. Daphne had a particular way of being funny, dry, precise, delivered with a straight face that made you work to realize she was joking. It reminded him of the way certain potions needed to be stirred slowly to release their flavor. "I found something," he said. "In the castle. A room that showed me things. About what I am. And it's big, Daphne. Bigger than I thought. Bigger than Voldemort, bigger than the war. I'm not just someone with unusual powers. He stopped, struggling with words that didn't exist in any language he currently spoke. Imagine that death itself was a person. Not the act of dying, the concept. The boundary between existing and not existing. The line that everything in the universe eventually crosses. That person, that entity, chose to become human 10,000 years ago. Sealed away everything that made it what it was and entered the cycle of mortality. Birth, life, death, rebirth. Over and over, for millennia. Forgetting a little more each time. He looked at her. Until this life. Until the killing curse hit a baby in Godric's Hollow and woke something up. Something that's been growing ever since. Something that's almost ready to remember. Daphne was quiet for a long time. The lake lapped softly at the shore. An owl hooted somewhere in the forbidden forest. The world went on doing its small, ordinary things, indifferent to the extraordinary conversation happening beneath the beech tree. "Are you afraid?" she asked. "No. I don't think I know how to be anymore. And that's what scares me, the absence of fear. Fear is human, Daphne. It's the thing that keeps you careful, keeps you humble, keeps you connected to what matters. What happens when you lose it? You find something else to keep you grounded." She looked at him directly, and there was no subtlety now, no slither in artifice. Just a girl talking to a boy by a lake under stars. You find people who'll tell you when you're wrong. Who'll argue with you and challenge you and refuse to bow even when every instinct tells them they should. People like you. I don't bow, Potter. Not to anyone. Not ever. The ghost of a smile. It's kind of my thing. He laughed. It was a quiet laugh, half exhausted, but genuine. You know, Dumbledore said something similar. That the love and connections I formed as a human were what would anchor me. Dumbledore's a smart man. Annoyingly cryptic, but smart. He also said that a death god without compassion is the end of everything. Then it's a good thing you've got plenty. She pulled her cloak tighter against the cold. Can I ask you something? You're going to anyway. The Ministry Observer. Marsh. Have you noticed anything strange about him? Harry went still. What have you noticed? He's been meeting with members of the Board of Governors. Separately, quietly, always in locations where the castle's portrait network can't observe. My father sits on the board, he told me about it in his last letter, almost as an afterthought. Marsh is proposing new security protocols. Enhanced monitoring of anomalous magical signatures. A framework for detaining students who display unstable or unprecedented magical abilities. She looked at him steadily. It's written to sound like it's about general safety. It's not. It's about you. You think Marsh is working for someone other than the Ministry? I think the Ministry is a convenient cover for a lot of things. And I think Marsh has been in conversation with people who aren't Ministry employees. Foreigners. People my father doesn't recognize, which is saying something, because Cyrus Greengrass knows everyone in magical Britain worth knowing. Harry filed this away alongside everything else. Marsh with his empty emotional signature. Marsh with his forgettable face and his too precise movements. Marsh who felt like a void in the fabric of the world. Thank you for telling me, he said. I'm not telling you out of altruism, Potter. If someone is building a legal framework to detain you, my sister loses the one person who might be able to save her. My interests and yours are aligned. That's all. But her voice was softer than her words, and when she looked at him, there was something in her expression that went beyond strategic alignment. Something she was clearly not ready to name. Harry, he said. What? My name. It's Harry. She was quiet for a moment. Then, Harry. Fine. But I'm still calling you Potter in public. The Slytherin brand requires a certain level of emotional detachment. Naturally. Don't grin at me like that. It's insufferable. Can't help it. You're funny when you're trying to be cold. I am not trying. I am succeeding. The fact that you find it amusing is your deficiency, not mine. He grinned wider. She almost smiled. And something fragile between them grew a little stronger. Harry looked at her. The moonlight caught the angles of her face, the determined set of her jaw, the intelligence in her eyes. She was beautiful, he realized, not in the obvious, attention-grabbing way that people usually meant, but in the way a well-made blade is beautiful, all precision and purpose and hidden strength. I won't forget, he said. I'll have you to remind me. Yes, she said. You will. They sat by the lake until the stars wheeled overhead and the cold became too much, and then they walked back to the castle together, side by side, not touching but close enough that it mattered. At the entrance, Daphne turned left toward the dungeons and Harry turned right toward the tower, and neither of them said goodnight because goodnight felt too small for what had passed between them. The next morning brought an unexpected arrival. Harry was halfway through breakfast, eggs, toast, pumpkin juice, the comforting ritual of calories that his increasingly demanding body seemed to require in larger quantities each day, when the doors of the great hall opened and a figure walked in that turned every head in the room. Fleur Delacour moved through the world the way a flame moves through air, effortlessly, drawing everything toward her without appearing to try. She was taller than Harry remembered, her silver blonde hair longer, her bearing sharper. The Beauxbatons girl who'd competed in the Triwizard Tournament had been beautiful in an almost decorative way. The woman who strode into the great hall now was beautiful the way a sword is beautiful, purposeful, honed, dangerous. She was wearing robes that bore the insignia of the International Confederation of Wizards, and she walked directly to the head table, where she exchanged a few quiet words with Dumbledore before turning to address the room. Bonjour, she said, and even that single word carried the particular authority of someone who'd been trained to command attention in multiple languages. My name is Fleur Delacour. I am here as a liaison from the ICW, assigned to observe and report on the security situation at Hogwarts. I will be conducting interviews with staff and students over the coming weeks. Your cooperation is appreciated. She scanned the room as she spoke, and when her gaze reached Harry, it stopped. Held. Something flickered behind her eyes, not recognition of his fame, but recognition of something else. Something deeper. Her Vila heritage gave her a sensitivity to magical auras that most witches and wizards lacked, and whatever she was sensing from Harry made her nostrils flare and her chin lift, the instinctive response of a creature encountering something that set every inherited alarm bell ringing. After breakfast, she found him in the corridor. Harry Potter. Her accent had softened since the tournament, but it was still there, lending her words a musical quality that drew the ear. You have changed. So everyone keeps telling me. They tell you because they can see it on the surface. I can feel it underneath. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. My grandmother was full Vila. She taught me to read the signatures that living things carry, their essence, their core. Most people have signatures like candles. Some, like Dumbledore, like torches. Yours, Harry. She trailed off, searching for words. Yours is like looking into the sun. It hurts. Sorry. Don't apologize. I am not hurt. I am, how do you say, recalibrating. She studied him with those piercing blue eyes. The ICW sent me because they are worried about what happened in Diagon Alley. They want to know if you are a threat. Am I? To most things, yes. To the people you love? She tilted her head, considering. None. Not yet. But the potential is there, Harry. Whatever you are becoming, the potential for catastrophe is there. I think you know this. I know it. Then we understand each other. I will do my job. You will do whatever it is you are doing. And if our purposes align, perhaps we can help each other. She offered her hand. Her grip was firm, her skin warm with the faint heat that all Vila-blooded carried. I am not your enemy. Remember that when others try to convince you otherwise. She walked away before he could respond, her heels clicking on the stone floor with the crisp precision of someone who knew exactly where she was going and why. Harry watched her go and added another variable to the increasingly complex equation of his life. The ICW was watching. The Ministry was watching. The Covenant was watching. Voldemort was watching. And now Fleur Delacour, with her Vila sight and her diplomatic immunity and her frankly terrifying competence, was watching too. He was running out of places to be observed from. 400 miles away, in a stone chamber beneath a mountain that didn't appear on any map, Erasmus Vane read the letter for the third time. The chamber was old. Not castle old, not ruin old, but old in the way that geological features are old, carved from living rock by hands that had predated the Romans. The walls were covered in symbols, carefully maintained, periodically refreshed, each one a ward against divine influence that had been perfected over 20 centuries of trial and error and blood. Vane himself was old too, though you wouldn't know it to look at him. Tall, lean, silver-haired, with the posture of a much younger man and the eyes of someone who'd seen civilizations rise and fall and had feelings about it. He wore simple robes and no jewelry except a ring on his left hand, a band of dark metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Moreau's protocol, he said, tasting the words the way a sommelier tastes wine. It's been 400 years since the last Alpha classification. The woman across the table, the grey-cloaked operative who'd photographed Harry in Diagon Alley, nodded. Her name was Elara, and she'd been Covenant since before most of its current members were born. The last Alpha was in Constantinople. It took us 17 months to confirm and neutralize. And 12 city blocks burned in the process. Vane set the letter down. Tell me about the boy. Harry James Potter. 16 years old. Parents killed by a dark wizard called Voldemort when he was an infant, which is itself significant. The killing curse has been used on him at least 3 times that we know of. It hasn't worked once. Killing curse immunity would suggest, full Moreau's manifestation. Yes. Plus, anomalous Patronus shift to a thestral form, instinctive healing abilities that operate outside known magical frameworks, behavioral changes in death-adjacent entities, dementors, ghosts, thestrals. He's not just awakening, Erasmus. He's accelerating. The rate of manifestation is unprecedented. Vane stood and walked to the far wall, where a map of the world was pinned, old, hand-drawn, covered in pins and strings and annotations spanning centuries. Red pins marked confirmed divine incarnations. Black pins marked successful neutralizations. There were far more black pins than red. The Hogwarts protections will complicate matters, he said. And Dumbledore is no fool. He'll have recognized the signs. Which is why I recommend Operation Severance. Deploy the suppression wards first, limit the boy's abilities, slow the awakening. Then, once he's contained, we can assess whether neutralization is necessary or whether the situation can be managed through ongoing suppression. Managed. Vane turned the word over like a stone in his hand. You think Amoro's incarnation can be managed? I think it has to be. The alternative is that a death god completes his awakening in the middle of a wizarding war, surrounded by followers and defenders and a dark wizard who's actively trying to achieve immortality by stealing divine power. Yes. I'm aware of the alternative. Vane returned to the table. Deploy the secondary assets. I want Aldrich in position at Hogwarts, he should already be there if he followed the timeline. Have him place the initial warding stones during the next major disturbance. And begin preparations for the God's Bane. Elara went still. The God's Bane hasn't been authorized by the full council. The full council hasn't seen what I've seen. Vane reached into his robes and produced a photograph, different from the one Elara had taken. This one was older, grainy, taken from a greater distance. It showed a Thestral Patronus the size of a building, wings spread over a ruined street, silver light raining down on the wounded. "We've killed divine incarnations before," Vane said quietly. "Minor gods, demigods, fragments. This is Moros, Ilara. The first. The original. If he fully awakens and decides he wants his throne back, there isn't a force on this planet that can stop him. You think he'll be hostile? I think that every god who's ever walked among mortals has eventually decided that mortals need to be ruled. It's not malice, it's nature. You don't blame the storm for destroying the village. But you still build walls." He set the photograph down. "Mobilize secondary assets. Begin Operation Severance." "And Ilara?" "Yes. If the boy reaches full awakening before we're ready, we won't get a second chance. Every soul on this planet will belong to him, and he'll decide what to do with them. No appeal. No negotiation. No resistance." His voice was steady, his expression composed, but his eyes held the specific gravity of a man who genuinely believed he was fighting to save the world. "We are out of time." Ilara took the photograph and left. Vane stood alone in the ancient chamber, surrounded by wards that had been old when Rome was young, and looked at the map with its constellation of pins. Then he walked to a cabinet in the corner and unlocked it with the ring on his finger. Inside, resting on velvet that had been replaced every decade for 2,000 years, was a spear. Dark metal, ancient, its surface covered in engravings so fine they seemed to shift and breathe. The god's bane. The one weapon in human history that had been specifically designed to kill a god. It had been used 3 times. 3 divine incarnations, 3 permanent deaths. No resurrection. No rebirth. No return. Vane closed the cabinet and locked it. Then he sat down at his desk, picked up a quill, and began writing orders. Outside the mountain, the wind howled. Inside, the wards hummed. And in the space between worlds, deep in the territory that Kairos had claimed as his own, something ancient and vast and patient shifted in its throne of bone and smiled. The game was getting interesting. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, God Killer. October came to Hogwarts the way it always did, in a blaze of dying leaves and shortening days, the Scottish Highlands turning gold and amber and rust, the Black Lake going grey and choppy under skies that couldn't decide between rain and something colder. The castle settled into its autumn rhythms, and Harry settled into something that felt increasingly like a countdown. His powers were growing. Not gradually, not in careful increments, in surges, like a tide coming in. Some mornings he'd wake up and the world would look the same as it always had. Other mornings he'd open his eyes and see the threads. That was what he'd started calling them. Threads. Fine, luminous filaments that connected every living thing to the fabric of existence, stretching from their bodies upward and outward into a vast invisible tapestry that he could only see in fragments. A person's thread was their lifeline, he could read it the way a doctor reads a chart. Thickness meant vitality. Color meant health. Length meant time remaining. He tried very hard not to look at that last one. The threads changed everything. Walking through a crowded corridor became an exercise in sensory management, hundreds of glowing lifelines pressing against his awareness, each one carrying information he hadn't asked for. He knew when someone was getting sick before they showed symptoms. He knew when someone was lying, because dishonesty created a tiny, almost imperceptible vibration in the thread. He knew, with terrible precision, which students in the castle had the shortest threads remaining. He didn't tell anyone about that last part. Hermione noticed the changes, because Hermione noticed everything. She'd set up what she called a manifestation log, a detailed record of every new ability, every shift in Harry's perception, every incident that suggested the seal on his divine memories was continuing to crack. The log was already 30 pages long and organized with color-coded tabs. The progression is accelerating, she told him during one of their evening sessions in the room of requirement, which had taken to providing them with a comfortable study space complete with a fireplace and a suspiciously well-stocked tea service. Your new abilities are manifesting roughly twice as fast as they were a month ago. At this rate, you'll reach full memory recovery within, don't. Harry held up a hand. Don't give me a timeline. The reflection in the temple said it would hurt. I'd rather not know the exact date I'm scheduled for existential agony. That's not very strategic. It's very human. I'm trying to hold on to that. Ron, sprawled on a couch nearby with a Quidditch magazine, said without looking up, "He's right, Hermione. Some things you don't want to see coming. Like the bludger that took out Oliver Wood's collarbone in '94. If he'd seen it coming, he'd have flinched, and flinching would have put him in a worse position." Hermione stared at him. "Did you just make a philosophical point using Quidditch?" "I make all my philosophical points using Quidditch. It's a comprehensive framework." Harry laughed. The sound bounced off the walls of the room of requirement, warm and real, and he held on to it the way you hold on to a lifeline in rough water. This was why he needed them. Not for strategy, not for research, not for any of the practical functions they performed so brilliantly. He needed them because they made him laugh, and laughter was the most human sound in the world, and as long as he could still make it, he was still himself. The Hogsmeade trip was announced for the last Saturday of October. Under normal circumstances, this would have been unremarkable. Students had been visiting the village since the school's founding, buying sweets at Honeyduke's and drinking butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks and generally engaging in the wholesome, mildly boring activities that constituted teenage recreation in the wizarding world. Under current circumstances, it was a loaded gun. Dumbledore knew it. He tripled the security. Order members deployed in plain clothes throughout the village. Aurors stationed at every entrance and exit. Ward specialists reinforced the village's protective enchantments until they hummed with enough energy to make teeth ache. If Voldemort wanted to hit Hogsmeade, he'd have to commit serious resources, and the general consensus among the Order's strategists was that the Dark Lord wasn't stupid enough to try. The general consensus was wrong. Harry knew it the moment he stepped through the Hogwarts gates. The pull was back, that insistent tug behind his ribs, sharper than ever, screaming at him with a clarity that was almost verbal. Something was coming. Something bad. Something that tasted like dark magic and ambition and the desperate, cornered fury of a man who'd been humiliated in Diagon Alley and was determined to correct that humiliation with violence. He told Dumbledore. The headmaster listened, nodded, and quietly activated additional defenses. He told Kingsley, who was coordinating Aura Presence, and Kingsley repositioned his teams with the grim efficiency of a man who trusted Harry's instincts more than he trusted his own intelligence reports. And then they went to Hogsmeade anyway, because cancelling would have alerted Voldemort that his plans were anticipated, and sometimes the best strategy is to walk into the trap with your eyes open and your hands free. Harry walked the main street with Ron and Hermione flanking him. Neville was somewhere behind them with Ginny and Luna. Daphne was ahead, walking with Astoria, who had insisted on coming despite her sister's protests. The village was doing its best impression of normalcy, shopkeepers calling out to students, the smell of fresh pastry drifting from Madame Pudafoots, the distant crack of joke wands from Zonkos. It was 10 minutes past noon when the sky went dark. Not cloud dark. Not storm dark. The kind of dark that happens when something enormous passes between you and the sun, a shadow so vast and so sudden that every person on the street looked up simultaneously, their faces going slack with a fear so primal it bypassed thought entirely and went straight to the lizard brain. Giants. 3 of them, coming over the hills to the north, each one 40 feet tall and moving with the ground-shaking inevitability of geological events. Their approach sent tremors through the village that knocked bottles from shelves and cracked windowpanes. One of them carried a tree trunk like a club. Another had chains wrapped around its fists, each linked the size of a man's head. The third, the largest, carried nothing, because it didn't need to. Its hands alone were weapons sufficient to demolish a building. Then the inferi came from the south. Not dozens, hundreds. A tide of dead flesh surging out of the tree-line, pale and wet and vacant-eyed, moving with the jerky, mechanical purpose of puppets whose strings were being pulled by a very angry puppeteer. They hit the village's wards and the wards held, for about 15 seconds. Then the wards cracked, and then they shattered, and the inferi poured through the gaps like water through a broken dam. And from the east, where the road connected to the wider wizarding world, came the Death Eaters. 40 at least, more than Harry had ever seen in one place, masked and robed and casting with the disciplined fury of soldiers who'd been told that today was the day the war turned. They came in waves, the first wave laying down covering fire, the second wave targeting defensive positions, the third wave cutting escape routes. The Dementors came last. 50 of them, maybe more, descending from above like a ceiling of ice and despair, their presence turning the autumn air into midwinter and the bright afternoon into twilight. It was, by any tactical measure, an overwhelming assault. The kind of attack designed not just to win but to annihilate, to crush resistance so thoroughly that the very idea of resistance died with it. Voldemort had committed everything. His full force, his most dangerous creatures, his most loyal soldiers. This wasn't a raid or a probe or a test. This was the hammer blow intended to shatter the opposition and deliver Harry Potter into his hands. Harry looked at the approaching apocalypse and felt something inside him go very, very still. Not fear. Not even anger. Something older than both. The still, cold clarity of a consciousness that had witnessed the birth and death of stars and found this, all of this, the giants and the inferi and the masked wizards playing at war, to be very, very small. He pushed that feeling down. Hard. Because thinking of human suffering as small was the first step toward thinking of human lives as insignificant, and that was a road he would not walk. Not today. Not ever. Ron. Hermione. His voice was calm. Steady. The eye of the hurricane. Get the students to cover. Now. They moved without hesitation. Years of friendship, years of crisis, years of trusting Harry's instincts, it was all there in the instant compliance, the lack of argument, the perfect understanding that when Harry spoke in that voice, you listened. The battle began the way all battles begin, with a moment of shocked paralysis followed by an explosion of desperate action. Kingsley rallied the Aurors with a voice like a war drum, his wand carving shield charms out of the air that hardened into translucent walls between the civilians and the incoming inferi. Defensive positions. Protect the students. Fire at will. Professor McGonagall appeared on the main street with her wand drawn and her expression set in the particular configuration that meant someone was about to learn a very painful lesson about attacking her students. She transfigured the cobblestones into a wall of granite that blocked the first wave of inferi cold, then animated the wall into a line of stone soldiers that charged the undead with silent, mechanical fury. Fleur was already moving, casting barriers with a precision and power that made the nearby Aurors stare. Her French training was showing, she fought the way French duelists fought, with economy and elegance, every spell landing exactly where it needed to, nothing wasted. Ron grabbed Hermione's arm and pulled her behind a collapsed market stall. Younger students, he said, pointing toward a group of third years who were frozen in the middle of the street, too terrified to move. Get them to the 3 broomsticks. I'll cover you. Ron, go. Now. He was already casting, his wand work less polished than Hermione's but powered by something raw and fierce that made up the difference. Hermione went, sprinting across the open ground with her shield charm blazing, and the third years saw her coming and ran to her like she was a lighthouse in a storm. Neville did something extraordinary. He'd been working on combat magic all term with a quiet intensity that nobody except Harry had fully appreciated, and when the first giant reached the village edge, Neville planted himself in its path with his feet apart and his wand raised and cast a blasting curse so precisely aimed that it struck the giant's leading ankle and shattered it. The giant went down like a felled tree, the impact shaking the village, and Neville was already moving, already casting, already targeting the second giant's knees with the methodical efficiency of someone who'd studied anatomy specifically for this purpose. Harry watched all of this happen in the space of 3 seconds. He saw his friends and allies doing exactly what they'd been trained to do, fighting, protecting, holding the line. And he felt a surge of pride and love and fury so intense that it lit up every thread in his vision, turning the world into a blazing tapestry of life and death and the desperate, beautiful struggle between them. Then he stopped watching and started acting. The Inferi were the most immediate threat, not because they were the most dangerous, but because they were the most numerous and they were heading directly for the civilians. Harry moved toward them, walking with the same unhurried certainty that had characterized his approach in Diagon Alley, and as he walked, something happened. The Inferi stopped. Not gradually, not one by one. They stopped simultaneously, all of them, the entire tide of reanimated dead freezing in mid-step as if a switch had been thrown. Their blank, milky eyes swiveled toward Harry, and the expressions on their dead faces shifted, from vacant hunger to something that looked, impossibly, like recognition. Harry raised his hand. "Stop," he said. It wasn't a spell. It wasn't a command in any language, living or dead. It was an assertion of authority, the simple, irrefutable declaration of someone who governed the boundary between life and death, telling the dead that they were done. That their bodies had been stolen and misused and it was time to rest. The Inferi collapsed. All of them. Hundreds of stolen corpses falling to the ground like puppets with their strings cut, and the dark magic that had animated them, Voldemort's magic, poured into dead flesh like poison into wells, evaporated like steam, rising from the fallen bodies in wisps of black smoke that dissipated in the October air. The street went quiet. Aurors and Death Eaters alike stared at the field of genuinely dead bodies that had, moments ago, been an army. Harry didn't pause. He turned toward the Dementors. The Thestral Patronus erupted from his wand before the incantation left his lips, bigger than before, brighter, its wingspan casting shadows across the entire village. The Dementors didn't scatter this time. They fled. They turned and ran, if running was the right word for the frantic, ungainly retreat of creatures that had never encountered something they feared, streaming away in every direction like roaches when the lights come on. 2 threats neutralized. Under a minute. The villagers and students who'd witnessed it were pressing against walls and windows, their faces showing the particular expression of people watching something that was rewriting their understanding of what was possible. Harry turned toward the Death Eaters. They fought. Not because they thought they could win. By this point, even Voldemort's most fanatical followers were recalculating the odds with the frantic urgency of gamblers watching their chips vanish, but because retreating without permission was a death sentence and fighting at least gave them a chance. Harry waded into them. That was the only honest word for it. He moved through the Death Eater ranks the way water moves through sand, finding gaps, flowing around resistance, impossible to hold or pin down. His spells were surgical. Stunners that hit with concussive force, shield charms that intercepted curses mid-flight, disarming spells that stripped wands from hands with such violence that several Death Eaters' fingers broke from the force. He wasn't alone. The Order fought beside him, Kingsley on his left, Tonks on his right, Moody somewhere behind him laying down covering fire with the grim enthusiasm of a man who'd been waiting his entire career for a fight this big. McGonagall had finished with the giants and was now systematically dismantling the Death Eater rear guard, her transfiguration work turning the battlefield against them in creative and terrible ways. She turned a stone wall into a dozen stone hawks that dove at the Death Eater's wand arms. She transfigured the ground beneath a squad of 3 into quicksand and then froze it solid when they'd sunk to their waists. Ron was covering Hermione's evacuation route, and he was doing it with a ferocity that startled Harry. Ron Weasley had always been brave, that was never the question. The question had been whether he believed in his own bravery, and apparently the answer was now an emphatic yes. He dueled 2 Death Eaters simultaneously, holding them both off with a mix of raw power and the kind of creative improvisation that came from growing up with Fred and George. When one of them tried to flank him, Ron transfigured a broken fence post into a wooden wall that absorbed the curse, then blasted the wall forward into the Death Eater's chest. But Harry was the center. The axis around which the entire battle rotated. The Death Eaters could feel it, every one of them, in their bones, in the dark marks that throbbed on their arms with something that was no longer loyalty but alarm. Something about the boy they'd been sent to capture made every survival instinct they possessed scream at them to run. Bellatrix Lestrange didn't run. She was at the front, wild-eyed and cackling, hurling curses with the manic enthusiasm of someone who genuinely enjoyed violence. When she saw Harry approaching, her face split into a grin that was all teeth and madness. "Little baby Potter. Come to play. Come to dance with Bella." Harry looked at her. He could see her thread, dark, frayed, corrupted by decades of Azkaban and dark magic and the particular sickness that came from loving a man who was incapable of loving anything. She was broken in ways that no healer could fix, damaged at a level that went beyond mind or body into the core of who she was. "Stand down, Bellatrix. Make me, little god." She'd heard. Of course she'd heard. Voldemort would have told his inner circle what he suspected about Harry. "My lord says you're something special. Something ancient. But Bella's killed ancient things before. Bella's killed everything." She fired 3 curses in rapid succession, a Cruciatus, a killing curse, and something purple and jagged that Harry didn't recognize. He sidestepped the killing curse, shielded against the purple curse, and let the Cruciatus hit him. It bounced off. Not deflected, rejected. The torture curse required a victim who could feel pain, and whatever Harry was becoming, his relationship with pain was changing. The Cruciatus touched his nervous system and found something that wasn't entirely human anymore, and it withdrew like a hand jerking back from a hot stove. Bellatrix's grin faltered. For the first time, uncertainty flickered behind her mad eyes. Harry stunned her. One spell, one moment, precisely aimed. She dropped like a stone, her wand clattering on the cobbles. He bound her with conjured ropes, added a sleeping charm for good measure, and kept moving. Behind him, an aura collected her unconscious body with an expression of profound disbelief. A knot of Death Eaters made a stand near the shrieking shack. 5 of them, experienced, casting in coordinated volleys. Harry dismantled their formation in 4 spells. The 5th spell, a stunner aimed at the last standing fighter, he held. Pulled back. Because the 5th Death Eater had stumbled, her mask falling away, and the face underneath was young. Barely out of Hogwarts. Terrified. Harry lowered his wand. "Run," he said. She ran. Moody appeared at his shoulder. "You let one go." She was a kid. She was a combatant. She was a kid, Alastair. And she's going to go home tonight and lie awake thinking about whether this is really what she signed up for. That's worth more than one more body on the ground. Moody grunted. It might have been disapproval. It might have been respect. With Moody, the two were often indistinguishable. The street cleared. The Death Eaters fell back in stages, operating away in groups of 3 and 4, their disciplined assault degenerating into a controlled retreat. The giants had been neutralized, one down with shattered ankles courtesy of Neville, one driven off by concentrated aura fire, the third still standing but confused and directionless without its handlers. And then the air changed. Harry felt it before anyone else. A shift in the magical pressure, like the moment before a thunderclap when the atmosphere holds its breath. The threads in his vision flared, every single one, simultaneously, and the pull behind his ribs went from a tug to a wrench, violent and specific, pointing toward the town square. He turned. Voldemort stood in the middle of the street. He'd operate in silently, without the usual crack, which was itself a display of power that made the watching auras go pale. He was alone, no Death Eaters flanking him, no bodyguards, no backup. Just one man, tall and skeletal in black robes, his snake-like face catching the grey October light, his red eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that was almost physical. The street emptied. Not because anyone ordered it, because the survival instincts of every witch and wizard in the village fired simultaneously, and 30 seconds later, Harry and Voldemort were alone in a circle of devastation, surrounded by rubble and fallen bodies and the settling dust of a battle that had been, they now realized, merely a prelude. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. His voice carried the way sound carries across water, clear, calm, reaching every ear in the village. He was performing, Harry realized. This was theater. Whatever happened next was meant to be witnessed. "Tom," Harry said. A flicker of rage behind the red eyes. The use of his birth name was a wound that never healed, a reminder of everything he tried to destroy about himself. But the rage was controlled, banked, secondary to whatever purpose had brought him here in person. "I have been thinking about you, Harry," Voldemort said, and his voice was conversational, almost friendly, the tone of a professor discussing an interesting problem. "Since Diagon Alley. Since the curses that wouldn't touch you and the Patronus that shouldn't exist. I have been thinking, and researching, and asking questions that the wizarding world forgot how to ask centuries ago." "And what did you find?" "I found references. Fragments. Myths that the mundane magical world dismissed as fairy tales but which older, wiser traditions preserved." Voldemort began to walk, slowly, tracing a circle around Harry with the measured pace of a predator. "The Greeks called you Moros. The Sumerians called you Namtar. The Egyptians knew you as Meritaten. Every civilization that lasted long enough to develop a sophisticated magical tradition eventually recognized you, the entity that governed the transition between existence and oblivion." Harry said nothing. Let him talk. Let him reveal how much he knew. "I spent 50 years pursuing immortality," Voldemort continued. "I split my soul, I created Horcruxes, I pushed the boundaries of dark magic further than any wizard in history. And all of that, every sacrifice, every ritual, every piece of my soul I carved away, was an attempt to cheat you." He stopped walking. Faced Harry directly. "An attempt to cheat the god of death. And now here you are, wearing the face of a teenage boy, and I am left to wonder, was any of it ever real? Or was I always just, what? Entertainment? A mortal scratching at the door of eternity while the gatekeeper watched and laughed." There was something in his voice that Harry hadn't expected. Not fear, not rage. Hurt. A genuine, bewildered hurt, the pain of a man who dedicated his entire existence to a single goal and was now confronting the possibility that the goal had been impossible from the start. That he'd been fighting a god and calling it victory. "I wasn't laughing," Harry said. "I didn't know. I didn't remember. But you know now. I'm starting to. Then you understand what I need." Voldemort's red eyes blazed. "Not your death, Harry. Not anymore. Your death accomplishes nothing if you are what I believe you are. What I need is your power. The authority you carry. The dominion over life and death that is your birthright and my obsession. Give it to me, and I will end this war. Refuse, and I will take it from your corpse. You can't take it. It's not a thing you can hold. It's not a spell you can learn. It's what I am. Then I will take what you are." Voldemort's stance shifted. Subtle, practiced. The stance of a duelist who'd killed more people than he could count and enjoyed every one. His wand came up, slow, deliberate, savoring the moment the way a conductor savors the silence before the first note. "I have spent 50 years preparing for this," Voldemort said. 50 years learning the deepest secrets of magic, pushing boundaries no one else dared to push. And you were born with what I spent a lifetime pursuing. The universe has a cruel sense of humor. The universe doesn't have a sense of humor. It just is. How philosophical. Let me offer a counterpoint." He raised his wand. The U-wand, brother to Harry's holly, 13.5 inches of dark magic history pointed at Harry's chest with the steady hand of a man who'd killed more people than he could count. The air between them crackled. Every magical sensor in 100 miles registered the spike, two enormous powers, facing each other across 20 feet of cobblestone, the combined weight of their intent pressing against reality hard enough to make the ground hum. Harry didn't draw his wand. He stood with his arms at his sides, his hands open, his posture relaxed. Not defiance, recognition. He knew what was coming. He'd always known. This moment had been written into the fabric of existence since a desperate woman threw herself between a green light and a cradle. Avada Kedavra. The green light erupted. Not a bolt this time, a torrent. A flood of emerald energy that was wider than Harry's body, brighter than sunlight, carrying enough destructive force to level a building. Voldemort had poured everything into it. Every fragment of his shattered soul, every ounce of his considerable power, concentrated into a single killing intent so focused that the air itself seemed to burn in its wake. It reached Harry in a fraction of a second. And Harry caught it. Not deflected. Not dodged. Not survived. He raised his right hand, palm out, and the killing curse hit his palm and stopped. The green light pooled in his hand like water filling a cup, swirling and crackling, and Harry felt it, felt the curse recognizing him, felt the magic that was death made manifest encountering the god who had invented the concept. The curse didn't fight him. It surrendered. The killing intent drained away, the malice evaporated, and what was left was raw energy, green, pure, ancient, the fundamental force that had been channeled through a million wands and spoken in a million voices and never, not once, understood by the mortals who wielded it. The killing curse was his. Had always been his. It was a piece of his own authority, refracted through mortal magic and given a name and a wand movement, and holding it felt like picking up a tool you'd forgotten you owned. Harry looked at it. Then he looked at Voldemort. Then memories hit. They came like a wave, not all of them, not the full ocean, but a surge powerful enough to stagger him. He remembered being Morrows. Not fragments, not impressions. Actual memories, clear and sharp and overwhelming. He remembered the first death, not a human death but the death of a star, billions of years ago, the first time matter had transitioned from one state to another and he had been there to witness it. He remembered watching life evolve, watching consciousness emerge, watching the first creature that was capable of understanding its own mortality look up at the sky and feel afraid. He remembered choosing to feel that fear. Choosing to become mortal. Choosing to understand. The memories lasted 3 seconds. They contained eons. Harry blinked. The green light in his hand pulsed once, twice, and then he pushed it outward. Not as an attack, as a return. The killing curse flowed from his palm like a river reversing course, racing back along the path it had taken, hitting Voldemort in the chest with his own spell, his own power, redirected by an authority that no mortal could challenge. Voldemort screamed. The sound was inhuman, the howl of a soul that had been fractured too many times holding itself together through sheer willpower and now feeling that will contested by something it couldn't resist. The killing curse tore through his reconstructed body like fire through paper, shredding the dark magic that held it together, unraveling the enchantments that gave it form and function. His body came apart. Not in an explosion, not in a dramatic disintegration. It simply ceased to cohere. The flesh dissolved, the bones crumbled, and for one terrible moment Voldemort existed as a wraith, a screaming, formless mass of fractured soul and dark magic, hovering in the air above the ruins of his body. Then the wraith fled. Streaking away like a comet of black smoke, shrieking in rage and agony, carried by momentum and desperation toward whatever contingency Voldemort had prepared for exactly this scenario. He'd survived discorporation before. He had Horcruxes, anchors, emergency plans. He would not die today. But he would hurt. For a very, very long time. The wraith disappeared over the hills. The street was silent except for the settling of dust and the distant moaning of wounded and the hammering of 200 hearts belonging to people who had just watched a teenage boy catch the killing curse in his bare hand and throw it back. Harry stood in the empty street, his hand still raised, green light fading from his skin like the afterglow of lightning. The memories were settling, finding their places in his mind like books being returned to shelves. He could feel the weight of them, the impossible, crushing, beautiful weight of 10,000 years of existence, and it was changing him, reshaping his internal architecture, making room for something that had always been there but had been locked away. He lowered his hand. He looked at the crowd of witnesses, students, professors, aurors, villagers, every one of them staring at him with expressions that ran the full spectrum from terror to awe to something that looked very much like worship. He turned and walked away from the square, because his knees were about to give out and he was fairly certain that the god of death collapsing in the street would send the wrong message. He made it to the Three Broomsticks. The pub was serving as a field hospital, tables shoved aside to make room for conjured stretchers, the air thick with the smells of blood and dittany and the particular acrid scent of dark curse residue. Healers from St. Mungo's had arrived by emergency port key and were working with efficient urgency, triaging the wounded into categories that Harry could have told them in an instant just by looking at the threads. He didn't. He sat down on a bench near the door, leaned his head against the wall, and tried to breathe through the storm of memories still settling in his skull. The cost was becoming clear. Not to him, to others. He'd neutralized the Inferi and scattered the Dementors in under a minute. He'd dominated a battlefield that should have been a massacre. But while he'd been dealing with the killing curse in the town square, the battle had continued everywhere else. People had died. Not many, the Order's preparations had held, the Aurors had been effective, the castle's defenders had been brave. But some. 3 civilians. A shopkeeper from Honeydukes who'd stayed to protect his store. A witch visiting from Edinburgh who'd been in the wrong place when the giants came through. A 4th-year Hufflepuff named Colin Creevey, who'd run toward the fighting instead of away from it because that was who Colin was, and a stray curse had found him before anyone could intervene. Harry felt each death like a punch to the sternum. Not abstractly, he felt the exact moment each thread was cut, the precise instant each life transitioned from is to was. He felt them pass through the boundary he governed, and he knew, with the terrible, absolute certainty of his waking nature, exactly where they'd gone. He could have saved them. If he'd been faster, if he'd split his attention, if he'd prioritized differently. Instead of confronting Voldemort in the square, he could have been on the south side of the village where Colin was fighting. Instead of catching the killing curse, a curse that couldn't have killed him anyway, he could have been shielding civilians. He'd made a choice. And people had died because of it. Moody found him before Daphne did. The old Auror stumped through the makeshift hospital, his magical eye cataloging injuries with professional detachment, his flesh eye finding Harry on the bench and reading his expression with the accuracy of a man who'd seen that expression on 1,000 soldiers' faces. "Don't," Moody growled, lowering himself onto the bench with the mechanical care of someone whose body was mostly replacement parts. "Whatever you're doing in that head of yours, don't." "I could have." "No. You couldn't have. You made the tactical call, engage the primary threat, eliminate the enemy commander, break the assault's backbone. 3 dead out of 100 potential casualties. That's a good day, Potter. That's a day most field commanders would kill for." Colin Creevey was 16. "I know how old he was. I know who he was. I know he died fighting, which is more than most people get." Moody's voice was rough, unsparing, but not unkind. "You're going to carry this. Every commander does. The ones who don't carry it are the ones you should worry about, because they've stopped seeing people as people and started seeing them as numbers on a board. Dumbledore said I should have pursued the retreating Death Eaters instead of helping the students." Moody's magical eye fixed on him. "Dumbledore said that?" "He implied it. That the strategic choice was different from the one I made. Dumbledore's a brilliant man who's spent too many years playing chess. Sometimes the right move isn't the strategic one. Sometimes it's the one that lets you look at yourself in the mirror tomorrow." Moody stood, his wooden leg creaking. "The dead don't keep score, Potter. The living do. Save who you can, grieve who you can't, and don't let anyone, not Dumbledore, not me, not the bloody voice in your head, tell you that saving 3 kids instead of capturing 2 Death Eaters was the wrong call. He stumped away, leaving Harry alone with his guilt and the memory of a 4th year with a camera who'd never take another photograph. The 3 broomsticks filled steadily as the afternoon wore on. Wounded were healed and sent to St. Mungo's or back to the castle. The dead were carried out with quiet dignity. Aurors took statements. Professors counted heads. The machinery of crisis response ground forward with the impersonal efficiency that Harry was learning to both rely on and resent. Neville appeared in the doorway, covered in dust and blood, most of it not his, with his wand still in his hand and an expression on his face that Harry recognized. It was the expression of someone who just discovered what they were capable of and wasn't entirely sure how to feel about it. Nevada. Harry stood, caught his arm, guided him to the bench. Sit down. You look, I took down a giant. Neville's voice was distant, slightly wondering. An actual giant. I studied their anatomy for weeks, weak points, joint structure, center of gravity. I knew exactly where to hit and how hard. And when the moment came, it was just, automatic. Like my body knew what to do before my brain caught up. That's training. That's preparation meeting opportunity. Maybe. Neville looked at his hands. They were steady, which seemed to surprise him. My parents were Aurors. Did you know that? I knew. Gran always told me I wasn't like them. Not brave enough, not talented enough, not enough. Just not enough. He flexed his fingers. Today I was enough. Today I took down something that was 30 feet tall and weighed more than a house, and I did it because I prepared for exactly that moment. He looked at Harry with clear, focused eyes. You're not the only one changing, Harry. Whatever's happening to you, you're not alone in growing into something new. Harry felt something warm and fierce expand in his chest. Not his divine nature, something more mundane and more precious. Pride in his friend. Gratitude for the reminder that heroism wasn't the exclusive domain of gods and chosen ones. That ordinary people could be extraordinary through nothing more magical than preparation, courage, and the stubborn refusal to stay small. You were brilliant, Nevada, seriously. You were absolutely brilliant. Neville almost smiled. Don't tell Gran. She'll take credit for it somehow. She should take credit. She raised someone who runs toward giants. She raised someone who runs toward giants while screaming internally. The almost smile became real. But I suppose that's close enough. They sat together for a while, 2 boys who'd seen too much and fought too hard and were learning, in their different ways, that the weight of the world could be carried if you had someone to carry it with. Daphne found him there. She came through the crowd with her sleeves rolled up and blood on her hands that wasn't hers. She'd been healing, not with Harry's impossible ability, but with solid, competent combat medicine, the kind you learn when your sister's been sick your whole life and you've spent years studying every medical text you can get your hands on. Her face was pale but composed, her jaw set, her eyes burning with the particular fire that comes from being useful in a crisis. She sat down next to him. Close. Their shoulders touching. You caught it, she said. The killing curse. You caught it in your hand. Yeah. And threw it back. Yeah. And Voldemort, gone. Not dead, the Horcruxes are keeping him anchored. But gone. He won't have a body again for a while. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then, you remembered something. During the fight. I could see it happen, your eyes changed. They went, she stopped, searching for words. Old. They went old, Harry. Like looking at the sky. He turned to look at her. She was right there, close enough to touch, close enough that he could see the individual threads of gold in her gray-green eyes and a pulse beating in her throat and a tiny scar on her left earlobe from a childhood mishap that he suddenly, inexplicably wanted to know the story of. I remembered what I was, he said. Not all of it. Enough. I remembered the first death, not a person, a star. I remembered watching life begin. I remembered choosing to become human. Why? Why would a god choose to become human? Because I watched a mother die for her child and I didn't understand why. I'd seen a billion deaths, and I understood the mechanism, the biology, the physics of it. But I didn't understand the love. I didn't understand why anyone would voluntarily cross the threshold I guarded to protect someone else. So I went to find out. Daphne's eyes were very bright. Did you find out? Harry looked at her, really looked, with every sense he had, human and divine. She was beautiful and fierce and scared and hopeful, and her thread was strong and bright, and it was reaching toward him in a way that threads didn't normally reach, as if some fundamental force was drawing them together. "I'm starting to," he said. She didn't kiss him. He didn't kiss her. They just sat there, shoulder to shoulder, in a pub full of wounded people, breathing the same air, being alive in the same moment, and the thing between them grew from a possibility into something real and solid and undeniable. "A story is fine," Daphne said eventually. "I got her to the 3 broomsticks when the attack started. She's upstairs with Madame Rosmerta." "Good. She asked about you. In the middle of a battle. My 13-year-old sister, surrounded by dark wizards and inferi, asked me if you were okay." Daphne's voice was a mix of exasperation and something warmer. "You've completely ruined her. She used to have sensible priorities." "Like what?" "Like hiding. Staying alive. Not developing crushes on boys who fight Dark Lords before lunch. It was after lunch, technically." "Oh, well. That changes everything." She leaned her head against his shoulder. "A small gesture. An enormous one. Harry." "Yeah. You scared me today. Not the power. Not the killing curse. The look on your face when you caught it. You looked happy. Like you'd found something you'd been missing." Harry was quiet for a long time. She was right. He had been happy. Not the savage joy of victory or the relief of survival. Something deeper and more troubling, the happiness of recognition, of reunion, of a part of yourself clicking back into place after a lifetime of its absence. "I need you to tell me when I stop looking human," he said. "I need you to be the one who says, 'That's too far, come back.' Can you do that?" "I can do that. Promise me." "I promise." She lifted her head from his shoulder and met his eyes. "But you have to promise me something too." "What?" "Promise me you'll listen when I say it. Promise me you won't get so far gone that my voice can't reach you." "I promise." "Then we have a deal, Potter." "Harry. Harry." She almost smiled. "We have a deal, Harry." They sat in the 3 broomsticks for another hour as the aftermath continued around them. Healers worked. Horrors documented. The machinery of recovery turned with the slow, grinding persistence of institutions doing what institutions do. Ron and Hermione found them eventually. Ron had a cut above his eye that Hermione had already healed, leaving only a thin pink line. Hermione had the look of someone who'd been running calculations since the battle ended and didn't like the results. "Harry." Hermione sat down across from them, noticed Daphne's proximity to Harry, registered it with a flicker of curiosity but filed it away for later. "We need to talk about what happened. All of it. The inferi, the Patronus, the killing curse, and the political fallout. The Ministry is going to react badly." "I know. Worse than badly. You just did 3 impossible things in front of hundreds of witnesses. You commanded the dead to stop walking. You caught the killing curse in your hand. You discorporated Voldemort with his own spell reflected back at him. Any one of those things would have been a national crisis. All 3 together." She shook her head. "You've moved beyond what the magical world has a framework to process." Ron was eating again, stress response, Harry knew, but his eyes were sharp. She's right, mate. I overheard two Aurors talking. One of them used the word containment. They weren't talking about the Death Eaters. Harry looked at Daphne. She nodded, her expression confirming what Ron had heard. The political game starts now, Daphne said. And it's going to be uglier than the battle, because battles have rules and politics doesn't. You need allies on the Wizengamot. You need the press. You need the public to see you as a protector, not a threat. She's right, Hermione said, and the fact that she was agreeing with a Slytherin without hesitation said more about the severity of the situation than any analysis could. So I need a strategy, Harry said. You need a team, Daphne corrected. A strategy is only as good as the people executing it. You have fighters, obviously. What you need are operators. People who understand how power works in the places where wands don't matter. People like you. I'm a start. But you'll need more. My father has contacts. Fleur has the ICW. Hermione has a brain that could outmaneuver the entire Wizengamot if properly motivated. Hermione blinked. That's, actually a very nice thing for you to say. Don't get used to it. I'm being practical, not friendly. Ron grinned around his sandwich. I like her. Nobody asked you, Weasley. Still like her. Harry looked at the three of them, Hermione with her brilliant, tireless mind already spinning strategy. Ron with his loyalty and his courage and his unshakable normalcy. Daphne with her political intelligence and her sharp tongue and the way she looked at him like he was both a miracle and a problem to be solved. He needed all of them. Every skill, every perspective, every kind of strength. Because the war wasn't just about magic anymore. It was about perception, politics, fear, and the terrifying question of what the world does when it discovers that something more powerful than it can imagine is living in a castle in Scotland and attending classes on Monday mornings. Okay, he said. Let's build a team. The aftermath of Hogsmeade was seismic. The Daily Prophet ran the story for 9 consecutive days. The first 3 were breathless, heroic accounts. The boy who caught death, screamed the headline, above a photograph that someone had taken of the exact moment Harry's palm connected with the killing curse. The image was seared into the wizarding world's collective consciousness overnight. You couldn't walk into a pub or a shop or a ministry office without seeing it. Days 4 through 6 shifted tone. The awe curdled into anxiety. Op-eds appeared asking uncomfortable questions. What kind of power allows someone to catch a killing curse? What does it mean for the balance of power in the wizarding world? Should one individual possess abilities that exceed the combined strength of the Auror department? The word regulation started appearing with uncomfortable frequency. Days 7 through 9 were the worst. That was when the ministry made its move. Rufus Scrimgeour, the Minister for Magic, called an emergency session of the Wizengamot. The agenda, leaked to the Prophet before the ink was dry, included a single item, the classification and regulation of anomalous magical entities, with special reference to the events of October 26. It was the legislation Daphne had warned him about. Marcia's legislation, almost certainly. The framework for detaining Harry disguised as a public safety measure. Dumbledore fought it. In the Wizengamot, before the full body, he argued with the eloquence and passion of a man who'd spent a century learning to wield words like weapons. He invoked precedent, cited law, appealed to justice and reason and the fundamental rights of magical citizens. He was magnificent. He lost. The vote was 73 to 42 in favor of the act. Not enforcement, not yet. But the legal architecture was now in place. The ministry had given itself the authority to detain and study any magical being whose abilities exceeded a threshold defined by a committee that Scrimgeour would personally appoint. The international reaction was equally volatile. The French ministry issued a statement of concern. The German Zaubererministerium proposed an emergency session of the ICW. The American MACUSA, never ones for subtlety, leaked a classified assessment that described Harry as a Class 7 magical threat, defined as an entity capable of single-handedly altering the outcome of a regional conflict. Class 7. The same classification they used for dragons and Nundu. Harry was now, in the official taxonomy of magical threats, equivalent to a natural disaster. Fleur brought him the Makusa report, her expression carefully neutral in the way that meant she was furious. "This is not accurate," she said, dropping the document on his desk. "A Nundu kills indiscriminately. You saved lives. A dragon cannot choose its targets. You chose to spare combatants who surrendered. They are comparing you to beasts because they do not have a classification for what you actually are. What am I, according to the ICW? Officially, you are an anomalous magical entity of indeterminate origin. Unofficially, she met his eyes. You are the thing that makes every government in the world nervous, because you answer to no authority except your own, and no one knows what you will do with the power you have. I'm going to use it to stop a war and save people. I know this. You know this. But they do not know this, and fear makes people stupid." She straightened. "I have been asked to submit a formal assessment to the ICW. I intend to recommend that you be classified as a sovereign magical entity, not a citizen of any nation, not subject to any ministry's jurisdiction. A being who exists outside the normal framework. It will not be popular, but it will protect you legally. And what does that make me? A country of one? It makes you untouchable. Which is what you need to be right now." Harry considered this. The idea of being classified as a sovereign entity, a magical nation-state in human form, was absurd and terrifying and, he had to admit, strategically brilliant. If no government had jurisdiction over him, then no government could enforce the act. "Do it," he said. "And Fleur?" "Yes. Thank you. For being on my side." "I am not on your side," she said firmly. "I am on the side of what is right. It appends that you are also on that side, for now. If you ever leave it, I will be the first to oppose you." A pause. "But for now, you are welcome." She left. Harry looked at the Makusa report with its clinical language and its threat assessments and its careful, institutional fear of the unknown. Class 7 magical threat. He'd been called worse. Harry heard about it from Dumbledore, who arrived in his office looking like he'd aged 10 years in an afternoon. "I'm sorry, Harry. I could not stop it. You said the Covenant operates through governments. That they have agents in every magical institution." "I did. Then this wasn't Scrimgeour. He's a blunt instrument," someone pointed him and pushed. "The question is who?" Harry paused. "Marsh. Almost certainly involved. But Marsh is a field operative, not a legislator. Someone higher in the Covenant structure is coordinating with sympathetic Wisengamot members." Harry stood at the window, looking out over the grounds. The Thestrals were visible at the forest's edge, 6 of them, watching the castle with their blank white eyes. Waiting. "I'm not going to let them cage me, Albus. I would not ask you to. But we must be strategic. The Act gives us time, it requires hearings, assessments, a formal process before any action can be taken. I can delay that process for months. But it also means that any public display of your abilities will be used as justification for acceleration. So I need to be careful. You need to be invisible. Which, given your nature, may be the most difficult thing I've ever asked of you." Harry thought about that. Being invisible. Hiding what he was, suppressing the power that was growing inside him like a tide, pretending to be something smaller and less dangerous than the truth. It was what Dumbledore had always wanted, Harry as a symbol, manageable, contained, a weapon to be deployed at the right moment rather than a force of nature that might reshape the world without anyone's permission. He didn't want to be invisible. But he understood the necessity. "I'll be careful," he said. "But Albus, if they come for me, if they actually try to enforce that act, I won't go quietly. I would be disappointed if you did. A flicker of the old Dumbledore, the twinkle, the warmth, the genuine affection underneath the strategy. Harry held on to it, filed it away in the growing archive of reasons to stay human. One more thing, Harry said. Something Daphne told me. Marsh has been meeting with Board of Governors members. Arranging security consultations. She thinks he's placing wards. Dumbledore went very still. What kind of wards? She didn't know. But if the Covenant's goal is to suppress my abilities, then warding Hogwarts would be the logical move. Contain me in the one place they can monitor constantly. I will investigate. If there are unauthorized wards on these grounds, I will find them. And if you can't? Dumbledore looked at him with those old, tired, brilliant eyes. Then we will adapt. It is what we do. But the wards were already in place. Harry noticed 3 days later. A dimming. Not dramatic, not sudden, a gradual reduction in clarity, as if someone was slowly turning down the brightness on a lamp. The threads were harder to see. The emotional signatures were fainter. The bone-deep certainty that had guided him through the Hogsmeade battle was muffled, like trying to hear music through a wall. He tested himself in the room of requirement. The Patronus was still powerful, but smaller. The healing touch still worked, but required more effort. The soul sight, the ability to see threads and red lifelines, flickered and stuttered like a radio losing signal. Someone was suppressing him. Methodically, precisely, with the careful expertise of people who'd been doing this for centuries. He told Hermione. She went white. The Covenant. Marsh must have placed the suppression wards during the Hogsmeade attack, while everyone was focused on the battle. He had free access to the castle grounds. Can you find them? I can try. If they're physical objects, warding stones, runic arrays, anything tangible, I can scan for them. But if they're embedded in the castle's own ward structure, they'll be nearly impossible to isolate. Nearly impossible. Not actually impossible. I'm Hermione Granger. Nearly impossible is my specialty. She was already pulling books from her bag, her mind visibly shifting into research mode. I'll need Fleur. Her Vela sensitivity to magical auras might be able to detect what conventional scanning can't. Take Ron too. He's got a feel for spatial magic that none of us have. Remember how he navigated the chessboard in first year? That wasn't just strategy. He reads magical spaces intuitively. Hermione nodded, already planning, already 3 steps ahead. Harry watched her go and felt a complicated mix of gratitude and guilt. Gratitude for friends who dropped everything to help, guilt for needing help in the first place. He was supposed to be a god. Gods didn't need teenage girls to solve their problems for them. But he wasn't just a god. He was also a boy. And boys needed friends. He told Daphne next, during one of their library sessions. She listened with her usual controlled intensity, processing the implications with the speed and precision of someone who'd been trained from birth to think politically. The suppression wards explain the timing of the act, she said. They didn't push the legislation because of Hogsmeade, they pushed it because they'd already taken steps to weaken you. The act is the second phase. Phase 1 was the wards. Phase 2 is the legal framework. Phase 3, capture. Or worse. Or worse. She was quiet for a moment. My father's contact on the Board of Governors, she's been asking questions about Marsh. Discreetly. She found something interesting. His credentials are perfect. Too perfect. Flawless educational records, impeccable work history, recommendation letters from people who, when contacted for verification, don't remember writing them. A fabricated identity. A very good fabricated identity. Whoever created Aldrich Marsh invested years of preparation. This isn't opportunistic, Harry. This is institutional. Organized. Patient. The Covenant. Has to be. She pulled a parchment from her bag, a family tree she'd been constructing, connecting the names of suspected Covenant operatives across magical Europe. It was incomplete, full of gaps and question marks, but the pattern was clear. They've been embedding agents in magical governments for decades. Maybe centuries. Marsh is just the one we can see. Harry studied the family tree. Names he didn't recognize, institutions he'd never heard of, connections that spanned continents and generations. The Covenant wasn't an organization. It was an ecosystem, self-sustaining, self-perpetuating, woven into the fabric of the magical world so thoroughly that removing it would be like pulling a thread from a sweater. We can't fight them all, he said. No. But we don't have to fight them all. We have to find their center of gravity, the person or principle that holds the whole structure together, and apply pressure there. Erasmus Vane. Daphne looked at him sharply. You know that name? Dumbledore mentioned it. The Covenant's leader. Or one of them. If we can identify Vane, find his location, understand his strategy, we can predict his moves instead of reacting to them. She met his eyes. This is what I'm good at, Harry. Not combat, not magic. This. Let me help. You're already helping. Let me help more. There was an intensity in her voice that went beyond strategy, beyond intellectual exercise. This was personal. The Covenant was building a cage for the person who might save her sister, and Daphne Greengrass did not respond well to people threatening the things she cared about. Harry nodded. Anything you need. Resources, access, cover, name it. I need your trust. You have it. I know. She almost smiled, that particular Daphne almost smile that was worth more than most people's full grins. That's what makes this interesting. Harry sat alone in the room of requirement after everyone had gone and felt the muffled hum of his own power pressing against walls it couldn't see, and he understood for the first time that his enemies weren't just trying to kill him. They were trying to cage him. And a caged god was exactly what the Covenant wanted, controlled, contained, slowly diminished until the divine was separated from the mortal and both could be dealt with on human terms. He couldn't let that happen. Not for his own sake, for everyone's. Because Kairos was out there, on the other side of the veil, growing stronger every day, and if Harry was suppressed when the usurper made his move, there would be no one left to stop him. The game was shifting. The players were multiplying. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the god who forgot, the death entity in a teenager's body, was running out of time to figure out which battles to fight and which to survive. He closed his eyes in the room of requirement and reached for the river. It was there, faint, distant, muffled by the suppression wards, but there. Warm. Patient. Waiting. I'm coming, he whispered. Just hold on a little longer. The river pulsed once. Faintly. Like a heartbeat heard through a wall. Outside, on the Hogwarts grounds, something was happening that only Harry would have understood. The Thestrals were gathering. Not the 6 or 7 that usually lingered at the forest's edge. All of them. Every Thestral in the Hogwarts herd, and creatures from the wild herd deeper in the forbidden forest that hadn't been seen by human eyes in decades, were emerging from the trees and walking toward the castle. Slowly, deliberately, with the solemn grace of a funeral procession, they arranged themselves in a line along the edge of the forest facing the castle windows. 50 Thestrals. Then 100. Then more. Dark, skeletal, their leathery wings folded against their flanks, their white eyes reflecting the moonlight. They stood in perfect formation, motionless, patient, and they watched the castle with the unwavering attention of an army awaiting orders. Hagrid saw them from his cabin. Came to his doorway, mug of tea forgotten in his enormous hand, and stared. Blimey, he whispered. What's got into him? He didn't know. But the Thestrals did. Their king was waking. Their master was returning. And they would wait, as they had always waited, as the dead have always waited, patiently, faithfully, for as long as it took. In the Department of Mysteries, the veil pulsed again. And behind it, in the space between worlds, Kairos sat on his throne of bone and soullight and watched the barrier thin, and smiled a smile that had nothing of warmth in it. Almost, the usurper whispered. Almost time. The game was shifting. The players were multiplying. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the god who forgot, the death entity in a teenager's body, was running out of time to figure out which battles to fight and which to survive. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Throne Between Worlds. November arrived like a bruise, grey, slow, aching. The euphoria of Voldemort's defeat at Hogsmeade faded faster than anyone expected, replaced by the complicated, unglamorous reality of a world that didn't know whether to celebrate or panic. The Dark Lord was gone but not dead. The hero who defeated him was something that defied classification. And the systems meant to protect people were being weaponized against the one person who'd actually protected them. Harry felt the irony. He felt everything these days, which was part of the problem. The suppression wards were working. Not shutting him down, the Covenant was too smart for something that obvious, too experienced in the art of diminishing gods by degrees. Instead, the wards operated like a constant low-grade static, interfering with his expanding senses the way white noise interferes with a conversation. He could still feel the threads. He could still sense death and life and the boundary between them. But everything was muffled, dampened, as if someone had wrapped his divine nature in cotton wool and was slowly, patiently suffocating it. The worst part was the memories. They'd been coming in fragments since Hogsmeade, not the controlled, sequential unlocking he'd experienced before, but a chaotic flood of impressions that hit at random moments and left him reeling. He'd be sitting in Charm's class and suddenly remember the death of Aristotle, not as a historical fact but as a lived experience, the sensation of a brilliant mind dimming like a candle in a draught. He'd be eating dinner and remember the fall of Troy, the smell of burning cedar, the sound of bronze on bronze, the specific weight of 10,000 souls crossing his threshold in a single night. Each memory was enormous. Each one was someone's everything, their final breath, their last thought, the ultimate moment of their existence, and Harry was carrying millions of them, and they were all trying to surface at once, and his human brain was not equipped for the traffic. He started losing time. Nothing dramatic, minutes, mostly, occasionally an hour. He'd blink and find himself standing in a corridor he didn't remember walking to, or sitting in a classroom with no recollection of the lesson. It was as if his conscious mind was being periodically shunted aside while his divine nature processed the incoming data, and the transitions were becoming less smooth as the volume increased. Ron noticed first. Because Ron always noticed the things that mattered, even when, especially when, everyone else was focused on the wrong things. "You went away again," Ron said one Tuesday evening in the common room. Not accusatory. Not frightened. Just factual, the way you'd tell someone they had spinach in their teeth. "How long?" "About 4 minutes. You were reading that Transfiguration essay and then you just stopped. Eyes open, not blinking, not breathing as far as I could tell." Hermione almost had a stroke. Harry looked at his essay. He'd written 3 paragraphs he didn't remember writing. They were in ancient Greek. "That's new," he said. "Mate, I know you've got a lot going on with the whole God thing, but writing your homework in dead languages is going to raise some flags. I'll fix it." "Will you, though? Because the gaps are getting longer. And the stuff that happens during the gaps is getting weirder. Last night you were talking in your sleep. Not English. Not any language I recognized. Seamus thought you were having a seizure." Harry said nothing. Ron sat down next to him, close enough that their shoulders bumped. "I'm not going to pretend I understand what's happening to you," Ron said quietly. "I'm a pure-blood wizard from Devon. The most exotic thing in my life before Hogwarts was Dad's collection of Muggle batteries. I don't know what it's like to remember being a god. I don't know what it's like to feel the whole world suffering pressing against the inside of your skull. But But I know what it's like to watch my best mate disappear a little more every day. And it scares the hell out of me, Harry." The words landed like stones. Harry looked at Ron, really looked, the way he used to before his vision got complicated, and saw the fear behind the steady expression. Ron Weasley, who had faced acromantulas and Death Eaters and his own crushing self-doubt, was afraid. Not of Harry. For him. "I'm still here," Harry said. "Yeah. But for how long?" He didn't have an answer. Hermione's confrontation came 3 days later, and it was considerably less gentle. She cornered him in the room of requirement, which had provided a space that was equal parts study room and interrogation chamber, bright lights, a single chair, and Hermione Granger standing over him with 30 pages of notes and an expression that could have cut glass. "Sit down. I'm all ready, sit down and listen." She spread her notes across the table. Charts. Graphs. Timeline comparisons. The manifestation log she'd been keeping, now cross-referenced with something she called a cognitive stability index, that she'd apparently been calculating based on his behavior patterns. "Your memory intrusions are increasing in frequency by roughly 12% per week. Your dissociative episodes, the time gaps, have gone from 30 seconds to 4 minutes in the past month. Your automatic behaviors during episodes are becoming more complex. You wrote a 3-paragraph essay in ancient Greek last night, Harry." Ancient Greek. The language you learn from divine memory, not from study. "I know." "Do you?" "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're slowly being overridden. The human part of you, the Harry part, is being crowded out by the morrow's memories, and you're not doing anything about it." "What would you have me do?" "The memories are sealed. They're unsealing. I can't stop the process. You can manage it. Structure it. Create frameworks for integrating the divine memories without losing the human ones." She pulled out a thick book, not a published text, but a handwritten journal she'd compiled from dozens of sources. "I've been researching cognitive integration techniques. Occlumency is part of it, but not the standard kind. I'm talking about compartmentalization at a level that hasn't been attempted before. Building mental architecture that can hold both identities simultaneously without one overwhelming the other." Harry stared at the journal. Hundreds of pages, meticulously organized, representing weeks of research driven by nothing more than the fierce, stubborn love of a girl who refused to let her best friend dissolve into cosmic abstraction. "You built this for me." "Of course I built it for you. Who else would I build it for?" Her voice cracked, just slightly, and she steadied it with visible effort. "You think pulling away protects us? Harry, I've fought beside you since I was 11 years old. I've been petrified, time-turned, punched Draco Malfoy in the face, and helped you fight a Dark Lord in the Department of Mysteries. If you're turning into a god, fine. But you're our god, and we're not letting you go through this alone." The door opened behind her. Ron walked in, carrying 3 mugs of hot chocolate, because of course he did, because Ron's solution to emotional crisis always involved calories, and he wasn't wrong. "She's been working on that journal for 3 weeks, Ron said, setting the mugs down. "Stayed up past midnight every night. I had to physically carry her to bed twice. You did not carry me, you fell asleep on your notes and I put you on the couch." "Same thing." Ron looked at Harry. "Mate, I don't care if you're Death himself. You're still rubbish at chess, and you still need people who'll tell you when you're being an idiot. And right now, you're being an idiot." Harry picked up the journal. Opened it. The first page was titled, "Cognitive Integration Protocol for Divine Memory Assimilation," and it was, characteristically, the most thorough, organized, brilliantly constructed thing he'd ever seen. "This is incredible, Hermione. It's a first draft. It needs testing. It needs refinement. And it needs you to actually commit to using it instead of pretending everything's fine while you slowly disappear." She sat down across from him. Her eyes were bright, not with tears, but with the particular intensity that Hermione brought to problems she intended to solve or die trying. Will you commit? Yes. Will you tell us when the episodes happen? Every time. No hiding, no downplaying. Yes. Will you stop trying to protect us by shutting us out? Harry looked at her. Then at Ron. His two best friends, sitting in a magical room in a Scottish castle, offering him hot chocolate and a hand-built cognitive framework and the simple, extraordinary gift of refusing to let him face this alone. Yes, he said. I promise. Good. Hermione picked up her mug. Now drink your chocolate. It's getting cold, and I didn't add those marshmallows for my health. The cognitive integration work was brutal. Not physically, mentally, emotionally, in ways that Harry hadn't known it was possible to hurt. Hermione's protocol required him to deliberately engage with the incoming divine memories instead of letting them ambush him, sitting in controlled meditation sessions where he would open himself to a specific category of memory and then practice containing it within a mental framework she'd designed. The framework was based on occlumency but went far beyond it. Standard occlumency created walls, barriers between the mind and external intrusion. Hermione's system created rooms. Vast, organized mental spaces where different categories of experience could be stored, accessed, and, crucially, separated from each other. Human memories in one wing. Divine memories in another. The boundary between them clear, defined, navigable but not permeable. It worked. Slowly, painfully, with setbacks and breakthroughs and long evenings where Harry sat in the room of requirement with his eyes closed and his fists clenched, fighting to keep the cosmic from drowning the personal. But it worked. The dissociative episodes decreased. The random memory intrusions became manageable. The ancient Greek stopped appearing in his homework. The first major breakthrough came on a Wednesday. Harry was sitting in meditation, deliberately engaging with a cluster of memories from ancient Egypt, the construction of the pyramids, the death of pharaohs, the elaborate rituals designed to cheat the very boundary he governed, when something clicked. Not painfully, not with the usual thunderclap of unwanted recollection. Smoothly. Like a key turning in a lock. The memories found their room in the framework Hermione had built, settled in, and became accessible without being overwhelming. He opened his eyes. The room of requirement was the same. He was the same. But the Egyptian memories were there, organized, contained, part of him but not all of him. He could access them the way you access a file in a cabinet, deliberately, purposefully, without the file falling open and spilling its contents everywhere. It worked, he said, and the relief in his voice was so raw that Hermione, who'd been monitoring his vitals with a charm of her own invention, actually teared up. Of course it worked, she said, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. I built it. The protocol wasn't a cure. The memories would keep coming, and each batch required integration work, time and effort and the particular kind of mental discipline that left Harry exhausted and headachy. But it was manageable. It was survivable. And most importantly, it meant that the human and the divine could coexist without one consuming the other. Ron's contribution to the integration process was, characteristically, unscientific and invaluable. After each session, he'd be waiting with food, sandwiches, chocolate, the occasional smuggled butterbeer, and conversation about things that had nothing to do with gods or prophecies or the fate of the world. Quidditch stats. Fred and George's latest product line. The ongoing soap opera of who was dating whom in Gryffindor Tower. Normal things. Human things. The kind of everyday trivia that anchored Harry to his mortal identity more effectively than any meditation technique. You know what your problem is? Ron said one evening, handing Harry a sandwich after a particularly grueling session. I'm the reincarnation of a primordial death entity who's losing a cold war with his own memories. Well, yeah, that. But also, you overthink everything. You're so busy trying to integrate 10,000 years of cosmic experience that you forget to just be. Be Harry. Eat a sandwich. Beat me at exploding snap. Notice that Ginny's new boyfriend is a complete prat and bond with me over our shared disapproval. Ginny's new boyfriend? Dean Thomas. Nice bloke, terrible taste in Quidditch teams, and he holds hands with her in the common room, which is frankly unacceptable. I'm her brother. There should be a buffer zone. Harry laughed. The sound was clean, unencumbered, the laugh of a boy who was, in this moment, nothing more or less than a teenager gossiping with his best friend. There it is, Ron said, pointing at him. That right there. Hold on to that feeling, because that's the part of you worth saving. He wasn't wrong. Daphne helped in ways Hermione couldn't. Where Hermione's approach was structural, build the framework, follow the protocol, measure the results, Daphne's was emotional. She seemed to instinctively understand that the real danger wasn't the memories themselves but the feelings they carried. 10,000 years of witnessing death had left marks on whatever passed for Moros's psyche, and those marks were now Harry's to carry. Talk to me about the worst one, Daphne said one evening in the library, her voice low enough that the surrounding tables couldn't hear. The worst memory? The one that hits hardest. The one that makes you lose yourself. Harry was quiet for a long time. There's a child, he said finally. I don't know when. Ancient. Before Rome, before Greece. A girl, maybe 4 years old. She was sick, something in her lungs. Her mother carried her to a river and prayed. Prayed to the gods, prayed to the sky, prayed to anything that would listen. And I was there. I was always there, at every death, and I watched this woman hold her dying daughter and beg the universe for mercy. And there was no mercy. Because mercy wasn't my function. My function was the boundary. The threshold. I was the door, not the doorkeeper. I didn't choose who passed through, I just made sure the passage was clean. He looked at his hands. But the woman's grief. The sound she made when her daughter stopped breathing. I'd heard it 1 billion times and I still didn't understand it, and that's why I left. That's why I chose mortality. Because I needed to know what that sound meant. Daphne reached across the table and took his hand. Not romantically, firmly, the grip of someone pulling another person back from an edge. And now you know, she said. Now I know. And I wish I didn't, because understanding grief means feeling it, and feeling it means I carry every death I've ever witnessed as if it happened to someone I loved. That's not a weakness, Harry. That's the whole point. You left your throne because you wanted to understand love, and now you do, and it hurts, and it's supposed to hurt, because that's what love does. It makes everything matter. She squeezed his hand. If you didn't feel the grief, you'd still be a god. But you wouldn't be you. He looked at her across the table, this girl with her sharp mind and her guarded heart and her bottomless capacity for the kind of practical compassion that didn't waste time on sentimentality but went straight to the wound and applied pressure. She was saving him. Not from enemies or curses or cosmic threats. From the much more dangerous possibility of losing himself in his own vastness. I think I'm falling for you, he said. He hadn't planned to say it. It came out the way truths come out when you're too tired and too raw to maintain your filters, simply, directly, without art or strategy. Daphne's hand tightened on his. Her eyes widened fractionally, the only crack in her composure. Then she said, with remarkable steadiness, I know. I've known for weeks. I was waiting for you to catch up. Is that your way of saying you feel the same? It's my way of saying that if you break my heart, I will make the killing curse look like a mild inconvenience. A pause. And yes. Obviously. I feel the same. I've felt the same since the lake. Possibly since the library. Possibly since Diagon Alley, when you asked my 13-year-old sister for consent before healing her, because that one gesture, told me more about who you are than anything you've done since. The library was very quiet. The candles floating overhead cast warm, shifting light across the old wood and older books, and somewhere a clock was ticking, and the world was turning, and two people were looking at each other with the specific gravity of those who've decided to be brave. Harry leaned across the table and kissed her. It wasn't a perfect first kiss. The table was in the way, and he knocked over an inkwell, and Daphne's glasses clattered onto her open book, and Madame Pants made a sound from somewhere deep in the stacks that suggested she was personally offended by the display. It was messy and awkward and interrupted by the practical necessity of cleaning ink off a centuries-old text. But it was real. And real, Harry was learning, was worth more than perfect. "You owe me a new inkwell," Daphne said, slightly breathless. "Worth it. And you're cleaning that book. Also worth it." She almost laughed. Daphne Greengrass, who rationed her smiles like a miser rationed gold, who held the world at arm's length because letting it close was a risk she couldn't afford, she almost laughed. And then she did laugh, a short, startled sound that seemed to surprise her as much as it surprised him, and in that laughter was the unmistakable music of someone who'd been guarding their heart for a very long time and had just decided to stop. The attempt to heal Astoria came the following week. Harry had been preparing, studying the blood curse through his diminished soul sight, mapping its architecture, understanding the specific ways it corrupted the boundary between healthy cells and dying ones. The suppression wards made the work harder than it should have been, but the cognitive integration protocol gave him the mental discipline to work within his constraints. They met in the room of requirement, which provided a space that was warm and quiet and felt, somehow, like a hospital room designed by someone who understood that healing was as much about comfort as it was about medicine. Astoria sat in a chair with the calm, resigned patience of someone who'd been through this process 100 times with 100 different healers and had learned not to get her hopes up. She was 13 and she moved like an old woman. The curse had been eating her since birth, a slow, systematic attack on her blood's ability to regenerate, each year taking a little more, each winter bringing new symptoms. She was thinner than she should have been, paler, with dark circles under her gray-green eyes that made her look like a portrait that had been left in the rain. But she smiled when she saw Harry. A real, unguarded smile, the smile of someone who hadn't yet learned to be cynical about hope. "Hello, Harry. Are you going to fix me today?" "I'm going to try." "Is that okay?" "That's more than most people promise. Usually they just look sad and use a lot of words that mean, we can't help." She glanced at Daphne, who was standing by the door with her arms crossed and her expression carefully neutral. Daph has been pretending she's not nervous. She does this thing with her jaw when she's scared. "Astoria." Daphne's voice was warning. "See? She's doing it right now." Harry smiled. Astoria Greengrass had the particular courage of people who'd been sick for so long that they'd come out the other side of fear and found a kind of defiant cheerfulness waiting for them. It was a good quality. He suspected she'd need it. He knelt in front of her and took her hands. Closed his eyes. Reached for the diminished but present soul sight and let it focus on the curse. Through the muffled static of the suppression wards, he could see it. The blood curse was a masterwork of dark magic, not a single curse but a self-replicating system, an ecosystem of malign intent that had embedded itself in Astoria's blood at the genetic level. It wasn't attacking her. It was part of her. Woven into the fabric of her biology so completely that removing it would be like trying to remove the salt from the ocean. He couldn't cure it. Not today, not at this power level. The realization hit him with painful clarity, and he felt Astoria's hands twitch in his as she read the answer on his face before he spoke it. "Not yet," he said. "I'm sorry. The curse is too deeply integrated. At my current level, it's okay." Her voice was steady. She'd done this before. Heard these words before. She had armor for this particular disappointment. "It's not okay. And I want you to hear what I'm saying, not yet. Not, never. Not, impossible. Not yet. When the suppression wards come down, when I'm at full strength, I can do this. I can see exactly what needs to be done. I just can't do it through the constraints I'm under right now. Astoria studied him with eyes that were too old for her face. Most healers say, "There's nothing we can do," and they mean, go home and wait. You're saying wait, but wait for something specific. That's different. It's different, Harry confirmed. And I promise you, Astoria, when I can do this, you'll be the first person I come to. She nodded. Then, with the casual bravery of someone who'd been looking death in the face for 13 years, just don't take too long, yeah? I've got plans. I want to visit Japan. And learn to fly. And beat Daphne at chess at least once before I die, which honestly might be harder than beating the curse. Daphne made a sound that was halfway between a laugh and a sob. She turned away, pressing her fist against her mouth, and Harry saw the moment, brief, devastating, when the composure she maintained for her sister's sake cracked wide open. Harry stood and walked to her. Touched her shoulder. She flinched, then leaned into the contact, her forehead resting against his collarbone for just a moment, 3 seconds of vulnerability that she would later pretend never happened. I will save her, Harry whispered, for Daphne's ears only. That's not hope talking. That's a promise from someone who governs the boundary between life and death. She is not going to die. Daphne pulled back. Met his eyes. And in her expression, behind the fear, behind the practiced control, behind the Slytherin armor she'd worn her whole life, he saw something he'd never seen there before. Faith. Not in a god. Not in a prophecy. In him. In Harry. In the boy who asked for consent before healing and promised things he meant to keep. Okay, she whispered. Okay. Neville found him in the corridor afterward. He looked like he'd been waiting, positioned near the entrance to the 7th floor with the alert posture of someone who'd chosen their ground deliberately. Got a minute? For you. Always. They walked together. Neville had grown into himself over the past months, not just physically, but in the way he inhabited space. He no longer shuffled or apologized for his presence. I've been thinking about the other prophecy, Neville said. The one that could have been about me. I used to feel guilty. Like I'd dodged a bullet that hit you instead. He stopped walking and faced Harry directly. But I don't think that's true anymore. I think it chose both of us. You for the divine thing. Me for the human thing. The fighting and the standing up when it would be easier to sit down. Harry looked at his friend and saw what Neville was becoming. Not a god, not a chosen one. Something rarer, a genuinely good person who had decided to be brave because he believed it was right. You're not a footnote, Nevada. You never were. I know that now. And whatever happens, with Kairos, with the veil, I'm with you. Not because you're a god. Because you're my friend. And because someone needs to show the world that you don't need divine power to stand against the dark. Harry felt that fierce warmth again. The quiet, stubborn hero who would never make the headlines but would always hold the line. When this is over, Harry said, remind me to buy you a drink. I'll hold you to that. Neville grinned. Now come on. Dinner. The next morning, Erasmus Vane arrived at Hogwarts. He came through the front gates at 9 o'clock, announced by a letter from the Board of Governors that Dumbledore received over breakfast with an expression of carefully controlled displeasure. The letter introduced Vane as a security consultant specializing in ward architecture and defensive enchantment assessment, invited by the board to evaluate Hogwarts protections in light of the Hogsmeade attack. His credentials were impeccable. His references were unimpeachable. His authorization was legally watertight. It was, in every way, the perfect cover. Harry watched him cross the entrance hall from the gallery above, and what he saw made his blood go cold. Erasmus Vane was tall, silver-haired, and moved with the fluid precision of a man who'd been physically active for far longer than his apparent age suggested. He wore simple, well-cut robes in charcoal gray and a dark metal ring on his left hand that Harry's dimming senses registered as deeply, fundamentally wrong, an object that radiated a specific kind of emptiness, like a hole cut in the fabric of magic itself. But it was his thread that made Harry grip the gallery railing hard enough to whiten his knuckles. Every person Harry had ever seen had a thread, a lifeline connecting their soul to the boundary he governed. Some were bright, some were dim, some were frayed or tangled or darkened by exposure to dark magic. But they were all there. Every living person had one. Vane didn't. His thread wasn't cut or hidden or suppressed. It was missing. As if the man walking through the entrance hall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry simply didn't exist in the system that Harry governed. As if someone had reached into the tapestry of life and death and carefully, surgically removed one strand. "That's impossible," Harry murmured. "What's impossible?" Neville was beside him, having arrived for breakfast early. "The new consultant. He doesn't have a, never mind. It's nothing." But it wasn't nothing. A man without a lifeline was either already dead or had found a way to exist outside the boundary between life and death. And a man who could do that was either a miracle or a monster, and the ring on his finger suggested he'd had help from something that understood divine mechanics at a level no mortal should. Harry needed to meet him. Needed to look him in the eye and read whatever was left of his humanity. The opportunity came that afternoon. Vane had been given an office on the 3rd floor, the same corridor as the defense against the dark arts classroom, which Harry suspected was not a coincidence. He was settling in when Harry knocked on his open door. "Mr. Potter." Vane's voice was warm, cultured, the voice of a man who'd learned to be charming as a survival skill and had never stopped practicing. "Come in, please. I was hoping we'd have a chance to talk." "You were?" "Of course. You're the most talked about student in the school. The board specifically requested that I assess the, shall we say, unique security considerations your presence creates." He gestured to a chair. "Tea." Harry sat. He studied Vane the way Vane was studying him, openly, without pretense. Two people taking each other's measure across a desk, both aware that the pleasant veneer of this conversation was as thin as glass and twice as fragile. "You don't have a thread," Harry said. Something flickered in Vane's eyes. Just for an instant, a flash of surprise, quickly controlled, replaced by an expression of polite confusion. "I beg your pardon. Every living thing I've ever seen has a thread. A connection to the boundary between life and death. A lifeline. You don't have one. You've either removed yourself from the system entirely, or someone's done it for you." The polite confusion held for another 2 seconds. Then Vane smiled, and the smile was genuine, the appreciation of a chess player who's just been shown an unexpected gambit. "Remarkable," he said. "The reports didn't mention soul sight. That's a considerably more advanced manifestation than we'd anticipated." He leaned back in his chair, and as he did, something shifted in his bearing. The warm consultant disappeared. In his place was something older, harder, more honest. "You know what I am." "Covenant." "Covenant." "Yes." He said it without shame, without defensiveness. The way a soldier identifies his unit. "And you know why I'm here. You're here to cage me. Suppress my abilities. Slow the awakening. I'm here to prevent a catastrophe. Whether that involves caging you depends entirely on you." Vane poured tea with steady hands. "I'm going to be direct with you, Mr. Potter, because you've earned that respect. The Covenant has existed for 2,000 years. In that time, we've identified and monitored 47 divine incarnations across every magical tradition on Earth. 31 of those incarnations developed benign, they lived mortal lives, never fully awakened, died quietly. 9 awakened partially and were managed through suppression techniques similar to those currently operating on these grounds. And the other 7? The other 7 fully awakened. Each one led to a catastrophe that killed between 50,000 and 2 million people. Not because they were evil. Not because they intended harm. Because the presence of a fully actualized divine consciousness in the mortal realm distorts reality. Magic intensifies. Natural law becomes negotiable. The barrier between life and death thins until the dead start walking unbidden and the living start dying for no discernible reason. Harry absorbed this. And you think that's what I'll cause? I think it's what you might cause. Regardless of your intentions. A God's will reshapes reality, Mr. Potter. You've already demonstrated that, the Inferi responded to your authority, not your spell work. The Dementors fled from your presence, not your Patronus. You are already distorting the normal functioning of death magic simply by existing. As you grow stronger, the distortion will grow with you. So your solution is, what? Kill me. Our preferred solution is suppression. Help you contain your abilities, prevent full awakening, allow you to live a normal human life. You'd lose the divine memories, the soul sight, the healing. But you'd keep your magic, your friends, your future. A mortal life, Harry. Is that really such a terrible thing? It was, Harry had to admit, a compelling argument. Delivered without malice, without theatrical villainy. Vane genuinely believed what he was saying. He'd dedicated 2 centuries of extended life to the principle that gods among mortals always leads to suffering, and his conviction was as deep and as honest as Harry's own desire to do the right thing. You're wrong, Harry said. Which part? All of it. The suppression, the containment, the idea that I can just turn it off and go back to being normal. He leaned forward. There's something on the other side of the veil. Something that took my place when I left. It calls itself Kairos, and it's been ruling the space between life and death for 10,000 years, and it's been corrupting the system the entire time. Hoarding souls instead of letting them pass on. Building an army in the afterlife. Preparing for something. Vane's expression didn't change, but his hand, the one wearing the ring, tightened almost imperceptibly on his teacup. If you suppress me, Harry continued, Kairos wins. The barrier between worlds breaks. Every soul he's been hoarding floods the mortal realm. Your 2 million casualties become 2 billion. He held Vane's gaze. You've spent 2,000 years preventing divine catastrophes. I'm telling you there's one coming regardless, and I'm the only thing standing between it and everything you've sworn to protect. Silence. Long, heavy, freighted with the weight of 2 worldviews colliding. That is exactly what every divine incarnation has said, Vane replied quietly. Every one. The threat is too great. Only I can stop it. Give me my power and I'll save you all. And every time, the mortals who believed it paid in blood. Then watch me. Verify what I'm telling you. You've got agents, resources, 2,000 years of institutional knowledge, use them. Investigate Kairos. Check the veil. Confirm that what I'm saying is true before you decide to cage the one person who can stop it. Vane studied him for a very long time. His silver eyes were ancient, layered with centuries of experience and loss and the particular weariness of someone who'd been right too many times about the danger of gods to easily accept that this time might be different. I will investigate, he said finally. The veil has been showing anomalies, we've detected them ourselves. If your claims about Kairos are verifiable, it changes the calculus. Not entirely, but significantly. That's all I'm asking. No. It isn't. Vane set down his teacup. You're asking me to trust a god. You're asking me to believe that this time, for the first time in 2,000 years, a divine incarnation will have the restraint and the compassion and the humility to wield unlimited power without destroying the world it inhabits. His voice was gentle. Almost kind. I have a scar on my chest from the last time I trusted a god. She was lovely. She was sincere. She was telling the truth about the threat she wanted to stop. And when she stopped it, the power she used killed 40,000 people in the crossfire. I'm not her. No. You're potentially far more powerful. Which makes the risk proportionally greater. He stood. I will investigate your claims about Kairos. In the meantime, the suppression wards remain active. And the God's Bane remains in reserve. The God's Bane? A pause. Vane's expression suggested he'd revealed more than intended. A contingency. Nothing more. I hope never to use it. He extended his hand. This conversation was productive, Mr. Potter. I hope we'll have more like it. Harry shook his hand. Vane's grip was cool, dry, and absolutely steady. The grip of a man who'd held a weapon designed to kill a god and was prepared to use it again. One more thing, Harry said at the door. The suppression wards. I know they're there. I know what they're doing. And I need you to know that if the situation with Kairos escalates before your investigation is complete, I will break them. Not to defy you. To save lives. If the situation escalates that far, Vane said, I may help you break them myself. Harry left the office and walked the third-floor corridor feeling like he'd just completed a chess match where neither player had won and both had learned something crucial about the other. He debriefed Dumbledore that evening, the two of them sitting in the headmaster's office while Fawkes dozed on his perch and the portraits of former headmasters pretended not to listen. Vane is not what I expected, Harry said. He's not a fanatic. He's a pragmatist with 2,000 years of data supporting his position. Which makes him considerably more dangerous than a fanatic, Dumbledore observed. A fanatic can be reasoned with through emotion. A pragmatist requires evidence. Then we give him evidence. The Veil anomalies. Kairos. The soul hoarding. If the Covenant's institutional mission is preventing divine catastrophes, then Kairos is exactly the kind of catastrophe they should be focused on. And if Vane concludes that the most efficient way to prevent Kairos's plans is to eliminate the one entity Kairos is responding to, namely, you. Harry had considered this. Then we're back to square one. But I don't think that's where Vane will land. He's spent 2 centuries making hard choices, and he knows the difference between eliminating a threat and eliminating the only solution to a bigger one. You have more faith in him than I do. I have faith in his intelligence. He didn't survive 2 centuries by making stupid decisions. Dumbledore inclined his head, conceding the point. Very well. We give him time to investigate. But Harry, the God's Bane he mentioned. I need to research that. If such a weapon exists, we need to understand it. Agreed. The conversation shifted to Horcruxes. With Harry's soul sight diminished by the suppression wards, their original plan of using his divine senses to locate Voldemort's remaining fragments was on hold. But Dumbledore had been busy in his own way, pensive sessions, intelligence from Snape, and his own considerable deductive abilities had narrowed the search considerably. I believe the remaining Horcruxes are Helga Hufflepuff's cup, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, and Nagini, Voldemort's snake, Dumbledore said. The cup is in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. The diadem may be here at Hogwarts, though its location within the castle remains unclear. And Nagini will be wherever Voldemort reconstitutes himself. 3 Horcruxes. Plus the one inside me. Dumbledore went very still. Inside you. I can feel it. I've been able to feel it since the suppression wards went up. Actually, they dimmed everything else, but the Horcrux shard in my scar became clearer. Like turning down the volume on a radio and hearing the static underneath. Harry touched his scar. It's small. A fragment of a fragment. But it's there. Can you remove it? I think so. When I'm at full power. The same way I'd remove any knot in the natural order, assert authority over it and untangle it. But right now, with the wards. He shrugged. Another reason they need to come down. Draco provided the intelligence update 2 nights later, in a bathroom on the 7th floor that they'd established as their regular meeting point. Malfoy looked worse than the last time Harry had seen him, the dark marks drain accelerating in Voldemort's absence, as if the shattered Dark Lord was pulling harder on his marked followers to fuel his own regeneration. He's rebuilding, Draco said. His voice was flat, exhausted, the voice of someone running on fumes. A backup body, homunculus, similar to the one he used before. Wormtail is handling it. The process is slower this time because you damaged him more than the last discorporation. But he'll be back. Weeks, not months. Where? Albania again. Malfoy Manor is compromised, the Aurors raided it after Hogsmeade. Most of the inner circle scattered. Bellatrix is in Azkaban. My father is in hiding. A muscle twitched in his jaw. My mother is alone in the manor. The ministry won't let her leave. I'll get her out. You said that before. And I meant it before. But I need you to stay in position a little longer. When Voldemort reconstitutes, he's going to summon his marked followers. You'll be called. I need you to answer that call. Draco's face went gray. You want me to go back to him? I want you to go to him, confirm his plans, and leave. One trip. In and out. And then you're done, I'll extract you and your mother and put you somewhere the Death Eaters and the Ministry will never find you. And if he kills me on sight for failing to complete the task he set? He won't. You're Lucius's son. You're leverage. He'll punish you, but he won't destroy a useful tool. Harry met Draco's eyes. I know I'm asking something terrible. I know the risk. And I know you don't trust me, not really, not fully. But I'm telling you that I can protect you and your mother, and I need this one thing from you first. Draco looked at him for a long time. The fear was still there, a constant companion now, embedded so deeply in his bearing that it was almost invisible, like chronic pain that you stop noticing because you've forgotten what the absence of pain feels like. One trip, he said. One. And then I'm out. One trip. I promise. Your promises are getting expensive, Potter. I know. I'm good for them. Draco left. Harry stood in the empty bathroom and stared at his reflection in the mirror, not the divine reflection from the river, just his own tired face, and wondered how many more promises he could make before the weight of them crushed him. 3 days after his meeting with Vane, the veil tore. Harry was in the room of requirement, working through Hermione's cognitive integration exercises, when it happened. The sensation was indescribable, like a sound that wasn't a sound, a pressure that wasn't physical, a wrongness that detonated somewhere in the deep structure of reality and sent shockwaves rippling outward through every layer of existence. He gasped. Doubled over. The threads in his vision, dimmed by the suppression wards, barely visible on a good day, blazed to life with sudden, violent clarity, every lifeline in the castle flaring like emergency beacons. And underneath them, running through the floor like a river of dark light, he could see it, a crack. A fissure in the boundary between the living world and the dead one, starting somewhere far to the south and racing northward like a fracture spreading through ice. The veil in the Department of Mysteries had been breached. Every ghost in the castle screamed. Simultaneously, in perfect unison, a sound that was neither human nor inhuman but something in between, the sound of the dead recognizing that the barrier protecting them had been compromised. In the great hall, where dinner was being served, plates shattered and candles guttered and 300 students looked up in terror at the ceiling where the enchanted sky had gone dark. Not storm dark. Void dark. The darkness of a place where no stars had ever shone. It lasted 30 seconds. 30 seconds of absolute, soul-deep wrongness, during which every magical person in Britain felt something fundamental shift beneath their feet, the equivalent of an earthquake in the spiritual foundation of reality. Then it stopped. The ghosts fell silent. The sky returned. The candles relit. But the damage lingered. In the hours that followed, reports trickled in from across Britain. In London, the ghosts of Westminster Abbey had materialized for the first time in 300 years, wandering the nave in confused procession before dissolving. In Edinburgh, a cemetery had erupted, not with inferi, but with spectral lights, pale flames dancing above graves that had been sealed for centuries. In a village in Cornwall, a woman reported that her recently deceased mother had appeared at the foot of her bed, spoken 3 words in a language the woman didn't recognize, and vanished. The boundary between life and death was thinning. Not in one place, everywhere. And every anomaly was a crack, and every crack was an invitation. The ministry panicked. Emergency sessions. Task forces. Obliviators deployed in record numbers to suppress Muggle witnesses to the spectral events. The Wisengamot convened a closed-door meeting that lasted 9 hours and produced nothing except a press release expressing confidence in the ministry's ability to manage the situation. They couldn't manage it. Harry knew that. Dumbledore knew that. And somewhere in his office on the 3rd floor, Erasmus Vane knew that too, because the Covenant's own detection systems were screaming with data that confirmed everything Harry had told him. But Harry, kneeling on the floor of the room of requirement with blood dripping from his nose and his divine senses blazing through the suppression wards by sheer force, could feel what the others couldn't. The veil hadn't just torn, it had been torn. Deliberately. From the other side. And through the tear, before it sealed itself, something had come through. Not a ghost, not a shade, not anything with a form or a name. A message. Pressed into the fabric of reality like a fingerprint in wet clay, addressed specifically and unmistakably to Harry. Caros's voice. In his mind. Cold and vast and amused. You abandoned the throne. I made it mine. Come take it back, little mortal, and I'll show you what a real death god looks like. The message carried more than words. It carried an image, a glimpse of what Caros had built in the space between worlds. An empire of captured souls, billions of them, arranged in vast geometric patterns that pulsed with stolen divine energy. The souls weren't passing on. They weren't resting. They were fuel. Power sources. Batteries feeding the usurper's growing dominion over the afterlife. Harry saw the empire from above, as if looking down from a great height. It stretched endlessly, a vast grey wasteland broken by structures of bone and soullight, rivers of captured essence flowing between crystalline towers, each tower a node in a network that channeled power toward a central throne. The throne was built from the compressed remains of civilizations, kingdoms, empires, peoples whose names had been forgotten by the living world but whose souls Caros had preserved, not out of reverence but out of utility. And on the throne sat something that looked like Harry. But wrong. Taller, colder, with skin like pale marble and eyes like collapsed stars. A crown of black bone sat on its brow, and the crown was alive, pulsing with the trapped essence of the divine authority that Moros had abandoned. Caros had fashioned it from the scraps of godhood left behind, and it was a crude thing, a mockery of the real power, but it was enough. Enough to rule. Enough to control. Enough to threaten. Caros looked up from his throne and smiled at Harry's distant observation. The smile was knowing, patient, cruel. Beautiful, isn't it? I built it from what you left behind. Your scraps. Your leftovers. Imagine what I'll build when I take the real thing. And Caros was preparing to expand. The veil tear wasn't an attack, it was a test. A probe. Checking the barrier's strength, mapping its weak points, preparing for the moment when he'd tear it open permanently and flood the mortal world with the dead. Harry stood up. Wiped the blood from his nose. Walked to the door. In the corridor, he met Dumbledore running, actually running, robes flying, his restored hand gripping his wand with white-knuckled intensity. Behind him, Fleur, equally alarmed. Behind her, Daphne, who'd been coming from the library and had felt enough of the disturbance to know that something terrible had happened. The veil, Dumbledore said. I felt, Caros. Harry's voice was flat. Calm. The calm of someone who just received a declaration of war and was already planning their response. He tore the veil. Deliberately. It was a message. What message? Come and get it. Harry looked at each of them in turn, Dumbledore, old and brilliant and afraid. Fleur, sharp and ready and calculating. Daphne, pale but steady, her hand finding his without hesitation. He's been building an army on the other side. Captured souls, billions of them, used as power sources. He's preparing to open the veil permanently. If he succeeds, every soul he's hoarded floods the mortal world. The dead walking among the living, but not like inferi, actual shades, the real dead, confused and angry and drawn to the living like moths to flame. When? Fleur asked. I don't know. But the suppression wards are slowing me down. If Kairos moves before I'm ready, then we remove the wards, Daphne said. The Covenant can adjust their plans, or they can explain to the world why they were more concerned with containing you than preventing the apocalypse. Her voice was steel wrapped in silk, and Harry loved her for it, loved her fierce, practical courage, her refusal to waste time on fear when there were problems to solve. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The old wizard's face was grave, his blue eyes flickering with the rapid calculations of a mind that had been solving impossible problems for over a century. I need to talk to Vane, Harry said. The investigation I asked him to conduct, this is the evidence. The veil tear. The message. If he's honest about his principles, this changes things. And if it doesn't change things, then I break the wards myself. And deal with the consequences after. Harry squeezed Daphne's hand. Looked at Dumbledore with eyes that were, for just a moment, older than the castle they stood in. I need all of you. Every ally, every resource, every skill. Because we're not fighting one war anymore. We're fighting three. Voldemort, the Covenant, and Kairos. And the only way we survive all three is together. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he did something Harry had never seen before. He reached out and placed his hand on Harry's shoulder, not the gesture of a headmaster to a student, but of one soldier to another. Equal. Respectful. Final. Together, he said. Tell me what you need. Harry told him. That night, Harry stood on the astronomy tower and looked out over the dark grounds. The Thestrals were still gathered at the forest's edge. The stars were cold. The wind carried the faint, metallic tang of something that might have been ozone or might have been the smell of reality under stress. Daphne found him there. She always found him. You're going to do something dangerous, she said. Not a question. I'm going to try to contact Kairos directly. Through the boundary. Not through the veil, through my own connection to the Death Realm. If I can assess his strength, his timeline, his vulnerabilities, you could also alert him to exactly how strong you are. Or how weak the suppression wards have made you. I know the risks. Do you know this one? She stepped in front of him, blocking his view of the grounds, making him look at her. If you go into that space, the boundary, the Death Realm, whatever you call it, and something goes wrong, you might not come back. Not die. Just, not come back. Get lost in the vastness of what you used to be. That's why I need you here. Anchor me. Give me something to come back to. I'm not a rope, Harry. No. You're better. You're the person who promised to tell me when I've gone too far. So if I start slipping, if you feel me pulling away, pull me back. However you have to. She looked at him for a long time. The wind pushed her hair across her face, and she didn't bother to push it back. If you don't come back, she said, I will walk into the Death Realm myself and drag you out by your ear. Do you understand me? I understand. Good. Then do what you have to do. Harry closed his eyes. Reached inward, past the suppression wards, past the muffled static of the Covenant's containment, past the human layers of thought and feeling, down into the core of what he was. The river was there. Distant but present. The boundary between worlds, the threshold he governed, the door he'd walked away from 10,000 years ago. He pushed. The suppression wards resisted. They were good, well-designed, centuries of refinement, built to contain exactly what he was doing. But they'd been built for a sleeping god, and Harry wasn't sleeping anymore. He pushed harder, and the wards groaned, and reality around the astronomy tower shimmered like heat haze. He broke through. For one searing instant, he was everywhere. He was the boundary itself, the line between life and death, stretching across the whole world, connecting every living thing to the vast silence that waited on the other side. He could feel every soul on the planet. Every heartbeat, every breath, every flickering candle of consciousness burning against the dark. And on the other side of the boundary, he felt Kairos. The usurper was enormous. Not physically, conceptually. 10,000 years of hoarded power, stolen souls, accumulated authority. He sat at the center of his empire of bone and soulite like a spider in a web, and when he felt Harry's attention, he turned toward it with the lazy interest of a predator that had been waiting for its prey to show itself. "There you are," Kairos said. "I was beginning to think you'd forgotten how. I'm here. What do you want?" "What I've always wanted. To keep what's mine. You abandoned this throne, Moros. I built something from what you left behind. And now you want it back because mortality got boring? Because you finally remembered what you were? You're hoarding souls. They should be passing on. Passing on to what? You never built anything beyond the threshold. There is no afterlife, Moros. There never was. There's just the boundary and what's on the other side of it, which is nothing. Oblivion. I'm saving them from that. You're using them. I'm giving them purpose. Which is more than you ever did." The conversation carried more than words. Impressions. Emotions. The bone-deep resentment of a lesser entity who'd been left to manage a system he'd never been designed for and had done his best and knew, on some level, that his best wasn't good enough. Kairos wasn't evil. He was corrupted, by power, by loneliness, by the impossible burden of a duty that wasn't his. But understanding didn't mean accepting. The souls he'd captured were suffering. Not consciously, they'd been stripped of consciousness, reduced to raw energy. But their threads still existed, still vibrated with the echoes of who they'd been, and those echoes were screaming. "Release them," Harry said. "Make me. I will. Then come. Take your throne. But know this, the moment you step into my domain, I will use every soul I've hoarded to destroy you. Not your body. Your essence. I will burn through the power of 10 billion souls to unmake the god of death himself, and then there will be no boundary. No threshold. No transition. Just the living and the void, with nothing in between. That would destroy you too. I know." And in those two words, Harry heard something that chilled him more than any threat. Resignation. Kairos wasn't bluffing. He was prepared to destroy everything, himself included, rather than surrender what he'd built. Harry pulled back. The connection severed. Reality snapped into focus around the astronomy tower, and he was just a boy again, standing in the cold November wind, gasping. Daphne caught him when his knees buckled. She held him, arms around his waist, forehead against his temple, her warmth the only thing between him and the vast, echoing emptiness of what he'd just touched. "I'm here," she whispered. "Come back. Come back to me." He came back. Slowly. One breath at a time. The divine receded and the human returned, and by the time he opened his eyes, he was Harry again. Just Harry. With a girl's arms around him and the weight of the world on his shoulders and the knowledge that the enemy on the other side of the veil was prepared to burn everything rather than lose. "Bad?" Daphne asked. "Bad." He straightened. Met her eyes. He's going to tear the veil open. Not to invade, to destroy. He'd rather unmake the boundary between life and death than let me take it back. Can he do that? With 10 billion captured souls as fuel? Yes. He can. Daphne's face was very pale in the starlight. But her voice was steady. Then we stop him. How? I don't know yet. But I know where to start. He took her hand. Held it tight. I need to talk to Dumbledore. And Vane. And everyone else. Because this just stopped being a chess match. It's a countdown. They walked down from the tower together, hand in hand, into a castle that was already stirring with the aftershocks of the Veiled Tear and the growing, inescapable knowledge that the world was changing faster than anyone could control. Vane was waiting for them in the entrance hall. He looked different. The polished consultant veneer was gone. What remained was the raw architecture of a man who'd spent 2 centuries fighting something and had just discovered that the fight was bigger than he'd imagined. His silver eyes were sharp, haunted, and, for the first time, uncertain. I felt it, he said. The tear. We all felt it. The Covenant's detection network across Europe registered a 6.3 on the Lazarus scale. The highest reading in recorded history was a 4.1, during the Sumerian incident 4,000 years ago. Kairos, Harry said. Yes. Your claims about the usurper, I believe them now. My agents at the Ministry confirmed anomalies consistent with large-scale soul detention on the other side of the veil. The pattern matches your description precisely. He paused. Swallowed something that might have been pride. I was prepared for the possibility that you were lying. I was not prepared for the possibility that the threat was worse than you described. Are you going to help us? Vane's jaw tightened. 2,000 years of institutional conditioning warred with the evidence of his own senses, the data from his own networks, and the fundamental obligation of a man who devoted his existence to protecting the mortal world from divine catastrophe. The suppression ward stay active until I'm satisfied you can control your abilities without endangering civilians, he said. That is not negotiable. But I will reduce their intensity by 30%. Immediately. It won't restore your full power, but it will give you enough operational capacity to prepare for what's coming. And the God's Bane? Remains in reserve. Insurance, Mr. Potter. Not a threat. If you do what you say you're going to do, stop Kairos, restore the boundary, return the captured souls, I will personally see that it's never used against you. He extended his hand. This is not trust. This is a tactical alliance based on mutual interest. Are those terms acceptable? Harry shook his hand. They're a start. A start is all we have time for. Vane turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing in the stone corridor with the measured cadence of a man who'd just rewritten 2,000 years of policy and was trying very hard not to think about what happened if he was wrong. Daphne watched him go. Do you trust him? I trust that he believes what he told us. Whether that's enough. Harry squeezed her hand. We'll find out. Inspiring. I try. She leaned up and kissed his cheek, a small, private gesture in the echoing emptiness of the entrance hall. Then she let go of his hand and straightened, reassembling her composure the way a knight reassembles their armor. I'm going to the library, she said. There are records of previous veil anomalies. If Kairos has tested the barrier before, there'll be a pattern, and patterns can be predicted. It's 2 in the morning. The library doesn't close for a greengrass. He watched her walk away with the particular combination of admiration and exasperation that had become his default emotional setting where Daphne was concerned. Then he went to find Dumbledore, because there was a war to plan and a god to dethrone and a veil to mend, and none of it was going to wait for morning. Above them, the stars turned. Below them, the dead waited. And somewhere between the two, a threshold trembled, and the clock that no one could see ticked 1 minute closer to midnight. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Empire of Bone. December came to Hogwarts in a rush of frost and urgency. The castle's ancient heating charms labored against a cold that felt personal, not the clean, ordinary cold of a Scottish winter, but something that seeped through stone and ward and skin and settled into the marrow. The boundary between worlds was thinning. You could feel it in the way the torches guttered without drafts, in the way shadows pooled deeper than they should, in the way every mirror in the castle occasionally showed reflections that lingered half a second after the viewer turned away. Harry felt it most of all. Even with Vane's 30% reduction in the suppression wards, the veil anomalies were bleeding through into his daily life. He'd catch glimpses at the edges of his vision, shapes that might have been people, flickering at the boundary of perception, gone when he turned to look directly. The ghosts of Hogwarts were agitated, drifting through their usual routines with a distracted nervousness that reminded Harry of animals before an earthquake. There was no more time for careful planning. No more time for investigation or negotiation or the methodical accumulation of advantage. Kairos was accelerating his assault on the Veil. Voldemort was rebuilding his body in Albania. And the Covenant, for all Vane's tactical alliance, was still an organization with 2,000 years of institutional momentum pointed in the wrong direction. 3 fronts. 3 enemies. One window of opportunity that was closing fast. Harry called a council of war in the Room of Requirement on the first Saturday of December. The room provided a space that looked like a military command post, maps on the walls, a large central table, chairs for everyone. No frills, no comfort. The aesthetic of people who had work to do and not enough time to do it. They came. All of them. Dumbledore, silver-haired and sharp-eyed, his restored hand resting on the table. Hermione with her notebooks and her charts and her expression of focused intensity. Ron with his arms crossed and his jaw set and the steady, rock-solid presence that meant he'd already decided to follow Harry into whatever came next. Daphne, straight-backed and immaculate, a parchment roll of intelligence reports tucked under her arm. Fleur, razor-sharp in ICW robes, her Vela senses radiating alertness. Neville, quiet and steady, his wand on the table in front of him. And in the corner, as far from everyone else as physically possible, Draco Malfoy, looking like he'd rather be anywhere on Earth but present because the alternative was worse. "Here's where we are," Harry said, standing at the head of the table with a map of Britain spread before him. Red pins marked Veil anomalies. Blue pins marked Horcrux locations. Black pins marked known Death Eater positions. Voldemort is rebuilding. Draco's intelligence says weeks, not months. When he reconstitutes, he'll summon his followers and launch another offensive, this time aimed at the Ministry itself. He wants to take the government before coming after me. Simultaneously, Dumbledore added, the Veil continues to destabilize. The anomalies are increasing in frequency and severity. 3 days ago, a shade manifested in a Muggle hospital in Birmingham and remained visible for 11 minutes before dissipating. The Obliviators barely contained it. And the Covenant? Neville asked. Vane has reduced the suppression wards but hasn't removed them. The God's Bane remains in reserve. He's cooperating, but he's hedging his bets. Harry looked around the table. We can't wait for all 3 threats to converge. If they hit simultaneously, we lose. We need to go on the offensive. Hit each threat before it's ready. Force the timeline instead of reacting to it. Hermione unrolled a chart she'd prepared, a timeline of escalation, projected forward, with branching probability trees for different scenarios. If we move now, we can address each threat sequentially within a 2-week window. The Horcruxes first. They're the most vulnerable and eliminating them removes Voldemort's immortality before he reconstitutes. Then the suppression wards, we need Harry at full power before addressing Kairos. And finally, the Veil itself. That's an aggressive timeline, Fleur said. 2 weeks to end a war, dismantle an ancient organization's containment system, and prevent the collapse of the boundary between life and death. We don't have 3 weeks, Harry said. Kairos told me he's coming. The Veil tears are getting worse. Every day we wait, he gets stronger and the barrier gets thinner. Ron leaned forward. So what's the plan? Specifically. Step by step. Harry looked at each of them in turn. His friends. His allies. The people who'd chosen to stand beside a waking God because they believed in the boy underneath. 3 operations. Running simultaneously. We split up. Operation 1 was the Horcruxes. Harry, Ron, and Hermione left Hogwarts the next morning under cover of Harry's expanded concealment abilities, diminished by the wards but still sufficient to make 3 teenagers invisible to magical detection. Dumbledore had provided the intelligence. Harry's residual soul sight provided the direction. And Hermione had planned the logistics with the obsessive precision of someone who'd been preparing for exactly this kind of mission since she was 12 years old. The locket came first. Mundungus Fletcher had stolen it from Grimmauld Place, a fact they'd pieced together from Kreacher's testimony and Hermione's detective work. It had passed through several hands before ending up with Dolores Umbridge, who wore it around her neck at the Ministry like a trophy, unaware of the fragment of Dark Lord nested inside it. Getting into the Ministry was Hermione's design. Polyjuice Potion, forged identification, a combination of nerve and preparation that got them through the security checkpoint and into the building with 30 minutes to spare before the potion wore off. Umbridge was in her office. The locket was around her neck. Harry walked in, closed the door, and stunned her before she could reach for her wand. It wasn't sporting. It wasn't fair. It was efficient, and they didn't have time for fair. The locket fought him when he picked it up. Not physically, magically. The Horcrux inside sensed what he was and reacted with the desperate, cornered fury of a trapped animal. Black smoke poured from the locket's seams. A voice hissed in Parseltongue, spitting venomous promises and threats. The fragment of Voldemort's soul recognized Harry's divine nature and screamed. Harry opened the locket with a word that wasn't English and wasn't Parseltongue and wasn't any human language. It was the language of authority, the tongue spoken at the boundary between existence and oblivion, where the rules of reality were written and enforced. The locket's hinges snapped open. The dark eyes inside, Riddle's eyes, young and cold and hungry, stared up at him. "You're done," Harry said. He pressed his thumb against the Horcrux. His divine nature, weakened but present, diminished but not destroyed, touched the fragment of Voldemort's soul, and the fragment came apart. Not with fire, not with basilisk venom, not with any destructive force. It simply ceased. The way a knot ceases when you understand its structure and pull the right thread. The dark smoke dissipated. The hissing stopped. The eyes closed. The locket was just a locket. Old, tarnished, empty. Ron exhaled. "That was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, and I once watched a spider the size of a car try to eat me." "You okay?" Hermione asked, scanning Harry with her monitoring charm. "Tired. The wards make everything harder. But yeah. One down." They left the Ministry with the locket in Hermione's bag and 37 minutes of polyjuice remaining. Behind them, Umbridge slumped unconscious at her desk with no memory of what had happened and no locket around her neck. The cup was harder. Bellatrix's vault at Gringotts was protected by dragon, by curse, by the famously paranoid security protocols of goblin banking, and by the specific enchantments that Voldemort had placed on the cup itself. Getting in would require either an army or an extremely clever plan. Hermione had a plan. It involved Polyjuice, a Confundus charm, Griphook the Goblin, recruited through a combination of Dumbledore's diplomacy and the promise of returning the Sword of Gryffindor to Goblin ownership, and a level of audacity that made Ron's ears go red with nervous excitement. "This is insane," he said, reviewing the plan in the pub where they'd set up their staging area. "This is absolutely, certifiably insane. Do you have a better idea?" "No. I'm just registering that we're about to rob the most secure bank in the wizarding world using a plan that relies on a goblin who doesn't trust us, a potion that expires in an hour, and the assumption that nobody will notice 3 teenagers walking into the most heavily warded vault in Britain." 4. Griphook counts. Great. 4 lunatics. Much better odds. They went. The plan worked, not smoothly, not cleanly, but with the chaotic, improvised effectiveness that had characterized every mission Harry's team had ever undertaken. Hermione as Bellatrix bluffed past the front desk. Griphook navigated the cart system. Ron handled the guards with a combination of Confundus charms and his natural ability to seem harmlessly confused. The vault was a nightmare of cursed gold and multiplying treasure, every surface designed to trap and burn and bury intruders under an avalanche of scalding replica objects. Harry navigated it with his sole sight, following the wrongness of the Horcrux like a lighthouse beam through fog. The cup was on a high shelf, glinting innocuously among 1,000 other golden objects. He reached it. Touched it. Felt the Horcrux fragments scream and writhe. The cup tried to defend itself. Unlike the locket, which had attacked through psychological manipulation, the cup fought with raw magical force, a shockwave of dark energy that blasted outward when Harry's fingers made contact, rattling the vault's contents and sending a cascade of multiplying gold coins raining down around them. Ron threw up a shield charm that held for exactly 2 seconds before shattering, and Hermione grabbed his arm and pulled him behind a pile of cursed armor. "Any time now, Harry!" Ron shouted over the din of multiplying treasure. Harry held the cup. The Horcrux inside was stronger than the locket's fragment, more entrenched, more desperate. It showed him visions. Voldemort's greatest hits, the murder of his father, the creation of his first Horcrux, the moment he'd felt immortality settle into his bones like iron. The visions were designed to overwhelm, to make Harry hesitate, to create a crack in his concentration that the fragment could exploit. Harry looked at the visions the way he'd looked at the killing curse in Diagon Alley, with mild, disinterested recognition. These were shadows. Recordings. The echoes of a man who'd been running from death his entire life and had never once stopped to consider that death might not be the enemy he imagined. "You're done," he said again, and pressed his thumb against the gold. The fragment died. The cup went still. The multiplying treasure stopped proliferating and clattered to the floor in a cascade of metal and silence. Hermione lowered her shield. That one was stronger. They get stronger as we get closer to the end. The last ones will be worst. Reassuring. She checked her watch. We have 12 minutes of polyjuice left and approximately 30 seconds before the goblins realize what's happening. Then we go. Through the bank. The way we came. No. Harry looked up. The ceiling of the vault was solid stone, reinforced with goblin magic, theoretically impenetrable. He raised his wand and blew it open. Not with a spell, with authority. The stone recognized something in the force he applied and parted, crumbling upward, revealing the tunnel system above. The goblins' alarm wards triggered instantly, a shrieking, clanging cacophony that filled the underground cavern with noise and fury. And that's when they found the dragon. The Ukrainian iron belly was enormous, ancient, and very, very angry. It had been chained in the bowels of Gringotts for decades, conditioned to fear the sound of certain clankers that the goblins used to keep it controlled. But the alarm, the noise, the chaos, the sudden taste of freedom in the air rushing through the broken ceiling, had overridden its conditioning. It was already pulling at its chains when Ron, with the kind of inspired insanity that only comes from pure survival instinct, pointed at it and shouted, "The dragon! We ride the dragon!" "We absolutely do not," Hermione started. "We absolutely do." Ron was already running toward it. They rode the dragon. It smashed through the ceiling of Gringotts, through layers of stone and ward and goblin engineering, and erupted into the London sky like a missile launched from underground. The sensation was indescribable, the rush of wind, the roar of fire, the city falling away beneath them like a map being pulled back to reveal the full picture. Ron clung to a spine the size of his arm, screaming something that might have been terror or might have been joy. Hermione had her eyes closed and was reciting stabilization charms through clenched teeth. Harry sat at the base of the dragon's neck and felt, for one absurd moment, the specific freedom of someone who has decided to stop worrying and enjoy the ride. Below them, Gringotts belched smoke and fury. Goblins poured into the street, pointing upward, their expressions cycling through outrage and disbelief. The statute of secrecy was, Harry reflected, having a very bad day. Ron, windswept and singed, twisted to shout over the wind, I want it noted for the record that I said this was insane. Noted. Also, can you steer? Can I steer a dragon? No, Harry, I cannot steer a dragon. Nobody can steer a dragon. That's the whole point of dragons. Hermione. I am maintaining a stabilization field that is the only reason we haven't fallen to our deaths, and you're asking me about steering? The dragon, mercifully, chose that moment to angle downward toward a body of water glinting in the countryside below. Whether it was thirsty or tired or simply done with its passengers was anyone's guess, but the descent was rapid enough to turn Harry's stomach and gentle enough to survive. They jumped into a lake somewhere over the countryside. The dragon continued on its way, free for the first time in a century, and Harry lay on the shore with his face in the mud and 2 Horcruxes destroyed and the exhaustion of divine exertion pressing down on him like a physical weight. Hermione surfaced next to him, soaked and shivering, her hair plastered to her face. She looked at Harry. At Ron, who was floating on his back in the shallows with an expression of pure, shell-shocked disbelief. At the dragon disappearing over the horizon in a streak of fire and freedom. That, she said, was not in the plan. Which part? Ron called from the water. The part where the goblins almost killed us, the part where we rode a dragon through a building, or the part where we're now lying in a lake in our underwear in December? All of it. None of it was in the plan. Maybe next time make the plan dragon-proof. There shouldn't need to be a next time, Ronald. Harry started laughing. He couldn't help it. The absurdity of it, 2 Horcruxes destroyed, a bank robbed, a dragon liberated, and here they were, the 3 of them, soaking wet in a nameless lake, arguing the way they'd argued since they were 11. The sound was helpless and genuine and deeply, profoundly human, and it rang across the water like a bell. Ron started laughing too. Then Hermione, despite her best efforts to maintain her indignation. The 3 of them lay in the shallows of a lake in the English countryside and laughed until their sides ached, because sometimes the only sane response to insanity is joy. 2 down, Harry gasped eventually. 2 to go. Plus the 1 in your scar, Hermione said, recovering her composure with visible effort. Plus that 1. Yeah. Ron sat up. Water streamed from his hair, his nose was red with cold, and he looked happier than Harry had seen him in months. What's next? We go back to Hogwarts. Break the suppression wards. And then I deal with the rest. Simple as that? Nothing about this is simple, Ron. I know. But it sounds better when you say it like it's simple. He stood, offered Hermione a hand, pulled her up. Come on. Let's go save the world. Again. 2 down. 2 to go. Plus the 1 in his scar, but that was a problem for later. While Harry hunted Horcruxes, Operation 2 was in motion at Hogwarts. Fleur and Daphne ran the intelligence operation against the Covenant's ward network. Fleur's Vela sensitivity allowed her to detect the suppression ward's anchor points, physical objects embedded in the castle's ward structure, each one a node in the network that was dampening Harry's abilities. Daphne's political network provided the context, which board members had authorized Marsh's access, which corridors he'd visited, which areas of the castle grounds he'd been seen walking during the Hogsmeade battle. Together, they mapped the network in 3 days. 12 warding stones, each one the size of a fist, buried at precise geometric intervals around the castle perimeter. The stones were old, ancient, actually, carved with symbols that predated the Covenant itself, repurposed from some older system of divine containment. They were sophisticated, self-powered, and connected to each other through a resonance field that made them stronger than the sum of their parts. Neville led the removal team. It required precision and courage in equal measure. The stones were guarded not by people but by enchantments that would alert the Covenant's network the moment one was disturbed. They had to remove all 12 simultaneously. Neville organized it like a military operation. 12 teams of 2, each positioned at a stone, coordinated through enchanted coins that Hermione had designed based on the DA's old communication system. On his signal, all 12 stones would be extracted at the same moment, the network collapsing before it could trigger an alarm. The night they chose was moonless. Cold. The kind of dark that makes you question whether light was ever real. Neville stood at the forest's edge, his coin warm in his hand, counting down. At his position, the stone was buried beneath a hawthorn bush. He could feel it humming through the earth, a low vibration that set his teeth on edge. His partner was Luna Lovegood, who had volunteered with the cheerful fearlessness of someone who'd never met a dangerous situation she didn't find interesting. "Ready?" he whispered. "Oh, I've been ready for ages," Luna said. "I can hear the stones singing, you know. They're quite sad. They've been doing this for a very long time and they'd rather not." Neville didn't question this. He'd learned that Luna's perception of the world, while unconventional, was frequently more accurate than anyone gave her credit for. The coin pulsed. 3, 2, 1. 12 teams moved simultaneously. 12 stones were ripped from the earth in the same heartbeat. The resonance field that connected them, the invisible web of suppressive energy that had been dampening Harry's power for weeks, shattered like glass. The effect was immediate. Inside the castle, Harry, who was in the room of requirement, recently returned from the Horcrux hunt, felt it like a dam breaking. Power flooded back into him. The threads blazed to life, every lifeline in the castle suddenly visible in crystalline clarity. His soul's sight expanded, stretching outward from the castle walls across the grounds, across the countryside, across the country. He could feel every life in Britain. Every death. Every breath and heartbeat and flickering candle of consciousness. The suppression wards were gone. The god was awake. The aftermath of the ward collapse sent shockwaves through every faction monitoring the situation. In his office on the 3rd floor, Erasmus Vane felt the wards fall and went very still. He walked to the window, looked out over the grounds where the warding stones had been, and saw their absence in the magical spectrum, 12 dark spots where the containment field had been, now empty. The network was irreparable. Decades of preparation, centuries of refinement, erased in a single coordinated strike. He should have been furious. Instead, he was impressed. "Clever," he murmured. "Very clever." He reached into his desk and removed a communication stone, a flat piece of obsidian that connected to the Covenant's central network. He held it for a long moment, considering. Then he spoke into it, his voice calm and measured. "This is Vane. Subject has broken containment. Full manifestation imminent. I am maintaining position at Hogwarts. The god's bane remains in reserve." A pause. A response he didn't share with the empty room. "No," he said. "I will not authorize preemptive deployment. The subject's claims about Kairos have been verified by our own detection systems. The veil anomalies are real. The threat from beyond the boundary is real. If we neutralize the subject now, we eliminate the only entity capable of addressing that threat." Another pause. "Yes, I understand the risk. I've understood the risk for 200 years. But this is not the same situation, and I will not make the same mistake." He set the stone down. Stood at the window. And watched the castle prepare for war with the complicated expression of a man who'd spent his life fighting gods and was now, against every principle and instinct he possessed, choosing to fight beside one. Harry stood in the room of requirement and let the power settle into him like water filling a vessel. It was overwhelming, not in a destructive way, but in the way that a sunrise is overwhelming when you've been living in twilight. Every sense was magnified. Every perception intensified. The world was vivid, textured, alive with detail that the suppression wards had been hiding. He could see the Horcrux in his scar now. Clear as day. A small, ugly thing, a splinter of Voldemort's soul, lodged in the tissue of his lightning bolt scar like a piece of shrapnel. It was weak. Barely alive. A fragment of a fragment, sustained only by its connection to the other Horcruxes and the fading echo of the curse that had placed it there. Harry reached up. Touched his scar. And with the gentle, precise authority of a god who governs the boundary between life and death, he untangled the knot. It hurt. Not badly, a sharp, bright pain like tearing off a bandage, there and gone. The fragment of Voldemort's soul came free, drifting out of his scar like smoke from a dying fire, and Harry held it in his palm for a moment, a wisp of dark energy, confused and terrified, the smallest piece of a man who'd feared death so much that he'd shattered himself to avoid it. "Go," Harry said gently. "You've been running long enough." The fragment dissolved. The connection between Harry and Voldemort, the mental link, the shared visions, the constant low-grade headache that had been his companion since the Dark Lord's return, severed cleanly. The scar remained, a physical memento, but the darkness behind it was gone. Harry exhaled. Touched his forehead. Felt nothing but skin and scar tissue and the absence of a pain he'd carried for so long he'd forgotten what its absence felt like. 3 Horcruxes destroyed by his hand. The ring destroyed by Dumbledore. The diary destroyed years ago. That left 2, the diadem, which was somewhere in the castle, and Nagini, who was wherever Voldemort was rebuilding. The diadem called to him. He could feel it now, with his full power restored, a wrongness in the castle's magical fabric, tucked away in a room that most people didn't know existed. He went to the room of requirement. Asked it for the room of hidden things. And there, buried under centuries of accumulated junk, broken furniture, confiscated items, the detritus of 1,000 students' misbehavior, he found Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. It was beautiful. Even corrupted, even housing a fragment of the darkest wizard in history, the diadem was a masterwork of magical craftsmanship, delicate silver, set with a sapphire that caught the light and refracted it into colors that shouldn't have existed. The inscription read, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Harry held it and felt the tragedy of it, a beautiful object, created by one of the most brilliant witches in history, corrupted by a man who valued power over wisdom. Ravenclaw's treasure, turned into a prison for a shard of a tortured soul. The Horcrux inside felt him coming. It screamed, a psychic wail that resonated through the room of hidden things and set every hidden object vibrating. The room itself seemed to shudder, centuries of accumulated junk shifting and groaning like a living thing in pain. But the scream was weak, desperate, the death cry of something that knew it was already doomed. Harry touched the sapphire. He was gentler this time. The fragment was old, tired, had been sitting in a room full of other people's abandoned things for 50 years. It didn't deserve fury. It deserved mercy. "Rest," he said. And the fragment sighed, and was gone. For down. One remained. The snake. And the snake would come to them when Voldemort did. Operation 3 was Draco's mission. It was the most dangerous of the 3, and Harry hated every part of it. Sending someone else into the lion's den, or the snake's den, more accurately, went against every instinct he had. But Draco was the only one with access, the only one whose dark mark would pull him to Voldemort's side when the summons came, the only one who could confirm the Dark Lord's plans and timeline and return with the intelligence they needed. The call came on a Tuesday night. Draco burst into the 7th-floor bathroom, gray-faced, clutching his left arm where the dark mark was burning with a specific, directional pain that meant one thing: the Master was calling. "He's back," Draco said. His voice was remarkably steady for someone whose worst nightmare was unfolding in real time. "The mark is burning. He's summoning." Harry was there in seconds. He'd been monitoring Draco's thread for exactly this eventuality. Remember the plan. Answer the summons. Confirm his location, his strength, his immediate plans. Then trigger the emergency port key and get out. "And my mother? I'm going to get her while you're with Voldemort." His attention will be on his followers, not on Malfoy Manor. It's the best window we'll get. Draco looked at him. The fear was there, it would always be there, for a boy who'd been terrorized by the most dangerous wizard in the world, but underneath it was something Harry hadn't seen before in Draco Malfoy. Trust. Not friendship. Not warmth. But trust, the cold, hard-edged trust of a pragmatist who'd evaluated his options and decided that the god in the glasses was his best bet for survival. "If I don't come back," Draco said, "tell my mother I was brave. Even if I wasn't." "You are brave, Malfoy. You've been brave since the night you shook my hand. You just don't like admitting it because it doesn't fit your aesthetic." Despite everything, despite the burning mark and the terror and the impossible situation, Draco almost smiled. "My aesthetic is impeccable, Potter. Don't insult it." He left. Disappeared into the night, pulled by the dark mark toward a reconstituted master who would punish him for failure and reward him for loyalty that Draco no longer felt. Harry watched him go and felt the weight of it, the specific gravity of sending someone else into danger, of using a person as an instrument, of calculating acceptable risk with someone else's life. This was what leadership tasted like. Not glory, not power. Guilt managed and justified and carried forward because the alternative was worse. He told Ron and Hermione. Ron's face went tight, not with fear for himself, but with the particular fury of someone who understood what Draco was risking and couldn't do anything to reduce it. Hermione's reaction was more complex. She'd never liked Malfoy, never trusted him, but she recognized courage when she saw it, and what Draco was doing required a kind of courage that didn't get songs written about it. "If he doesn't come back," Hermione started. "He'll come back. The emergency port key is keyed to his magical signature. The moment he activates it, he's out. 30 seconds, maximum exposure after confirmation." "And you're sure Voldemort won't detect the port key?" "I'm sure of nothing. But the port key was made by Dumbledore, and Dumbledore's craftsmanship is beyond Voldemort's detection capabilities. That I am sure of." She nodded. Didn't press further. Sometimes you had to trust the plan because the plan was all you had. Harry then turned to the task he promised, getting Narcissa Malfoy out of the manor before anyone realized she was gone. The extraction was surgical. Harry apparat to the edge of Malfoy Manor's grounds at midnight. The estate was dark, the grounds patrolled by 2 Death Eaters who were going through the motions of security without any real expectation of threat. The Ministry had placed monitoring charms on the property but hadn't stationed anyone there. Narcissa Malfoy was a prisoner in all but name, confined by social pressure and legal restriction rather than physical chains. Harry moved through the wards like smoke. Not breaking them, passing through them. The wards were designed to detect magical intrusion, and what Harry was doing wasn't, strictly speaking, magical. It was authority. The wards recognized the magic of wizards and witches. They didn't know what to make of something that existed at a level of reality beneath the one they were designed to monitor. He found Narcissa in the drawing room, sitting in a high-backed chair with a cup of cold tea and the expression of someone who'd been waiting for something without knowing what. She was thinner than Harry remembered, the stress of her husband's imprisonment, her son's danger, and her own captivity carved into her features. She saw him and didn't scream. Didn't reach for a wand. Just looked at him with Draco's gray eyes and said, very calmly, "My son sent you. Your son is completing the last thing I asked of him. After tonight, you're both free." Free. She tasted the word like she'd forgotten its flavor. "Where would we go?" "I have a safe house. Unplottable, protected by wards that even the Covenant can't penetrate. You'll be safe there until this is over." "And Draco?" "We'll join you as soon as he's done. I give you my word." Narcissa Malfoy studied him with the particular intelligence of a woman who'd survived decades in the orbit of darkness by learning to read people the way scholars read books. She'd been Bellatrix's sister, Lucius's wife, Voldemort's hostess. She knew power when she saw it. "You're not just a boy," she said quietly. "My sister said, before she was captured, that you were something else. Something that frightened the Dark Lord for the first time. Your sister was right." Then I'll trust you. Not because I like you, Mr. Potter. Because my son does, and Draco doesn't trust easily. She stood, set down her tea, and smoothed her robes with the precise, automatic gesture of a woman who maintained her dignity the way soldiers maintain their weapons. Take me to this safe house. And then bring my son back. Harry took her arm. Apparat. The guards noticed nothing. The wards registered nothing. And Narcissa Malfoy disappeared from her gilded cage without a trace. The safe house was a cottage on the Scottish coast, hidden behind Fidelius' charm and unplottable protections that Dumbledore had layered with a century of practice. It was small, clean, warm, the kind of place that was designed not for comfort but for invisibility. Narcissa looked around with the critical eye of a woman accustomed to considerably more luxurious accommodations, but she said nothing. Luxury, she'd learned, was a poor substitute for safety. There's food in the kitchen. The wards will alert me if anything approaches within a mile. And this, Harry set a small mirror on the table. Communication mirror. Connected to mine. If you need anything, use it. Mr. Potter. Yes. She looked at him with those grey eyes, Draco's eyes, Sirius's eyes, the eyes of the House of Black. My husband made terrible choices. My sister made worse ones. I made my own, in my own way, by choosing silence when I should have spoken and compliance when I should have resisted. But everything I did for Draco. I need you to understand that. I do. Then understand this as well, if my son doesn't come back, I will hold you personally responsible. Not because I blame you. Because I need someone to hold responsible, and you're the one who asked him to go. Fair enough. She nodded. A contract, sealed without ink. Then she turned, walked into the cottage, and closed the door. Draco returned 3 hours later. He was shaking. Not the slight tremor Harry had seen before, full-body tremors, his hands vibrating, his teeth chattering despite the warmth of the room of requirement. Whatever had happened during his audience with Voldemort had pushed him past the limits of what his nervous system could process and into the territory of pure physiological shock. Harry wrapped a blanket around his shoulders. Sat him down. Gave him tea, strong, sweet, the universal remedy for everything from mild stress to existential horror. Take your time. Draco wrapped both hands around the mug. Drank. Breathed. The tremors subsided by degrees, and slowly, in fragments and half-sentences, the intelligence emerged. Voldemort was back. New body, functional but diminished, weaker than before the Hogsmeade confrontation, his magic reduced by the loss of so many Horcruxes. He didn't know about the destroyed cup or locket yet, but he could feel the weakness, the thinning of his immortality, and it was making him desperate. He's moving fast, Draco said. Assault on Hogwarts. Full force. Everything he has, Death Eaters, giants, whatever dark creatures he can recruit. He wants you, and he's done trying to be clever about it. This is a war of attrition. He's going to throw bodies at the castle until the defenses break and then come for you personally. When? Days. He was still coordinating when I left, but the mobilization is already underway. Before Christmas. That's what he said, he wants Hogwarts by Christmas. Harry absorbed this. Days, not weeks. The timeline was compressing faster than anyone had predicted. There's more, Draco said. His voice was quieter now, as if what came next was harder to say than anything before. He knows about Kairos. The room went very still. He's been communicating with the other side. Through the Dark Mark, I think, the connection to his Horcruxes gave him a channel to the Death Realm, and he's been using it to negotiate. He offered Kairos a deal. Harry's divine essence, the Morrow's power, delivered to Kairos in exchange for true immortality. A body that can't die, can't age, can't be destroyed. And Kairos accepted. Kairos told him to bring you to the Vale. Alive. On the solstice, December 21st. The veil is thinnest then. Voldemort delivers you, Karos extracts your divine essence, and Voldemort gets his immortality. Draco looked at Harry with eyes that were still slightly glazed with residual terror. It's a trap for both of you, obviously. Karos has no intention of honoring the deal. He'll take your essence and Voldemort's soul and add them both to his collection. Obviously. Harry stood. Paced. The information rearranged itself in his mind, the three separate threats converging into a single, terrifying nexus. The solstice. Voldemort attacks Hogwarts to capture me. Karos tears the veil from the other side. The Covenant's God's Bane waits in the wings as a contingency. Every enemy we have, converging on the same point at the same time. That's really bad, Harry. It's also an opportunity. His mind was working, the human strategist and the divine tactician operating in concert for the first time. If they're all coming to us, we don't have to go to them. We choose the ground. We set the terms. And we end all three threats in a single night. You make it sound simple. It isn't. But the alternative is letting them choose the terms, and that's worse. He looked at Draco. Your mother is safe. My word. The tension drained from Draco's frame. Not all of it, there was too much for a single reassurance to erase. But enough. Enough to let him breathe, to let his hands stop shaking, to let the 17-year-old underneath the spy's composure surface for a moment. Thank you, Draco said. Just that. No sarcasm, no qualifiers. 2 words, delivered with the sincerity of someone who'd never expected to mean them and was surprised to find that he did. Get some rest. We have 4 days. 4 days. Harry spent them in a blur of preparation that made the previous weeks look leisurely. Every ally was mobilized. Every resource deployed. Every contingency planned, reviewed, discarded, and replanned. Dumbledore coordinated the castle's defenses with the precision of a man who'd been preparing for this moment for decades, which, in a sense, he had. The wards were strengthened. Evacuation routes were established. The younger students were quietly sent home early for the holidays, their parents receiving letters that spoke of precautionary measures and enhanced security protocols. McGonagall organized the castle's physical defenses, animated suits of armor, reinforced walls, strategic choke points. She worked with the quiet, terrifying competence of someone who'd been underestimated her entire career and was about to remind everyone why that had been a mistake. Kingsley brought a contingent of loyal Aurors. Not the Ministry's full force, the Ministry was compromised, its loyalties fractured between duty and self-preservation. But 20 Aurors who trusted Kingsley, who believed in what they were fighting for, who'd looked at the evidence and chosen to stand on the right side. Fleur liaised with the ICW, securing a promise of non-interference that was diplomatically worded and practically useless but prevented the international community from actively opposing them. She also brought something more valuable, 6 French Aurors, veterans of the Grindelwald campaigns, who'd heard what was coming and volunteered because, as one of them put it, if the boundary between life and death collapses, nationality becomes rather beside the point. Neville organized the DA. Not the after-school club of 5th year, a combat unit, trained and equipped and motivated by the specific fury of young people who'd been told the world was ending and had decided to have opinions about it. They weren't soldiers. They were students who'd been taught by Harry Potter to fight and by Neville Longbottom to stand their ground. When Neville addressed them in the room of requirement, 37 of them, every one a volunteer, his voice carried the quiet authority of someone who'd earned his rank the hard way. Some of you know what's coming. Some of you don't. Here's the short version: tomorrow, the castle will be attacked. The defenses are strong. The professionals are here. Our job isn't to win the battle, it's to hold specific positions, protect specific corridors, and ensure that wounded defenders can reach the infirmary. We are the second line. The safety net. The people who make sure the first line has somewhere to fall back to. What about Harry? Seamus Finnegan asked. Where will he be? Harry will be handling something else. Something only he can do. Our job is to make sure he has the space to do it. Neville looked at each of them, Seamus, Dean, the Patil twins, Hannah Abbott, Ernie Macmillan, and 30 others whose names would never make the history books but whose courage was no less real for being anonymous. Nobody's going to think less of you if you choose not to fight. This isn't mandatory. It isn't an assignment. It's a choice. Nobody left. Neville nodded. Then let's get to work. Ron planned the tactical deployment with an intuitive grasp of battlefield dynamics that surprised everyone except Hermione, who'd always known that Ron's chess brain was a strategic asset of the First Order. He mapped sight lines, identified kill zones, established fallback positions, and created a communication network that would keep every defender connected even if the castle's wards were breached. Hermione handled logistics. Because someone had to, and because Hermione's particular genius lay in making impossible things possible through the relentless application of preparation. Medical supplies. Ammunition, magical and otherwise. Escape routes for the wounded. Contingencies for contingencies. A plan for every scenario from, we win quickly, to, everything goes wrong simultaneously. Vane contributed something unexpected. On the evening of December 18th, he appeared at the War Council meeting, uninvited, unannounced, carrying a leather case that he set on the table with the careful precision of someone handling explosives. Before you object to my presence, he said, addressing the hostile stares from around the table, I have something to offer. The last thing you offered was a cage, Daphne said, her voice cold enough to frost glass. The last thing I offered was containment, and it was a mistake. I'm here to offer something better. He opened the case. Inside, nestled in velvet, was a collection of artifacts, crystals, rune-carved stones, and a small, ornate mirror that seemed to reflect a sky that wasn't in the room. These are Covenant tools. Detection equipment, communication relays, and, this is the important one, a Veil resonance monitor. It can track the stability of the boundary between worlds in real time. If Kairos begins his assault on the Veil during the battle, this will tell you exactly when and how much time you have before the breach becomes irreversible. Dumbledore examined the mirror with interest. Remarkable craftsmanship. This predates the Covenant itself, I think. It predates written history. We've maintained and upgraded it for 2 millennia. It's the most sensitive detector of boundary anomalies in existence. Vane looked at Harry. You're going into the Veil tonight. You need to know what you're walking into. This mirror will show you. Harry looked at the mirror. Its surface was smooth, dark, reflecting nothing that was actually in the room. Instead, it showed a vast grey landscape, the space between worlds, seen from the mortal side. And at the center of that landscape, far distant but unmistakable, a structure of bone and soullight that pulsed with stolen power. Kairos's empire. Visible. Mappable. Real. Thank you, Harry said. Don't thank me. If you fail in there, the God's Bane becomes my only option, and I'd rather not use it. Vane paused. For what it's worth, Mr. Potter, and I say this as someone who has spent 2 centuries opposing everything you represent, I hope you succeed. The alternative is not one I relish. That's almost warm, coming from you. Don't get used to it. Warmth is a liability in my line of work. He left. The War Council absorbed his contribution, another tool, another ally, another complication in a situation already so complex that only Hermione's charts could track all the moving pieces. And Daphne worked the political angle. Because even in the middle of an apocalypse, politics didn't stop, and the Ministry's response to the coming battle would determine whether they fought with allies or against enemies on 2 fronts. She leveraged her father's connections, her own considerable social intelligence, and the simple, brutal argument that if Hogwarts fell, the Ministry was next. By the evening of December 20th, she'd secured a promise of non-interference from Scrimgeour, not support, but at least the absence of active opposition. It's the best I could do, she told Harry that evening, in the room of requirement, while the castle hummed with final preparations. He's a politician. He'll wait to see who's winning before committing. That's all we need. Time to fight without being stabbed in the back. She looked at him. The room was dim, the fire low, and in the shifting light she looked fierce and tired and beautiful, and Harry wanted very much to stop the world for just a moment and hold on to this, the quiet between the storms, the last breath before the dive. "Are you ready?" she asked. "No. But I'm going anyway." "That's the most honest thing you've ever said." "I've been working on my honesty. Someone told me it was my best quality." "I said your best quality was asking Astoria for consent. Your honesty is maybe top 5. He smiled. She smiled back. And for just a moment, in the quiet room with the fire dying and the world about to break, they were just two people who'd found each other at the exact right time and were determined not to waste it. "Daphne." "Yes. Whatever happens tomorrow. Whatever I become, whatever I have to do. I need you to know this. Right now. This is real. You and me. It's the most real thing I have." Her composure cracked. Not dramatically, a hairline fracture, visible only because Harry knew where to look. Her eyes brightened. Her jaw tightened. And then she crossed the distance between them and kissed him with a ferocity that had nothing of gentleness and everything of desperation, the kiss of someone who knew that tomorrow might not come and was determined to make tonight count. "Promise me," she said against his lips. "Promise me that whatever you choose, the throne, mortality, whatever, you'll still be you at the end." "I can't promise that." "Then promise me you'll try." "I promise I'll try." "Then I'll be there to remind you." She pulled back. Straightened her robes. Rebuilt her composure with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been doing it her whole life. "Now. Tell me about the plan for Kairos. Because if you think I'm letting you walk into the death realm without a strategy, you've dramatically underestimated who you're dating." The plan for Kairos was simple in concept and terrifying in execution. Harry would enter the Vale. Not during the battle, before it. On the night of the solstice, while Voldemort's forces were still assembling, Harry would go to the Department of Mysteries and walk through the boundary between worlds. He would confront Kairos on his own territory, in the empire of bone and soulite that the usurper had built from stolen divine authority. It was, by any rational measure, insane. Kairos had 10,000 years of accumulated power. He had billions of captured souls as fuel. He had home field advantage and the willingness to destroy everything rather than lose. Harry had his friends, his incomplete divine nature, and the stubborn human conviction that what Kairos was doing to those souls was wrong. "The key is the souls," Harry explained to the assembled war council, his voice steady despite the magnitude of what he was proposing. "Kairos's power comes from the souls he's captured. Every soul I free diminishes him and strengthens me. If I can break enough of them loose, he'll be weakened enough for you to reclaim the throne," Hermione finished. She'd been running the calculations. But the rate of liberation versus the rate of Kairos's response, "Harry, you'd need to free millions of souls before his power drops below a critical threshold. That's not a battle. That's a war of attrition in enemy territory. Which is why I'm not going to fight him the way he expects." Harry looked at each of them in turn. Kairos was never meant for the throne. He's a lesser entity who seized power in a vacuum. He's been running on stolen authority for 10,000 years, but the authority isn't his. It's mine. And authority, unlike power, doesn't diminish with time. It's either yours or it isn't. "You're going to pull rank," Ron said. "In the most literal possible sense, yes." Daphne leaned forward. "And if he doesn't accept it? If he fights? Then I fight. But I fight as Moros, not as Harry. I fight with the full authority of the god of death, which I've been avoiding because I was afraid of losing myself. But Hermione's protocol works. The framework holds. I can be both. He took a breath. I have to be both. The room was quiet. The fire crackled. Outside, the wind moaned around the tower. There's one more thing, Harry said. The Horcrux. Nagini. She'll be with Voldemort during the battle. Someone needs to destroy her. I'll do it. Neville's voice was calm, certain, the voice of a man who'd found his purpose and wasn't going to let go of it. I've been training for this since the Department of Mysteries. The Sword of Gryffindor can destroy a Horcrux, Dumbledore confirmed it. I'll find the snake. I'll kill it. Harry looked at him. Neville Longbottom. The other boy the prophecy could have chosen. Standing up to volunteer for the most dangerous assignment of the battle with the same quiet determination he'd shown when he'd stood in front of the giants at Hogsmeade. Done, Harry said. Neville takes the snake. Ron coordinates the defense. Hermione manages logistics and medical. Daphne handles political communication. If the Ministry moves against us, I need to know immediately. Fleur liaises with the ICW contingent. Dumbledore leads the magical defense of the castle. And you go into the Vale, Daphne said. And I go into the Vale. She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded. Not because she liked it. Because she understood it. Because she was Daphne Greengrass, and she would not waste this man's time with tears when there was work to be done. Then we're ready, she said. Let's end this. It's enough, Harry told Dumbledore, in the final briefing on the evening of December 20th. It has to be enough. And if it isn't? Then the Covenant gets to use their god's bane, and the world loses a death god but keeps its boundary. Vane's contingency becomes the plan. That is not acceptable to me. It doesn't have to be acceptable. It has to be the truth. Harry met the old wizard's eyes. I've spent my whole life being protected by people who loved me. My mother. You. Sirius. It's time I did the protecting. Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. The twinkle was gone from his eyes. What remained was raw, unvarnished love, the love of a man who'd watched a baby grow into a boy grow into something unprecedented, and was now watching that something walk toward a battle that might consume it entirely. Come back, Harry, he said. That is not a request. It is the only instruction that matters. I'll do my best, Albus. Do better than your best. Do what's necessary. Harry found Ron and Hermione in the room of requirement at midnight. The room had provided them with their old familiar configuration, the study space with the fireplace, the couches, the tea service. It felt like a farewell dressed in the clothes of an ordinary evening. Hermione had her notebook open. Of course she did. She was making final annotations to the cognitive integration protocol, adding emergency procedures for scenarios she hadn't previously considered. If you lose coherence in the Death Realm, she said, without looking up, the protocol includes an emergency recall sequence. I've encoded it as a memory, your 11th birthday. Hagrid arriving at the hut on the rock. The first time someone told you that you were special. If you feel yourself dissolving, reach for that memory. It's your anchor. Your tether to who you are. Hermione, I'm not finished. I've also prepared a secondary anchor, a physical one. She held up a small, smooth stone. It was warm, glowing faintly with an internal light. This is keyed to your magical signature. If you carry it into the Death Realm, it will create a resonance with the physical world, a breadcrumb trail back to your body. It won't guarantee your return, but it improves the probability significantly. Harry took the stone. It fit perfectly in his palm, warm against his skin, pulsing with a gentle rhythm that matched his heartbeat. You made this. I made this. Her voice was steady but her eyes were bright, and Harry could see the enormous effort she was exerting to keep this conversation practical, professional, problem-solving Hermione rather than terrified best friend Hermione. It took 4 days and a modification of the protean charm that I'm quite proud of. If we survive this, I'm publishing the methodology. When we survive this. Right. When? She closed her notebook. Looked at him directly. Harry. I need you to know something. You don't have to, I've spent 6 years watching you walk into danger. Basilisks. Dementors. Voldemort. The Department of Mysteries. Every time, I thought, this is the one. This is the time he doesn't come back. And every time, you did. Because you're stubborn and lucky and because you have people waiting for you on the other side. She swallowed. I'll be waiting on the other side of this one too. Don't make me wait forever. Ron put his arm around her shoulders. Not for comfort, for solidarity. The two of them, united in the thing they'd been united in since first year, the absolute, unshakable determination to keep Harry Potter alive. What she said, Ron added. Except I'm worse at the emotional stuff, so just, yeah. What she said. Come back, mate. Harry looked at them. His two best friends. The first people who'd ever chosen him, not the chosen one, not the boy who lived, just Harry. The boy on the train with the broken glasses and the two big hand-me-downs who'd found his family in a compartment on the Hogwarts Express. He hugged them both. Not a quick, awkward, masculine hug. A real one. The kind that said everything words couldn't, that carried the weight of 6 years of shared danger and shared joy and the simple, irreducible love of people who'd grown up together and couldn't imagine a world without each other. I'll come back, he said. That's not a promise from a god. That's a promise from Harry. And Harry doesn't break promises to his friends. No, Hermione whispered. He never has. They stood there for a long moment, the three of them, in the room that had seen them train and study and argue and laugh, and the fire crackled and the castle breathed and the world outside the windows was dark and cold and full of things that wanted to destroy everything they'd built. Then Harry let go. Stepped back. Smiled. Save me some of those marshmallows, yeah. I make no promises, Ron said, his voice thick. Marshmallow supply lines are the first casualty of war. Harry laughed. One more laugh. And then he turned and walked out of the room of requirement, and the door closed behind him, and Ron and Hermione stood in the sudden silence and held on to each other and didn't speak, because there was nothing to say that their arms around each other didn't say better. The evening of December 20th, Harry stood on the battlements of Hogwarts Castle and looked out over the grounds. The Thestrals were gathered in their hundreds along the forest line, motionless, watching. The lake was still and dark. The stars were out, cold, ancient, indifferent to the drama unfolding beneath them. Behind him, the castle hummed with purpose. Defenders moving into position. Wards being finalized. The low, tense murmur of people preparing for something they hoped would never come and knew was coming anyway. Daphne stood beside him. Ron and Hermione were below, running final checks. Neville was with the DA. Dumbledore was in his office, making preparations of his own. 3 armies converging, Harry said quietly. Voldemort's forces from outside. Caros's shades from the Vale. And the Covenant watching from the sidelines with a weapon that can kill a god. We've had worse odds, Daphne said. When? Never, actually. But it seemed like the encouraging thing to say. He laughed. One last laugh before the storm. Then he turned to her, kissed her forehead, and said, I need to go. The Vale won't wait. I know. She caught his hand. Held it tight. Come back. I will. Come back to me. I will. She let go. He walked down the battlements, through the castle, out into the cold December night. The Thestrals watched him go with their blank white eyes, and one by one, they lowered their heads, the salute of an army to its returning king. Harry stopped among them. The lead thestral, the largest, the oldest, with scars across its flanks from battles no living wizard remembered, stepped forward and pressed its bony forehead against Harry's chest. The same gesture it had made on the first night of term, but different now. Not fealty. Farewell. I know, Harry murmured, his hand on the thestral's neck. I know what's coming. And I know some of you can feel the other side, feel Kairos, feel the captured souls. I need you to wait. When the veil opens, when the shades come through, they'll be confused. Frightened. They won't know where they are or why they're here. Guide them. Calm them. You're creatures of death, they'll trust you more than they'll trust the living. The thestral huffed, a sound like a bellows, warm and strangely comforting. It understood. They all did. The entire herd shifted, rearranging itself into a formation that faced the south, toward London, toward the ministry, toward the Vale. Waiting. Ready. Harry walked on. Past the herd, past the lake, past the edge of the castle's wards. The night was vast and cold and silent, and the stars above him were the same stars that had shone on the first death and the last, and they would shine long after whatever happened next was done. He apparat. The Department of Mysteries was dark and empty, cleared by Kingsley's orders earlier that day under pretexts that ranged from maintenance to classified security operations. Harry walked through the circular room, past the locked doors, through the corridor that led to the chamber he'd first visited in 5th year. The chamber where Sirius had died. Where the veil stood. It was waiting for him. The ancient stone archway stood on its raised platform, unchanged, eternal. But the veil itself, the tattered curtain that hung in the arch, was different. It was moving. Not fluttering in an unfelt breeze, but rippling, bulging, pressing outward as if something vast was leaning against it from the other side. And the whispers, the voices of the dead that had always murmured behind the fabric, were louder now. Urgent. 1,000 voices, 1,000,000 voices, all saying the same thing in languages that span the entirety of human civilization. Come home. Come home. Come home. Harry stood before the veil. He held Hermione's stone in one hand. His wand in the other. In his mind, the cognitive framework held steady, human and divine, boy and God, Harry and Moros, balanced and integrated and ready. I'm here, he said. The veil reached for him. He stepped forward. And the god of death went home. Behind him, Hogwarts blazed with light. Around him, the world held its breath. And ahead, in the dark space between life and death, a throne of bone stood occupied by an usurper who had held it for 10,000 years and was about to learn what happens when the rightful king returns. The storm was here. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, What Death Chose the Space Between Worlds was nothing like Harry expected. He'd imagined darkness. The river, maybe, the warm, black water from his dreams, stretching under a starless sky. What he found instead was light. Not sunlight, not firelight. The light of existence itself, raw, unfiltered, the luminous energy that everything alive generated simply by being alive, concentrated and reflected in a space where life and death existed simultaneously. The veil deposited him on a plane of grey stone that stretched to every horizon. The sky above was the color of mercury, not quite silver, not quite white, shifting constantly, as if the atmosphere itself was undecided about what it wanted to be. The air was neither warm nor cold. It tasted like nothing and everything, the ghost of every flavor he'd ever known, layered on top of each other until they cancelled out into a neutral that was somehow more vivid than any individual sensation. And the silence. God, the silence. Not the absence of sound, the presence of stillness. The vast, patient, waiting stillness of a place that existed between heartbeats, between breaths, between the last moment of life and the first moment of whatever came after. Harry stood on the grey plain and breathed. Hermione's stone pulsed warmly in his palm, his tether to the mortal world, his breadcrumb trail home. His wand was in his other hand, though he suspected it would be useless here. This wasn't a place that responded to incantations and wand movements. This was a place that responded to will. To authority. To the fundamental assertion of who you were and what you governed. He started walking. The empire appeared gradually. Not rising over the horizon the way a city rises, materializing, as if the plane was rendering it in real time, assembling the structures from the raw material of the space between worlds. First the outskirts, scattered formations of crystallized soul energy, arranged in geometric patterns that pulsed with a cold, regular rhythm. Then the towers, tall, thin spires of bone and compressed spiritual matter, each one a node in the network Harry had seen through the Veil resonance monitor. Then the walls, vast, curving barriers of accumulated power, inscribed with runes that Harry recognized because he'd invented them, 10,000 years ago, as the language of transition. Kairos had built his empire using Harry's own divine vocabulary. The architecture of the boundary, the system Moros had designed to govern the transition between life and death, had been repurposed, corrupted, turned inward. Instead of guiding souls through the passage, the system was capturing them. Holding them. Feeding on them. Harry walked through the outer structures and saw the souls. They were everywhere. Not visible as people, stripped of form, reduced to raw luminous energy. They existed as lights, millions of them, suspended in the crystalline matrices like fireflies trapped in amber. Each one was a person. Each one had been a life, with a name, a history, loves and fears and the specific weight of individual existence. Now they were batteries. Resources. The fuel that powered Kairos's stolen authority. Harry touched one of the crystals. The soul inside stirred, not awakening, not quite, but responding to his presence the way a sleeping person responds to a familiar voice. A flicker of recognition. A pulse of something that might have been hope. "I'm here," Harry whispered. "I'm going to get you out." He walked on. Deeper into the empire. Past the soul batteries and the processing towers and the distribution networks that channeled stolen energy toward the center. Past structures that served no purpose he could identify, monuments, maybe, or experiments, the idle constructions of a being with unlimited power and unlimited time and nothing to do but accumulate more. The throne was at the center. It was exactly as he'd seen it through the veil, a massive structure built from the compressed remains of civilizations, layers of bone and soul light and the crystallized memories of peoples whose names the living world had forgotten. It sat on a raised platform at the convergence of every power line in the empire, a nexus point where all the stolen energy gathered and was transformed into the crude approximation of divine authority that Kairos wore like a stolen crown. And on the throne sat Kairos. He looked like Harry. That was the first thing, the deliberate, mocking choice to wear a face that was a twisted mirror of Harry's own. Same height, same build, same dark hair. But the features were sharper, crueler, carved from something harder than flesh. His skin was the color of old marble. His eyes were black, not dark brown, not midnight blue, but the absolute black of deep space, the color of a place where no light had ever reached. He wore the crown of bone. It sat on his brow like a living thing, pulsing with the rhythms of the stolen souls that fed it, and it was the ugliest thing Harry had ever seen, not because of its appearance, but because of what it represented. 10,000 years of captured lives, compressed into a symbol of authority that had never been earned. "Welcome home," Kairos said. His voice was Harry's voice, pitched lower, stripped of warmth. The voice of someone who'd learned to speak by listening to the dying and had never heard a laugh or a lullaby or any of the sounds that made language beautiful. "This isn't my home," Harry said. "It was my duty station. There's a difference." Semantics. Kairos stood. He was taller than Harry, whether naturally or by choice was unclear. In this place, physical form was a suggestion, not a constraint. "You've come to take it back. I've come to fix what you've broken." Broken. Kairos descended from the throne with slow, deliberate steps. "Look around you, Moros. I built this. From nothing. From the scraps you left behind when you abandoned your post. 10,000 years of work, organizing the dead, structuring the afterlife, creating a system that actually functions. And you call it broken. You're hoarding souls. They should be passing on. Passing on to what? The same argument as before, but delivered in person. It carried a different weight. Kairos gestured at the vast empire around them, the towers, the networks, the billions of captured lights. You never built anything beyond the threshold. There's nothing on the other side. Just oblivion. I'm the one who gave the dead a purpose. I'm the one who made death mean something. You made death mean slavery. I made death mean continuation. Existence. Persistence. Every soul in my empire still exists. They're still here, still present, still part of the fabric of reality. Without me, they'd be nothing. Literally nothing. A candle blown out. Gone. Harry looked at the souls in their crystalline prisons. Kairos wasn't entirely wrong, that was the terrifying part. The original system, the one Moros had designed, did involve passage into dissolution. Not oblivion, exactly, more like a returning, a flowing back into the source, the way a river flows back to the sea. Individual consciousness dissolved, but the energy, the essence, was recycled. Returned to the living world to fuel new life. It was a good system. A natural system. But from the perspective of someone who valued individual consciousness, who believed that a person's identity was worth preserving, it looked a lot like destruction. You're afraid, Harry said quietly. That's what this is really about. You're a lesser entity who was never meant to be mortal, never meant to experience individual consciousness, and when you seized the throne and felt what it was like to be someone, to have a perspective, a personality, a self, you got scared. Scared that if you let the system work the way it's supposed to, you'd dissolve too. Kairos went very still. The black eyes narrowed. The bone crown pulsed. Don't presume to understand me. I understand you better than you think. I spent 10,000 years as a mortal because I wanted to understand why humans fear death. And the answer is exactly what you're feeling right now, the terror of losing yourself. Of ceasing to be you. It's the most human fear there is, and you've built an entire empire to avoid facing it. And you've overcome it. You, who chose mortality because you were curious. You, who sealed your own memories because the weight of infinite existence was too much to bear. Don't lecture me about fear, Moros. You're the god who ran away. The words hit harder than Harry expected. Because they were true. He had run. He'd abandoned his duty, sealed his memories, entered the mortal cycle. He'd left a vacancy that Kairos had filled, and the suffering of billions of captured souls was, in a very real sense, his fault. You're right, Harry said. I left. I failed. And because I failed, you had to step up, and you did the best you could with power you were never designed to wield. I'm sorry for that. Kairos blinked. Of all the things he'd prepared for, threats, challenges, divine warfare, an apology wasn't on the list. What? I'm sorry. You were a lesser spirit who was never meant for this burden, and you carried it for millennia because I walked away. That took strength. Real strength. And the fact that you built something, even something corrupted, even something wrong, instead of letting the system collapse entirely means you cared. In your way. About the dead. About maintaining order. Don't, Kairos's voice cracked. A hairline fracture in 10,000 years of composure. Don't try to manipulate me with compassion. I know what you are. I know how powerful you are. If you've come to fight, then fight. I didn't come to fight. I came to relieve you. Silence. The Empire hummed around them. Billions of captured souls pulsed in their crystalline prisons. The bone crown throbbed on Kairos's brow. Relieve me, Kairos repeated. Your shift is over. You've been holding this post for 10,000 years, and you've done it alone, and it's broken you. Not your fault, the job was too big for one entity, especially one who was never designed for it. But I'm back now. And I'm ready to take responsibility. You'll destroy everything I've built. I'll fix it. The souls go free, they pass on, the way they're supposed to. The system resets. The boundary between life and death is restored to its original function. And you, Harry paused. This was the crucial moment. The pivot on which everything turned. You get to rest. For the first time in 10,000 years, you get to stop. Put down the crown. Let go of the power. And find out what's on the other side of the threshold you've been so afraid of. Oblivion. Maybe. Or maybe not. I designed the system, and even I don't know what's beyond the passage. That's the whole point, it's the one mystery that even a death god can't solve from this side. You have to go through to find out. Kairos stared at him. The black eyes were enormous, ancient, filled with a terror so vast and so old that it had become the foundation of an entire empire. The terror of a being who'd tasted individual existence and couldn't bear to let it go. What if there's nothing, he whispered. Then there's nothing. And the fear of nothing is worse than nothing itself. I learned that from the mortals. They taught me that the only way to beat the fear of death is to live so fully that when the end comes, you're not afraid. You're ready. I've never lived. I know. And I'm sorry about that too. Kairos looked down at his hands. They were shaking. The hands of a god, a stolen god, a pretender god, but a god nonetheless, trembling with the most human emotion in the universe. Fear. If I let go, he said, and his voice was small now, stripped of all authority and pretension, the voice of something that was very old and very tired and very scared. If I let go of the crown, of the empire, of all of it, will it hurt? I don't know, Harry said honestly. But I'll be here. I'll guide you through. That's what I was made for, to stand at the threshold and make sure the passage is clean. You won't be alone. Kairos closed his eyes. The empire held its breath. Then he reached up, slowly, and took the crown of bone from his brow. The effect was immediate. The crown crumbled, not dramatically, not with fireworks or explosions. It simply came apart in his hands, the compressed souls within it releasing with soft sighs of relief, tiny motes of light drifting upward and outward, finding their way to the passage that had been denied them for millennia. The towers shuddered. The crystalline matrices cracked. All across the empire, the imprisoned souls began to stir, to wake, to remember what they were and where they were supposed to go. Kairos diminished. Without the crown, without the stolen power, he was small, a wisp of consciousness, a fragment of something that had never been meant to be more than a messenger, a minor functionary in the vast bureaucracy of the afterlife. He looked at Harry with eyes that were no longer black but gray, the gray of dawn, of uncertainty, of the space between endings and beginnings. Thank you, he said. For the apology. Nobody's ever apologized to me before. You deserved one. You deserved a lot of things you didn't get. Kairos looked toward the passage, the place where the souls were flowing now, a widening stream of light moving towards something that even Harry couldn't see. The ultimate threshold. The final mystery. Is it really unknown? Kairos asked. Even to you. Even to me. That's what makes it beautiful. Kairos almost smiled. The expression was unfamiliar on his face, like a word spoken in a language he'd only just learned. Then he turned toward the light. Goodbye, Moros. Goodbye, Kairos. He walked into the passage. The light took him. And for the first time in 10,000 years, the space between worlds had no ruler, no pretender, no stolen crown. Just the boundary. And the god who'd come home to guard it. The empire collapsed. Without Kairos's will to maintain it, the structures dissolved, bone crumbling to dust, crystals shattering into light, the vast architecture of stolen power coming apart with the quiet finality of a sandcastle meeting the tide. The souls poured free, billions of them, streaming toward the passage like rivers converging on the sea, each one a life restored to its proper trajectory, each one a person finally allowed to complete the journey that Kairos had interrupted. Harry stood at the center of the dissolution and felt every single one. The weight was staggering. Not physical, existential. Billions of individual consciousnesses brushing against his as they passed through the threshold he governed, each one carrying its specific history, its particular loves and losses and the unique, irreducible signature of a life lived. He felt them all. Held the passage open for them all. Guided each one through with the care and attention that was, he now understood, the entire purpose of his existence. This was what it meant to be the god of death. Not destruction. Not ending. Transition. The gentle, essential work of ensuring that every life, when it reached its natural conclusion, was met with dignity and guided safely to whatever came next. He'd forgotten. 10,000 years of mortality had made him forget. But now, standing in the heart of the dissolving empire with the river of souls flowing through him, he remembered. And the memory didn't drown his humanity, it completed it. The human Harry and the divine Moros weren't separate identities fighting for control. They were the same being, seen from different angles. The boy who'd loved Sirius and Ron and Hermione was the same consciousness that had watched the birth of stars. The young man who'd kissed a girl in a library was the same entity that had governed the boundary between existence and oblivion since before time had a name. He was both. He'd always been both. And the integration, the thing he'd been fighting and fearing and working toward for months, wasn't a battle. It was a homecoming. Harry opened his eyes. The empire was gone. The plain of grey stone stretched to every horizon, clean and empty, returned to its original state. The passage was open, a vast, luminous arch at the center of the space between worlds, through which the last of Kairos's captured souls were flowing. The throne was dust. And in the mortal world, the veil shuddered, not with another tear, but with something else. A healing. A mending. The barrier between life and death, damaged by Kairos's assaults, began to repair itself as the natural order reasserted its architecture. Harry turned toward the veil. Toward home. Toward the battle that was still raging on the other side. Time to go. He emerged from the veil into chaos. The Department of Mysteries was dark, but through the ceiling, through the layers of ministry architecture above him, he could feel the battle. Voldemort's army had hit Hogwarts while Harry was in the Death Realm. The timing was deliberate, the Dark Lord had sensed Harry's departure through the remnants of their connection and had launched his assault while his greatest enemy was absent. It was the smart play. The only play, really. Take the castle while the god was gone. Except the god was back. And he was no longer diminished, no longer suppressed, no longer incomplete. He was Moros, the god of death, fully integrated, fully realized. And he was also Harry Potter, a 17-year-old wizard who had friends in danger and a battle to win. He apparat. Not to the castle, to the sky above it, because he needed to see the full picture before he acted. The Battle of Hogwarts spread out beneath him like a painting of war. Voldemort's forces, Death Eaters, giants, dark creatures, pressed against the castle from every direction. The defenders held, barely. Ron's tactical deployment was working, channeling the attackers into kill zones and bottlenecks where the castle's defenders could maximize their effectiveness. Dumbledore stood at the main gate, a figure of blazing magical power, holding back a wave of Death Eaters with a combination of skill and fury that reminded the world why he'd been feared for a century. McGonagall had animated every suit of armor in the castle. They fought alongside the defenders, silent, tireless, following orders with the mechanical precision of constructs that felt no fear and no pain. She was everywhere at once, reinforcing a wall here, transfiguring a barricade there, teaching the Death Eaters that the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts was not someone whose castle you attacked without consequences. Kingsley's Aurors held the north wall. Their formation was textbook, overlapping shield charms, coordinated offensive casting, the disciplined rhythm of professionals who trained for exactly this kind of engagement. When a giant broke through the north gate, Kingsley personally brought it down with a sequence of 3 spells that exploited its momentum, its center of gravity, and its frankly idiotic decision to attack someone who'd been the head Auror for a reason. Fleur's ICW contingent covered the east approach. The French veterans were devastating. Their dueling style was different from British magic, more fluid, more creative, and the Death Eaters who faced them discovered that continental combat techniques included several traditions that the British magical community had never encountered. One French Auror, a grey-haired woman named Margot who'd fought Grindelwald's forces as a teenager, held an entire corridor by herself for 20 minutes using a combination of transfiguration and enchantment that turned the corridor itself into a weapon. And the DA, Neville's DA, held the interior. They fought in pairs, covering each other, communicating through the enchanted coins, applying everything Neville had taught them with the fierce determination of people defending their home. Hannah Abbott and Ernie Macmillan held the passage to the infirmary. The Patil twins guarded the Ravenclaw Tower staircase. Seamus Finnegan, who had always had a talent for making things explode, put that talent to devastating use in the courtyard, turning the ground itself into a series of improvised magical mines that caught 3 squads of Death Eaters completely by surprise. But the battle was turning. Voldemort's numbers were simply too great, and the shades were coming. The veil, mended but still fragile from Caros's assault, was leaking. Not the organized army that the usurper had planned to unleash, those souls were free now, flowing through the passage Harry had restored. But the disruption of the boundary had created gaps, thin spots where the confused remnants of souls that had been held too long were drifting through into the mortal world. They materialized on the battlefield as translucent figures, men, women, children from every era of human history, bewildered and frightened, drawn to the living like moths to flame. They weren't dangerous. But they were everywhere, and they were terrifying. Death Eaters and Defenders alike faltered when a shade walked through their position. The visceral, primal horror of seeing the dead walking among the living was enough to break concentration, disrupt formations, create openings that the enemy could exploit. Ron saw the problem from his command post and adapted instantly. Shades are non-hostile. Repeat, non-hostile. Ignore them and maintain positions. His voice carried through the communication network with the calm authority of someone who'd been born to lead in crisis, even if he'd spent most of his life not knowing it. The Thestrals helped. Harry's instruction to guide the confused shades proved prescient. The skeletal creatures swooped through the battlefield, herding the disoriented dead away from the fighting, their presence calming the shades in a way that nothing else could. A creature of death, guiding the dead, it was what they were made for. People were dying. Harry could feel each death with the crystalline clarity of his fully restored divine senses, threads being cut, souls crossing the threshold, the specific grief of each loss resonating through the battlefield like notes in a discordant symphony. Fred Weasley fell defending the third-floor corridor. A wall collapsed, a curse caught him in the chaos, and one of the brightest lights Harry had ever known winked out. The pain was immense, not just the loss itself, but the ripple of it through the threads of everyone who loved him. George, fighting 50 feet away, staggered as if he'd been struck. Ron, coordinating from the command post, went white. Tonks fell on the steps of the entrance hall, dueling 2 Death Eaters simultaneously, giving ground to protect a group of wounded students. She fought like a fury until the end, shape-shifting, improvising, refusing to yield until a green light found her and she was gone. Remus Lupin fell minutes later, fighting to reach the place where Tonks had fallen, driven by a grief so powerful that it overrode every tactical instinct he possessed. His thread snapped with a sound that only Harry could hear, the particular resonance of a soul that had been tired for a very long time and was, in the end, almost grateful for the rest. Harry absorbed each death. Felt it. Honored it. Filed it in the vast architecture of his divine consciousness where it would be held and remembered for as long as existence continued. Then he descended. He landed in the courtyard at the center of the battle, and his arrival was not subtle. The full power of a death god, manifesting in the mortal world without suppression or constraint, was not a thing that could be hidden. The air around Harry crackled with authority, not magic, something deeper, the fundamental assertion of a consciousness that governed the boundary between existence and oblivion. The ground beneath his feet darkened. The air temperature dropped. Every ghost in the castle materialized simultaneously, drawn by the presence of their sovereign, forming a spectral army that hovered above the battlefield in silent, luminous ranks. Every thestral on the grounds, the hundreds that had been waiting at the forest's edge, launched into the air with a collective shriek that split the night. They circled the castle in a vast, dark formation, their skeletal wings cutting the moonlight, and the Death Eaters below looked up and saw something that made even the most hardened among them hesitate. The shades responded to him too. The confused, wandering dead that had been drifting through the battlefield turned toward Harry as one and went still. He could feel their attention, their recognition, their relief. The Guardian was back. The Shepherd had returned. They would be okay now. Go, Harry said to them, his voice carrying across the battlefield on a frequency only the dead could hear. The passage is open. You've been lost long enough. Go home. One by one, the shades dissolved. Not violently, not dramatically. They simply relaxed, their translucent forms softening, brightening, becoming motes of light that drifted upward and outward toward the boundary Harry governed. Each one passed through the threshold with a sigh of release, the sound of a journey finally completing, a wandering finally ending. Within minutes, the shades were gone. The battlefield was cleared of its ghostly confusion, and the defenders, no longer rattled by the dead walking among them, rallied with renewed ferocity. Death was here. Not as a metaphor. Not as a curse. As a person, standing in the courtyard with green eyes that held the light of dying stars and a presence that made the dark mark on every Death Eater's arm burn with recognition. Their master's enemy. Their master's god. Enough, Harry said. The word carried. Not shouted, spoken, conversationally, the way you'd ask someone to please stop talking during a movie. But it reached every ear on the battlefield, cutting through the noise of combat and explosion and screaming with the impossible clarity of a voice that existed on a frequency deeper than sound. The fighting stuttered. Paused. Death Eaters lowered their wands, not by choice, but by instinct, the way prey animals freeze when a predator enters their territory. The defenders held their positions, watching, waiting. Harry walked through the courtyard. The Death Eaters parted for him, not voluntarily, but because their bodies refused to stand in his path. He passed Bellatrix's replacement, a scarred woman whose name he didn't know, and she dropped her wand and backed away with her hands up, her eyes wide with a terror that went beyond magic into something primal. He reached the center of the courtyard. Voldemort was waiting. The Dark Lord had rebuilt himself, but the cracks were showing. His new body was thinner, paler, the snake-like features more pronounced, as if the magic holding him together was running out of material. His red eyes burned with a desperate intensity that was equal parts fury and fear. He'd felt the Horcruxes die, all of them, one by one, the anchors of his immortality being ripped away until only Nagini remained. The snake was at his feet. The last Horcrux. The final thread tying Tom Riddle to the mortal world. Potter, Voldemort said. His voice was steady, but Harry could hear the hairline fractures underneath. The composure of a man who'd built his entire existence on the foundation of immortality and was now watching that foundation crumble. You've been busy. So have you. Nice army. Shame about the mortality. I'm not dead yet. No. You're not. Harry looked at Nagini. The snake looked back at him with yellow eyes that held a fragment of its master's soul, the last piece, the final anchor. But you're close. Movement. To the left. Neville Longbottom, emerging from a breach in the castle wall with the sword of Gryffindor in his hand and the expression of someone who'd been waiting his entire life for this moment. He was bleeding from a cut above his eye. His robes were torn. But his grip on the sword was steady, and his eyes were clear, and he moved with the focused purpose of a man who knew exactly what he needed to do and had no intention of being stopped. Nagini sensed the threat before Voldemort did. The great snake reared, hissing, its hood spreading to reveal fangs dripping with venom that could kill in seconds. It lunged at Neville, fast, terrifyingly fast, the strike of a predator that had killed 100 times. Neville didn't dodge. He stepped into the strike, the sword coming up in the exact arc he'd practiced 1,000 times, and the blade met the snake's extended body at the midpoint of its lunge. Voldemort saw him too. His wand came up, fast, trained on Neville, the killing curse already forming on his lips. Harry didn't move. Didn't cast. He simply looked at Voldemort, and in that look was the full weight of his divine authority, the assertion that here, in this place, death answered to him and him alone. Voldemort's curse died on his tongue. Not blocked. Not countered. Simply refused. The magic of the killing curse required death to cooperate, and death had chosen a side. Neville struck. The sword of Gryffindor completed its arc. The goblin-forged, basilisk venom-infused blade caught Nagini behind the head and passed through with a sound like a sigh, the sword cutting not just flesh but the dark magic that animated the Horcrux within. The snake's body fell. The Horcrux fragment within it shrieked, a sound that existed more in the magical spectrum than the audible one, and dissolved. The last anchor. The last thread. Tom Riddle was mortal. He knew it instantly. Harry could see the knowledge hit him, the sudden, crushing weight of vulnerability, of finitude, of being exactly what he'd spent 50 years trying to escape. A mortal man. Capable of dying. Subject to the one law he devoted his existence to defying. No, Voldemort whispered. Then louder, no. He raised his wand. Not at Harry, not at Neville. At himself. A spell Harry didn't recognize, something ancient, something desperate, a final gambit to tear open the passage to the death realm where Kairos had promised him immortality. But Kairos was gone. The death realm was empty. The passage was open, but there was no one on the other side to grant bargains or bestow stolen eternity. There was only the boundary, clean and functioning, guarded by the god who'd built it. The spell fizzled. Died. And Voldemort, Tom Marvolo Riddle, the most feared dark wizard in history, stood in the courtyard of Hogwarts with an empty wand and a mortal body and the specific, devastating knowledge that he had lost. Harry walked toward him. Avada, Voldemort started, raising his wand one final time, and Harry caught his wrist. Not violently. Gently. The way you'd catch a falling glass. His fingers closed around Voldemort's arm and the Dark Lord's magic, his power, his intent, his 50 years of accumulated darkness, met the authority of the god of death and was found wanting. Tom. Harry's voice was quiet. Kind. The voice of someone who understood exactly what the man in front of him was feeling, because he'd spent 10,000 years watching people feel it. It's over. I can't, I won't, you've been running from this your whole life. From the orphanage, from mortality, from the simple fact that everything ends. You split your soul to avoid it. You killed, you tortured, you destroyed everything beautiful you ever encountered because you were afraid of the one thing you couldn't control. Harry looked at him with eyes that were ancient and compassionate and, underneath it all, sad. But you don't have to be afraid anymore. I'm here. That's what I'm for. I don't want to die. Nobody does. That's what makes it meaningful. He touched Voldemort's chest. Not a spell. Not an attack. Simply the exercise of his authority, the authority of the god who governed the boundary between life and death, asserting his dominion over the one soul that had fought hardest to escape it. The thread severed. Cleanly, painlessly, with the precision of a surgeon's cut. Voldemort's eyes went wide, not with pain, but with surprise. As if the thing he'd feared most was, in the actual moment of its arrival, nothing like what he'd imagined. His body fell. And the shattered fragments of his soul, scattered across the afterlife, hoarded by Kairos, now freed by the Empire's collapse, gathered together for the first time in decades. A complete soul. Damaged, scarred, but whole. Harry held it in his awareness for a moment. Tom Riddle. The boy from the orphanage. The young man who'd been brilliant and broken and afraid. The monster he'd become. The soul he'd always had, underneath everything. Go, Harry said gently. You've been running long enough. The soul passed through the threshold. Through the boundary Harry governed. Into the passage, and the light, and whatever waited beyond. Gone. Harry stood over the empty shell that had been Lord Voldemort and felt the world exhale. Then Vane struck. The god's bane hit Harry from behind, driven into his back by a hand that was steady and practiced and had done this 3 times before across 2,000 years of divine assassination. The spear was everything Vane had described, dark metal, ancient, designed specifically to separate the divine from the mortal. It penetrated his body and his essence simultaneously, and the pain was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Not physical pain. Existential. The sensation of being torn in half, the Morrow's memories pulling in one direction, the Harry identity pulling in another, the spear's enchantment working to cleave them apart the way you'd cleave wood with an axe. Harry fell. The courtyard erupted. Ron screamed. Hermione cast something, a shield, a spell, something defensive, but it was too late. Daphne was moving before anyone else, sprinting across the cobblestones with an expression that was pure, crystallized fury. Vane stood over Harry with the god's bane in his hand and grief on his face. Real, genuine grief, the grief of a man doing something he believed was necessary and hated himself for. I'm sorry, he said. The Kairos situation changed the calculation, but it didn't eliminate the risk. A fully realized death god in the mortal world, the distortions will only grow. The dead will walk. Reality will bend. I've seen it before, and I cannot, you promised. Daphne's voice tore through the night, raw with a rage that went beyond anger into something primal. She reached Harry, dropped to her knees beside him, and grabbed the spear. Don't, Vane said. If you pull it out before the separation is complete, the backlash, I don't care about backlash. She pulled. The spear didn't move. It was anchored in something deeper than flesh, in the boundary between Harry's divine and mortal natures, embedded in the joint where God met boy. Harry. Daphne's hands were on his face. Her voice cut through the existential agony like a knife through fog. Harry, listen to me. You promised. You promised you'd try. So try. Fight this. Don't let it split you apart. He could feel the separation happening. The Morrow's memories pulling away, the divine authority detaching, the vast consciousness of a death god peeling free from the finite mind of a 17-year-old boy. The spear was designed for exactly this, to make the separation clean, painless, final. The divine would dissolve. The mortal would remain. Harry would live, but he'd be just Harry, no soul sight, no authority, no power. Just a boy with a scar and a wand and the fading memory of having been something more. Part of him wanted to let it happen. The mortal part. The part that was tired of carrying the weight of infinite existence in a body that wasn't built for it. The part that wanted to be normal, to be ordinary, to live a life that didn't involve thrones and boundaries and the responsibility for every death in the universe. But letting go meant letting go of everything. The souls he'd freed. The passage he'd restored. The boundary that needed a guardian. Without Morrows, the system would collapse again. Another Kairos would rise. Another 10,000 years of captured souls and corrupted afterlives. And Astoria would die. Because without his divine authority, the blood curse was terminal, and the girl who wanted to visit Japan and learn to fly and beat her sister at chess would never get the chance. I'm not splitting, Harry said. His voice was raw, strained, forced through clenched teeth. But it was certain. I'm not two things that can be separated. I'm one thing. Human and divine. Boy and God. Harry and Moros. You can't split me apart because I'm not apart. I chose this. I chose to be mortal. I chose to be human. And now I'm choosing to be both. The god's bane shuddered. The enchantment fought him, 2,000 years of refinement, designed to separate what was never supposed to be joined. But the enchantment had a fundamental flaw. It was built on the assumption that the divine and the mortal were naturally separate, that a god wearing a human body was a coin with two faces, and you could pry the faces apart if you had the right tool. Harry wasn't a coin with two faces. He was an alloy. Fused at the molecular level. The mortal experiences, the love, the grief, the laughter, the fear, had been integrated into his divine nature so thoroughly that removing them would destroy both. Not separate. Destroy. The god's bane couldn't destroy a death god. It wasn't designed to. It was designed to separate. And there was nothing to separate. The spear shattered. The dark metal fragmented into a dozen pieces that clattered on the cobblestones with the sound of a plan failing. The enchantment dissipated, and the separation reversed, the divine and the mortal rushing back together, fusing, integrating, becoming one in a way that was more complete than anything Harry had experienced before. Because the god's bane, in trying to split him, had shown him exactly how he was joined. And in resisting the split, he'd made the joining permanent. Harry stood up. The wound in his back closed. Not healed, erased. The flesh knitting together with the casual efficiency of a body that was governed by a consciousness which decided what damaged meant and had just redefined it. He looked at Vane. The old man stood with empty hands and an expression of pure shock, 2,000 years of certainty, destroyed in 15 seconds. You said if I ever became what you feared, you should be the first to stop me, Harry said. His voice was steady. Calm. The eye of the hurricane. You jumped the gun. The god's bane has never failed. The god's bane was designed for gods pretending to be human. I'm not pretending. He stepped toward Vane. I told you I'd prove you wrong. Watch me. Vane looked at the shattered spear. At Harry. At the courtyard full of defenders and enemies and the body of the darkest wizard in history, and the boy, the god, who had ended a war and survived the one weapon in history designed to kill him. I'll be watching, Vane said quietly. For the rest of my life. Which, without the Covenant's mandate, may be considerably shorter than expected. Then watch closely. And if I ever start building an empire, you have my permission to find another spear. Something moved behind Vane's ancient eyes. Not trust, not yet. But the beginning of something that might, given enough time and evidence, grow into it. He nodded. Once. Then he turned and walked away, and the Covenant, 2,000 years of institutional opposition to divine incarnation, walked with him into an uncertain future. The battle was over. With Voldemort dead and Harry standing in the courtyard radiating the full, unconstrained authority of the God of Death, the remaining Death Eaters surrendered with a speed that bordered on eagerness. They dropped wands, raised hands, and submitted to capture with the particular relief of people who'd been fighting for a cause they'd stopped believing in and were grateful for a reason to stop. The giants retreated. The dark creatures scattered. The ghosts of Hogwarts drifted through the battlefield, tending to the dying with a gentleness that surprised the living, guided by their sovereign's will, ensuring that every soul that crossed the threshold did so with dignity and care. Harry moved through the aftermath. Not as a general surveying a victory, as a healer. A guardian. He found the wounded and eased their pain. He found the dying and guided them gently through the passage. He found the dead and ensured their souls were free, their transitions clean, their final moments unmarred by the chaos that had surrounded their endings. Fred Weasley's soul was already through the passage. Harry felt it go, bright, joyful, defiant even in death. George's thread pulsed with agony, but it was strong. He would survive. He would carry the loss, and it would hurt, and the hurt would be the price of having had something worth losing. Tonks and Lupin had passed through together. Their souls, freed from physical constraints, had found each other in the passage and gone through hand in hand. Their son would be an orphan. Harry made a silent promise that Teddy Lupin would never know the childhood Harry had known. He found Ron and Hermione in the entrance hall, holding each other, both crying, both alive. Ron had a gash across his forearm that he hadn't noticed yet and a look on his face that was half devastation, half impossible relief. Hermione was shaking, the adrenaline crash hitting her all at once, but her eyes were clear and her grip on Ron was fierce. "Fred," Ron said. Just the name. Just the one word, carrying the weight of a loss that would take years to fully understand. Harry put his hand on Ron's shoulder. He could feel Fred's soul, already through the passage, already at peace, already somewhere that Harry's authority ended and mystery began. He could have told Ron that. Could have offered divine certainty about the state of Fred's soul. Instead, he said, "I'm sorry, mate. I'm so sorry." Because that was what Ron needed. Not the assurance of a god. The grief of a friend. Ron nodded. Pressed his forehead against Harry's shoulder. And for a moment, the god of death and the boy from Devon stood in the ruins of their school and mourned together, the way humans have always mourned, with tears, and silence, and the simple, insufficient comfort of not being alone. Hermione reached for Harry's hand. He took it. The three of them stood there, the golden trio, battered and bloodied and victorious and heartbroken, and the world turned around them, and the sun began to rise. He found Neville on the steps, the sword of Gryffindor still in his hand, looking at the blade with the expression of someone who just done the bravest thing of his life and was only now beginning to process it. "You did it, Nevada." "I did it." Neville's voice was wondering. "I actually did it." Was there ever any doubt? Constant, overwhelming doubt. Every second from the moment I volunteered until the moment the blade connected. He turned the sword over, watching the light play on the steel. But you know what? The doubt didn't stop me. I was terrified, and I did it anyway. That's the definition of bravery. No. Neville set the sword down. Looked at Harry with eyes that were older than they'd been yesterday. That's the definition of being a Gryffindor. He was right. And Harry made a mental note to tell that story to every first-year class he ever taught, because it was the truest thing anyone had said about courage in a very long time. Dumbledore found Harry in the Great Hall, where the survivors were gathering. The old wizard looked exhausted, genuinely, deeply exhausted, in a way that even his restored health couldn't mask. He'd spent the night fighting a war that was supposed to be a young man's burden, and the effort had cost him something that couldn't be healed with divine authority. "You did it," Dumbledore said. "We did it. All of us." A generous interpretation. The twinkle was back in his eyes, but dimmer, banked, tempered by the night's losses. Carrows? Gone. Not destroyed, passed on. Through the boundary. He surrendered the crown and walked into the passage. You convinced a 10,000-year-old death entity to voluntarily cease existing. I apologized to him. And I offered him the one thing nobody had ever given him, the chance to rest. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Then he did something Harry had never seen, he removed his glasses, cleaned them on his robe, and put them back on. A human gesture. Ordinary. Vulnerable. I have spent my entire life believing that love is the most powerful force in the universe, Dumbledore said. Tonight, you demonstrated something I never considered. That compassion, even for one's enemy, even for a being that has caused immeasurable suffering, can accomplish what force cannot. You taught me that. I taught you about love. The compassion was yours. Has always been yours. He placed his hand on Harry's shoulder, the gesture of equals, the same one he'd used before the battle. I am very proud of you, Harry. Not as a headmaster of a student. As a person of a person. Thank you, Albus. Now, If you'll excuse me, I am going to sit down. For possibly the first time in 150 years, I believe I've earned it. He sat. Fawkes appeared from somewhere and settled on his shoulder, trilling softly, and Dumbledore closed his eyes and rested, and Harry left him to it. And he found Daphne. She was in the courtyard, exactly where he'd left her, standing among the pieces of the shattered god's bane. Her hands were bloody, she'd cut herself on the fragments when the spear broke. Her face was tear-streaked and furious and beautiful, and when she saw him walking toward her, she didn't run. She waited. Made him come to her. Because that was who Daphne Greengrass was, the kind of person who stood her ground even when the ground was covered in the broken pieces of a weapon that had almost destroyed the person she loved. "You're alive," she said. "I'm alive. You're both. I'm both. Good." She reached up and touched his face. Her fingers were cold, trembling, smeared with blood. "Then keep your promise. Save my sister." Astoria was in the infirmary. She'd been there since the battle began, not wounded, just fragile, the blood curse making her too weak to evacuate with the other students. She was sitting up in bed, reading a book, with the particular calm of someone who'd been living with death for so long that a war outside her window was just another Tuesday. She looked up when Harry entered. Smiled. "Hello, Harry. Did you win?" "We won." "Good." Daphne was worried. She pretended she wasn't, but she does this thing with her jaw. "I know." Astoria grinned. Then the grin faded, replaced by something older, more knowing. "You're different. More everything." "Yeah." He sat on the edge of her bed. Took her hand. "I'm going to fix you now. Okay? Now. Right now. Right now." She looked at him. 13 years old, and she'd been preparing for death since she was old enough to understand what her curse meant. She'd built a life around the expectation of a short one, filling every day with plans and dreams and the defiant cheerfulness of someone who refused to let terminal illness define her. Will it hurt? It shouldn't. I'm going to talk to the curse. Explain to it that it's not welcome anymore. And then it's going to leave. You're going to talk to my curse. I'm the god of death. Curses, listen to me. She blinked. Processed this. Then, that is the most ridiculous thing anyone has ever said to me, and I once had a healer tell me that positive thinking would cure a blood malediction. Harry laughed. Astoria laughed. And Daphne, standing in the doorway, laughed too, a broken, beautiful sound that held 13 years of fear and hope. Harry closed his eyes. Reached into Astoria's thread with the full, unrestricted power of the god of death. The blood curse was there, the self-replicating system of dark magic he'd mapped months ago, embedded in her biology at the deepest level. It was sophisticated, ancient, the product of a magical tradition that understood death magic with an intimacy that would have been impressive if it hadn't been so cruel. Harry understood it better. He spoke to the curse. Not in words, in authority. The language of the boundary, the tongue of transition. He told the curse what it was, a corruption. An error. A violation of the natural order that governed the boundary between healthy cells and dying ones. He told it that its function was over. That the body it inhabited was under his protection. That the boundary between life and death within this girl's blood would be governed by his rules, not its corruption. The curse listened. Not because it was sentient, because it was death magic, and death magic answered to the god of death the way fire answers to heat. It was part of his domain. His jurisdiction. And he was issuing an eviction notice. The black vine unraveled. Slowly, gently, the corruption unwinding from Astoria's cells like thread being pulled from a garment. It didn't fight. It didn't resist. It simply ceased, the way all things cease when the god who governs cessation decides they're done. Astoria gasped. Not in pain, in the sudden, overwhelming sensation of health. Real health. Full health. The kind of health she'd never known, that she'd only imagined in her most private, most hopeful moments. Blood flowing clean and strong through veins that had been corrupted since birth. Lungs expanding fully for the first time. A heart beating with the steady, effortless rhythm of a body that was no longer fighting itself. "Oh," she said. And then she was crying. Not from sadness, not from pain. From the specific, indescribable relief of someone who'd been drowning their entire life and had just been pulled to shore. Daphne was beside her in an instant, arms around her sister, holding her, and Daphne was crying too. Daphne Greengrass, who rationed her smiles and guarded her tears and maintained her composure like a fortress, was weeping openly, her face buried in her sister's hair, 13 years of accumulated fear and grief pouring out in great, gasping sobs. Harry stepped back. Gave them the moment. It wasn't his, it was theirs. But Daphne looked up. Caught his eye. And the look on her face, the gratitude, the love, the fierce and terrible joy of someone whose world had just been remade, was worth every moment of every struggle that had brought him here. "Thank you," she mouthed. He nodded. Astoria pulled back from her sister. Wiped her eyes. Looked at Harry with an expression that was half wonder, half mischief. "So," she said. "About that trip to Japan." The days that followed were complicated. Wars don't end cleanly, they trail off into aftermath, into politics, into the messy, unglamorous work of rebuilding what was broken and deciding what comes next. The ministry reorganized. Scrimgeour, who'd done nothing useful during the crisis, was replaced by Kingsley Shacklebolt in a vote so unanimous that it barely qualified as an election. Kingsley's first act was to repeal the act that had been designed to contain Harry. His second was to offer Harry any position he wanted in the new government. Harry declined. Politely, firmly, with the gentle clarity of someone who had no interest in political power and wanted to make that very clear. "I'm going to teach," he said. "Teach. Defense against the dark arts. At Hogwarts. If they'll have me." McGonagall, who'd been made headmistress after Dumbledore's retirement, heard this and said, "The position is cursed." "Not anymore. I checked." "You checked. I'm the god of death. I can see curses. There was one on the position, old, vindictive, placed by Voldemort decades ago. I removed it." McGonagall stared at him for a long moment. Then she shook her head. "Very well, Mr. Potter. Welcome to the faculty. Please try not to traumatize the students. No promises." The new life settled in gradually. Harry taught. Not the way Umbridge had taught, or Lockhart, or even Lupin. He taught the way someone teaches who has seen every kind of danger the world has to offer and wants to make sure his students can survive it. His classes were practical, challenging, and occasionally terrifying, not because Harry was scary, but because he had a habit of making the subject matter very, very real. He also guarded the boundary. Not visibly, not dramatically. Quietly, in the background, the way the best infrastructure works, invisibly, reliably, ensuring that every soul that crossed the threshold did so cleanly and safely. The ghosts of Hogwarts served as his advisors, his network, his early warning system. The Thestrals were his honor guard, drifting at the forest's edge, ever present, ever watchful. Daphne became his partner. Not in some grand, public declaration, in the quiet, daily accumulation of shared life. She finished her education and went into politics, because the wizarding world needed people who combined intelligence with integrity, and Daphne Greengrass had both in abundance. She sat on the Wizengamot before she was 25. She terrified everyone there, which Harry found deeply attractive. They built a life together. Not a normal life, that was impossible for a couple where one person was a death god and the other was a political powerhouse who argued with the minister for magic over breakfast. But a good life. A real life. Full of the small, precious moments that gave meaning to existence, quiet mornings, passionate arguments, long walks by the lake, the specific joy of watching Astoria, healthy, strong, brilliantly alive, do all the things she'd been told she'd never do. Ron and Hermione married. Harry was best man. He cried. Ron pretended not to notice. Neville became the herbology professor at Hogwarts, which surprised absolutely no one. He and Harry had adjacent offices, and their lunch conversations, the war hero and the death god, trading stories over sandwiches, became the stuff of faculty legend. Fleur returned to France, then came back, then left again, then came back permanently when she married Bill Weasley. She maintained her role as ICW liaison, which gave her an excuse to visit Hogwarts regularly and give Harry unsolicited opinions about his teaching methods. He loved her for it. Draco Malfoy became something no one expected, useful. He used his family's connections and his own hard-won understanding of the dark side of wizarding politics to build a consulting practice that helped former Death Eater families reintegrate into society. He and Harry were not friends. They were something more complicated and, in its way, more valuable, two people who'd been on opposite sides of a war and had chosen, in the end, to build something better from the wreckage. They met once a year, on the anniversary of the battle, at the same 7th-floor bathroom where they'd held their clandestine meetings. Not to reminisce, neither of them was the reminiscing type. To check in. To make sure the other was doing all right. To maintain the connection forged in fear and desperation that had, against all odds, become something worth maintaining. "You look different," Draco said at their third meeting. "Less godlike. More, teacher-like." "I'll take that as a compliment." It was an observation. The compliment is that your students don't appear to be traumatized. Most of them. Most is acceptable. My generation survived Snape. Standards are relative. Harry smiled. Draco almost smiled back. And the understanding between them, never warm, never easy, always honest, held steady, the way unlikely alliances do when they're built on something real. Erasmus Vane disappeared. The covenant dissolved, not officially, but effectively, its purpose made obsolete by the one thing it had never encountered, a god who kept his promises. Vane was spotted occasionally, in libraries and archives across the world, an old man with silver hair and ancient eyes, watching. Always watching. Keeping his own kind of vigil. Harry sent him a letter once, years later. Short, direct, the way Vane preferred, the boundary holds. The passage is clean. No empire, no throne, no crown. Just a teacher who happens to be a god, keeping things running from a castle in Scotland. You were right to be cautious. You were wrong about the outcome. Both things are true. H.P. Vane never replied. But the letter was found after his death, natural causes, finally, the extended life granted by the Covenant's rituals running its course, folded carefully in his desk, next to the ring that had once hidden his lifeline from divine sight. And the boundary held. The passage was open, the souls flowed through, and the system functioned the way it was meant to function, with dignity, with care, with the gentle authority of a guardian who understood both sides of the threshold because he'd lived on both. Harry never built a throne. He never claimed a crown. He never used his divine authority to rule or command or reshape the world according to his will. He used it the way it was meant to be used, to guard. To guide. To ensure that the most universal human experience, the one that connected every person who had ever lived or ever would live, was met with compassion rather than terror. He kept his promise to Daphne. He stayed human. Not by suppressing his divinity, not by hiding from what he was, but by choosing, every day, deliberately, consciously, to prioritize the connections that made existence meaningful over the power that made existence his to command. He chose morning tea over cosmic authority. He chose grading papers over governing dimensions. He chose the laugh of a student who just mastered the Patronus charm over the silence of the space between worlds. He chose love. Every time. Without hesitation. Because that was what death chose, 10,000 years ago, when a god looked at a mother dying for her child and didn't understand why. He chose to find out. And finding out, understanding love, experiencing it, building a life around it, turned out to be the answer not just to his question but to the question that had haunted every consciousness since the first death: what makes it worth it? This. All of this. The people, the mess, the joy, the grief. The first laugh and the last breath and everything in between. The impossible, improbable, unrepeatable miracle of being alive and knowing you're alive and choosing to make it matter. That was what death chose. And it was enough. Years later, on a quiet evening in his office at Hogwarts, Harry sat grading papers and enjoying the particular peace that comes from a job well done and a life well lived. A Thestral Patronus appeared at his window. Fleur's signature, elegant, precise, carrying a message in her lilting French-accented voice. Something is happening in Egypt. The Sphinx is talking again, and it is asking for you by name. Not Harry. Moros. Harry set down his quill. Looked out the window at the sunset painting the Scottish Highlands in gold and amber. Smiled. Well, he said to the empty room. That's new. He stood, stretched, picked up his wand. On the way out, he stopped at the door and looked back at his office, the desk, the papers, the photographs on the shelf. Ron and Hermione at their wedding. Neville with a massive venomous tentacula. Daphne, unguarded, laughing at something Harry had said, her face lit by summer sun. A good life. A real life. And apparently, not a boring one. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the god of death, the man who had chosen to be both, walked out of his office and into whatever came next. The boundary held. The passage was open. And death, it turned out, was not an ending. It was just the beginning of a different kind of story.